Hmm.
They hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Why they all blend?
All right. Good morning, ATP. What's good with you, man? What's good with you, man? Salute to everybody in the building, man. Salute to the great sport we love, man. We back at it again. What Cal say, and another one. What's good with you, people? What's really, really good? I see we creeping into the building here. I'm kind of setting up things still, you know what I mean? But we're getting there. Let me see who's in the building. Eastside Easy, Ross Scott in the building, AJ Moore. Salute to all you guys, man. I know the time of day it is, you know what I mean? I know the time. I know it's prime time. Shout out to all the content creators out there putting out that good content, at least, you know what I mean? Shout out to Boxing Voice, and I don't know who else is on right now. But everybody in the building. It is Tuesday Newsday. Time to catch up on boxing and what's been going on since the last time we spoke. Also, carrying on a little bit of energy from the last time we spoke. Things that's going on in the space right now. Bill Haney outside. Turkey Alashik seems to have reached out. Potentially, we got to talk about that as well, as far as Turkey Alashik reaching out to Gervonta Tank Davis or Calvin Ford. And is Calvin Ford even still working with Gervonta Tank Davis? I'm not too sure. I hear a lot of buzz going out in the space about what that looks like. Turkey posts something interesting on his timeline, on his Instagram, and it spreads like wildfire throughout the space. Obviously, when you see Calvin Ford and you see the Upton Gym being, showcased on some sort of commercial trailer for Ring Magazine, and I guess they're collaborating. We'll talk about that as well, as far as what that means, what that could mean. On the back end, let me see here. I got a little message. On the back end, of course, of a press conference that happened as far as the Edgar Berlanga, Hamza, Shiraz, and Shakur Stevenson Williams Zepeda press conference that popped off. We saw Turkey Alashik speaking as far as his plans for the future that involve Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson and the things he's has an ambition on accomplishing. And now you see something now with Calvin Ford and Ring Magazine kind of highlighting, showcasing that. You start to bring the pieces together and wonder what's going on. But right now, Tank Davis looks like even though it hasn't officially been announced yet, looks like August 16th, around that time, which lines up a little bit with what I was hearing about a month or so ago, that it was going to be sometime in August. So around August 16th, I guess, depending on the results of that fight, we'll see what Tank Davis's next move is. We'll talk about that as well. Bill Haney in the news doing what he does. Trolling, not trolling, however you want to look at it. We'll talk about Bill Haney's latest and greatest as far as his perspective on Devin Haney and, as far as his accolades, and, of course, bringing up Floyd Mayweather, which a lot of these 135 up to 147 pounders seem to want to replicate, right? As far as the success in his career, they want to replicate it. So they're always comparing themselves, or other pundits in the space always comparing them to Floyd Mayweather. We'll talk about that as well. Talk about Tank Davis and his Jake Paul situation as well. I think that's real interesting, really developing into something kind of unraveling, as a lot of fans, fanatics, I will say, not just fans, fanatics, have always kind of spoke for Tank. And, Tank has always found a way to communicate to the space a different narrative than what the fans push. So we'll talk about that as well. What else we got going on here? Let's see here. I got a bunch of things coming in on my phone. I got things coming on everywhere. I want to also talk a little bit about this undercard here on this Shakur Stevenson, Edgar Berlanga card, dual main event card, Sabril Matias and Alberto Puello, and things of that nature. We'll talk about those things as well. A whole lot of stuff, man. A whole lot of stuff we're going to be talking about, man. So creep into the building. Take your time. I'm going to see here what Ross Scott said. Now, come on, man. Come on, Ross Scott. Mo Taylor, salute. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So Bill Haney, father, trainer, manager of Devin Haney, Devin the Dream Haney, steps out on a limb here in an interview with Boxing Voice and speaks on Devin Haney's accolades, right? Speaks on where Devin Haney's at in his career right now in comparison to where Floyd was at in the same age, and basically saying that Devin's accomplished more, being an undisputed champion. I guess Floyd was never an undisputed champion. And the space, of course, going crazy, right? What are you talking about? Always comparing yourself to Floyd Mayweather. This is where you end up entangled in the drama. This is where all the issues come out of when Bill Haney does that, especially on the back end of a Devin Haney performance that we just saw, right? Especially on the back end of a lackluster performance. Now, we've talked about this, and I've shared my opinion on this, guys. As far as Devin Haney's last performance is concerned, I've got no problems conceding to the idea that it wasn't one of his best performances at all, right? Maybe even categorized as one of his worst performances, outside of, if we're not speaking on the Ryan Garcia performance, one of his worst performances, but a performance still that he was able to dominate, right? Dominate 12, the majority of 12 rounds, right? Probably about anywhere from 10 plus rounds were dominated by Devin Haney in that fight. And the question I've always put out there is, although we saw that from Devin Haney, and taking into consideration that, he was coming off of a huge, devastating experience or performance, however you want to look at it, with Ryan Garcia, and what that ended up turning into for him as far as his career and the trajectory of his career and his market value and all these different things that were affected, and not to mention the trauma of the actual damage that was inflicted on him in that fight. I kind of expected for Devin Haney to come back in this fight. And the parts of me wanted Devin Haney to embrace himself, right? To embrace who he really is, and be the boxer, move, hit, not get hit, things of that nature. Did I mean for it to happen at the extreme that I saw it happen earlier this month? Of course not, right? Not me, right? I'm not co-signing that type of performance. But I did understand and took that into consideration and understood that a PTSD, a trauma-induced experience like what Devin Haney went through, was going to be something that I was going to be something that I was going to look to see how it ended up developing in his game, right? Did it change him? Was he able to recover from that? And that performance showed you that clearly there's still a little bit of an uphill battle for Devin Haney as far as dealing with that, as far as his willingness to participate, melee, engage. This was affected, right? But expected. And I expect him to be better on the next fight, knowing that it's a process, right? He brought in some different parts into his camp, like Shane Mosley, and he brought in Nate Robinson. Nate Jones. Sorry, I'm bugging right now, right? But he brought in some different moving parts to his camp, and these things are going to take some time to manifest for him. But Bill Haney, of course, being the mouth of DHP, comes out and speaks about his son's accolades and really defending the performance, saying that this is a performance that he put out there. This is the performance that he wanted Devin to do. He wanted Devin to show the world, because the world said that Devin Haney can't get away from the left hook. Defense was suspect. What happened? So he wanted to highlight the defense. He wanted to highlight the foot movement. I don't think anybody's questioning Devin Haney's ability to move or to hit and not get hit, right? I think the bigger question was on, can he take a punch, right? Can he get hit by a shot up in these weight divisions, 147, 140 division, where they're punchers at? Can he get punched by these guys, and can he weather these storms and win these fights? Or does he have to avoid getting hit at all costs? So that being said, the argument is still in the air, right? Like, Bill, respectfully, of course, right? The argument wasn't as to whether or not he could hit and not get hit. That wasn't what it was about, even though the reason for the loss was the fact that he was getting clipped by that left hand, and that left hand kept finding him, right? So that happens, but we know Devin Haney can do better than that. We know he can move around and not get hit. We know that he was being very offensive in that fight and was trying to stand there in the middle of the ring and give a great performance. But at the end of the day, when he did get hit, the way he reacted to the contact was diabolical, right? It was diabolical, right? So at the end of the day, those questions didn't get answered, but Bill, of course, is going to campaign and defend Devin Haney's performance. I don't know if the performance needs defending, right? And I think this is when it starts to look bad for Devin Haney, is when you kind of get on your soapbox and you start to defend things like this. I think it would have probably been better just to look forward to the next fight, right? Move forward. Let's get to the next fight. What's the next thing going to be? These are stepping stones. He's still a top elite fighter. You know what I mean? It's a work in progress, right? And I guess the next step for them is try to make this fight with Teofimo Lopez, which I don't think Teofimo, I'll be honest with you, I don't think Teofimo Lopez is very interested in putting a fight together with Devin Haney. I know some people would push back and say that it's a fear thing. Is he ducking? Is he ducking? Is he ducking? I don't think it has anything to do with that necessarily. I think it's more so Teofimo seems to want to get at these big fights. He wants to get at the Jaron Boots Ennis. He keeps calling Terrence Crawford out, and we know about the racist antics that he's tapped into in order to make some of these things happen. A fight with Devin Haney is going to be, obviously, in my opinion, a more difficult fight. A fight with somebody who's moving as much as Devin Haney does is going to be a more difficult fight, and I don't think Teofimo is very interested in participating in something like that, right? But at the same time, Teofimo has to now figure out how to get in the ring with a Jaron Boots Ennis, because Jaron Boots Ennis has his own ambition to become a unified he's unified already, become an undisputed champion. Obviously, he's looking for some big paydays as well, but not as much as the unification, right? Not as much as the legacy part. Jaron has been known to pull out of, let's not say pull out of fights, but he will, he moved away from a Virgil Ortiz fight off the strength of making a fight with a Stanionis, right? And he went and took a Karen fight and then moved on to the next step, which is fighting against Stanionis to be a unified champion. And now you have Brian Norman calling him out and saying that he's willing to fight him. The question is, where's Jaron Boots Ennis sit in this conversation? What does he plan on doing? And if Jaron isn't going to be part of it, then what's Teo's next best move? Right? What's Teo's next best move? If it's not going to be Jaron Boots Ennis, I think there's a good argument to say that Devin Haney is the next best move, right? Devin Haney coming off of victory, lackluster as it is, still right there under the same roof underneath Turkey Alashik. Teofimo right down underneath Turkey Alashik. I'm sure the payday is going to make sense. So we'll see what ultimately ends up happening and what ends up culminating out of that whole entire situation. But at the end of the day, I still think it's interesting to watch this kind of develop, as Teofimo's built up a lot of animosity in the boxing space right now with those racist antics. I'm not a fan of it. You know what I mean? I've already spoken on it. I think it's real cringe and crazy to see him do these things. But a lot of the boxing space wants to see him kind of get disciplined, right? And they want to see him in front of that right fighter that's going to discipline him and put him in the right spot. My thing is Teofimo's working towards that, right? Teofimo's definitely working towards getting the big fight, and he's shooting these antics out to get the big fight. So I think there's also a legitimate argument there to say that not giving him the fight or giving him the fight is kind of justifying all the antics and everything that he's done, right? It kind of justifies it. Like, you could complain and you could say this is horrible thing that he's doing and that the boxing space and the community needs to do something about it. But at the same time, if he ends up in the ring with a Terrence Crawford or a Jaron Boots Ennis or any of these other fighters that he's pushing to get, then there's an argument that TO could make to say that, yeah, but if I didn't do it, I wouldn't have gotten these fights, right? It is what it is. What's going on here in the chat here? We got SOB TV in the building as well. Mr. Big Play Bray, salute to you, King. Who else we got here? I've got screens everywhere here trying to keep up. Roscott, what's Roscott talking about? You talking to Mr. Big Play Bray? TO just using another brother's name to sell some BS fight he got coming up. He ain't gonna fight Boots. TO racist scumbag. I don't know, Roscott. I think he does fight Boots, you know? And obviously, look, it's funny how as things get closer and closer to happening, how all of a sudden the pundits in the space start commenting and start making these fights more competitive, right? So now we have Timothy Bradley outside speaking on how TO could beat Jaron Boots Ennis. And I respect Tim Bradley. I happen to be a fan of Tim Bradley. I like what he does. I know at times it can be controversial, and he definitely could be have a cynical way of delivering his perspective. But I understand where he's coming from as far as Jaron Boots Ennis's last couple of performances and the fact that he can be hit or that he's willing to be hit, right? And the fact that, you know, he gets kind of flat-footed at times. And Teofimo is a mover. The power hasn't translated, in my opinion, for Teofimo since he's left 135. I haven't seen that power translate into anything significant. He wasn't able to hurt Honor Barbosa. I don't know last fight I really seen him actually hurt. Maybe Campa. I don't know the last fighter I seen Teofimo really actually hurt. And he gets hit as well. He likes to participate in the melee and into the warfare, but we saw against Honor Barbosa that Teofimo can, you know, get down and be a strategic hit and not get hit kind of fighter. He can do that, and he's got the athleticism, some of the best athleticism in boxing today. Although Jaron Boots Ennis shares some of those same traits, he's still a bigger fighter. Is he faster than Teofimo or just as fast as Teofimo, or does Teofimo edge out Jaron Boots Ennis as far as that athleticism, his ability to move? And in those close quarters, you know, Jaron Boots Ennis always seems to be willing to give up something to get something. It could turn into a competitive fight if Jaron Boots Ennis, if the Ennis team doesn't respect Teofimo enough to customize that game plan to the way Teofimo carries it, it could be more competitive than it needs to be. And on the back end of that, does that manifest into a victory for Teofimo in any kind of a way? You know, I have a hard time wrapping my mind around seeing Teofimo winning that fight. It's not a 50-50 fight to me. At best, I would make it a 60-40 fight at best. I can go north of 60 and go into the 65-35, 70-30 range. I think, you know, obviously I'll be a hypocrite right now at this moment and say that they make weight classes for a reason, even though one of my favorite fighters, Terrence Crawford, is making his way up to go fight Canelo at 168, but still, you know, not seeing Teofimo's physicality, his power, or what he brings to the space translating into something that's going to give Jaron Boots Ennis that many problems, unless Jaron Boots Ennis is just irresponsible, right? Unless he just carries it the wrong way and he's irresponsible. I don't see it translating into that. You know what I mean? But look, crazier things has happened. It's boxing. We got to see what ends up happening. Salute to Bruce Gas Boxing in the building as well. Bruce Gas, how you doing, family? Mr. Lightning in the building. Mr. Big Play, I agree with. Only difference, I have Keyshawn dominating an interesting match. Right. What are we talking about with Keyshawn right now? Hold on. That's also a great fight for Keyshawn Davis to make as well. We got to see what happens with Keyshawn now that Raymond Moratala and this conversation has kind of gone. I don't want to say it's gone left, but if Tank is going to fight Keyshawn, and if Raymond Moratala isn't going to be willing to fight Keyshawn in some sort of a unification fight, even though Raymond Moratala seems to be sitting on some interim version of that IBF title, what's Keyshawn really hanging out 140 for? We already know he's not fighting Shakur Stevenson. He's sitting on that WBO title. I think that's definitely a logical, practical move for Turkey Alashik to do if Keyshawn's not going to hang out. We got to see, obviously, what he does with De Los Santos, but if Keyshawn doesn't plan on hanging out at 135 much longer, or he has no real fights ahead of him, just high risk, low reward opportunities at 135, then going to 140 seems natural for Keyshawn Davis. And I would think he could leverage that WBO title to work something out to get in the ring with a Teofimo Lopez, right? So we'll see how those things pan out, right? We'll see how those things pan out. Jake Paul put out a statement last week. We saw in that press conference between Jake Paul and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. And we saw him later on in an interview really just kind of lay it all out about that whole entire rumor that was moving around about him fighting Gervonta Tank Davis. Guys, I tell the Tank fans all the time, I get into with them all the time, and I tell the boxing space all the time, you don't speak for these fighters. Speaking for these fighters is always going to end up putting you in a very weird situation, right? Because at the same time, while you guys on one side putting these parameters around what drives Gervonta Tank Davis as far as what he will do, what he won't do, and why he won't do or why he will do things, when it moves out of the speculation in your personal opinion and jumps into these narratives, then things like this happen, right? Where Jake Paul is now screaming from the highest mountaintop that him and Tank Davis were trying to work out a fight. And then it seems like maybe even presently still speaking on doing something in November. I'm not too sure, right? But one thing's for sure, two things for certain. We saw him go through this with Canelo. Now we're seeing him go through this with Tank Davis. You can put whatever twist you want at the back end of it, but what you're not hearing is Tank negotiating to make a fight with Shakur Stevenson or making a fight with the Keyshawn Davis or the fights that people are looking to see happen in the space, right? You're not seeing that happen. Let me see here who we got in here. We got Chris Brooks in the building as well. Salute Chris Brooks. Is a little late, but I'm in the building. Salute my brothers. No doubt, man. Salute Chris Brooks, man. Albert Rail says, I'm wondering, is Norman Jr. gonna get to Boots before TEO? Yeah. I'm thinking he will. I'm not going to lie to you. I think there's a very good chance that Jaron Boots Ennis is going to I think there's a good chance he's not going to take the TEO fight and he's going to walk into the Brian Norman fight. Right now, he has to wait a while because Brian Norman is not going to negotiate until after his fight. So that's something that Boots has to kind of weigh out, right? Because whatever is going to happen between him and TEO, I would have to imagine there's some pressure being applied there, right? There's some pressure probably being applied by Turkey Alashik to Eddie Hearns to kind of get a response so they can get this scheduled. So Boots would have to gamble once again, push Turkey Alashik to the side, make Brian Norman a focus on his energy and bet on Brian Norman not only wanting to fight, but Brian Norman being willing to negotiate this fight inside of a budget that makes sense for this fight. I'm not too sure if it'll be a pay-per-view or a free fight, but at the end of the day, if yesterday's price isn't today's price, if the Norman team isn't willing to come to the table and make this fight happen no matter what, then there's a chance that Boots could spin his wheels, wait on this fight with Brian Norman, and that the fight doesn't manifest because the price point doesn't get hit. And here we go. Boots once again moves out of an opportunity to do something with Turkey Alashik, make a lot of money. And yeah, Teofimo is a decorated fighter. Have something on his resume that would raise his market value up, make him not only must-see boxing, but actually put him in front of an audience that could actually finally translate and move him into a pay-per-view a pay-per-view worthy space, right? So he's got to think about all those things from my perspective, from the way I'm looking at it. Eddie Hearn is focused on, listen, if we can't get Brian Norman to commit to something early, then naturally I think we need to move forward. And the next move that would make the most sense would be Teofimo, being that Turkey's interested in. Eddie Hearn is always interested in getting in the Turkey business. He's always trying to push his high fighters, all his fighters he got at the top level. He wants to push them into the Turkey business because it makes him not have to spend a bunch of money out of his own pocket to make the fights, obviously, and also obviously gets him his paydays as he gets his percentage as far as managing and promoting these fighters. So yeah, it's Jaron Boots Ennis it's up in the air as far as if you're trying to make a fight with Jaron Boots Ennis outside of the legacy, outside of unifications and things of that nature, then it's just complicated with him. Right? Because he has his own agenda and he's not scared to communicate that to the space. So you never know what's going to happen with him. Should TEO even gamble on that Jaron Boots Ennis fight happening? I don't know. Assalamu alaikum, Fly Frequency. What's good, family? Ray Davis in the building. Salute, Ray. Ray, I sent you the link as well. I can pull you up in a few. So it's in your email, check your email out. It is what it is. It is what it is. So yeah, I'm not too sure as far as Jaron Boots Ennis is concerned. He is a wild card, man. He is a wild card. The question is more so, what is TEO going to do outside of the Jaron Boots Ennis fight? What is he willing to do? The Devin Haney fight seems like it makes sense. Obviously, Devin's looking for a fight that makes sense as well, trying to get a dance partner. The fight should happen at 147. Being that TEO wants to be, your name is Lou, fellas. Let me see here. WBO just wanted TEO. Hold on a second. WBO just warned TEO if he opens his mouth again with bad words, the WBO will take action on TEO. The president of WBO said that. Yeah. I mean, TEO got to kind of carry it like people got some eyes on him. I don't know, man. I remember when the players used to be a little bit more concerned, when they used to think about their brands and getting deals with the Nikes and the Adidas and, getting the commercials and getting the sponsorship and understand that their brand meant something. But in this boxing space right now, I'm not too sure. Man. Read my greeting address to you. Hold on a second. Salute, I heard through the grapevine it's all fake news. I know it's cap because they fill the space with their opinions and facts right in front of them. Ray, what's fake news? What'd you hear about the fake news? What'd you hear about the fake news? What did you hear about the fake news? About TEO? TEO is walking on ice at this point. That was based on Tank and Jake. Oh, man, I don't know. When it comes, like I said, man, what's convenient is when people they call fake news as soon as it doesn't agree with their narrative. Then Jake Paul's lying, right? And which is possible. I don't know Jake Paul, right? Jake Paul may very well just be lying. I don't know, right? They're going to want to defend it, but I'll tell you what I've learned. When they're defending things like that and they're trying to call fake news, it's because they understand as well how diabolical it would be to see Gervonta Tank Davis inside of a ring with Jake Paul. They understand. They understand how crazy that is. So obviously, painting the picture that this is some sort of hype, fake news, narrative twist, trying to put this bad jacket on Tank. The one consistent thing is that it's a bad jacket, right? And it's a bad jacket for good reason, because everybody knows the boxing space wants to see Tank in the ring with these fighters before he ends his career. They want to see him in there with Shakur. They want to see him in there with Keyshawn. They want to see him in there with TEO. They wanted to see him in there with Devin. And when you bringing up a Jake Paul, a YouTuber who just fought a 60-year-old Mike Tyson inside of the ring, and you're entertaining fighting somebody who just also fought at heavyweight, and there's arguments about whether or not you'll fight a fighter at one weight class above you at 140, or dare I say 147 even, which is even unheard of, then obviously it's just a bad look. So this is why you're going to see people push back at it and turn it into a Jake Paul is line or Shakur Stevenson is line when he says he didn't get an offer or things of that nature, right? This is why you're going to get it, because otherwise the onus falls on the back of Gervonta Tank Davis' shoulder to do something. And it's always been that. You know what I mean? It's always been that. that the onus, although he's the A side, although you don't tell Tank what to do, although you don't call shots with Tank, right? Although you can't do all those things, we can agree on those things. At the end of the day, we'll still put the onus on the back of a challenger to make a fight happen over Tank actually sending an actual offer, right? It is what it is. I don't think Jake Paul was lying. I'll be honest with you. And I have a lot of, I don't want to say I have a lot of inside sources. One would argue that I do, but take that how you want to take it. It's very real. Jake Paul was going to walk inside the ring, and that fight was going to get put out there and sold to the space to see how the space was going to react to it. I mean, maybe Gervonta was leaning towards the Canelo Alvarez situation where he's just leveraging, you know, his abilities to the powers that be to put the pressure on them to give him the deal he actually wants, the money he actually wants on the table to fight the fighters that we want to see him fight. That maybe that's what he's doing, right? You never know. You never know. You know, maybe he's trying to leverage it the same way Canelo found himself trying to leverage it with Turkey Alashik. And let it be known, like, look, I got big money on the table and things I can get involved with as well. Let's sweeten the pie up. Let's sweeten the pot up. Let's make it make sense. And then we can really do some business because we're not doing business the way I want to do business. Who knows? You know what I mean? It is what it is. Tank's mentioned 2 times as well. Jake confirmed it and that all. Exactly. Jake Paul is these boxers' daddy. He's proven it time and time again. Let me put it up here. Jake Paul is these boxers' daddy. He's proven it time and time again. They all running to Jake for the bag. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. I personally just know Tank is a money-driven guy, right? He's a money-driven guy. He's about his money. He's made it clear. There's no secret about it. When it comes to money, that's what Tank is about. And that being said, we can segue into the next part of this whole entire conversation, which is Tank Davis, Calvin Ford. Who knows how that relationship is? But we just saw Turkey Alashik post something pretty crazy on his time thread in the past 48 hours, pretty much showing that there's some sort of collaboration happening between Ring Magazine, Turkey Alashik, however you want to look at it, and at least at a minimum, Calvin Ford in that Upton Gym. Now, I don't know what the relationship is like with Gervonta Tank Davis and his original team as far as Calvin Ford is concerned, as far as Kenny Ellis is concerned. We've seen Gervonta Tank Davis in training camps across the country, well, really between like Atlanta, DC area, and it haven't been with his home team of trainers. He's been all over the place. I've heard rumors of him being in Florida potentially, right? Maybe even training out there. So I don't know how that relationship is going between Tank and his team right now. So seeing Calvin Ford inside of a collaborative video with Ring Magazine in any capacity doesn't necessarily mean to me that that Calvin that Tank and Turkey Alashik are in negotiations in any kind of a way. But I will tell you that from my point of view, the more and more Turkey shows interest in this fight, the more Shakur is vocal about wanting this fight, and the less we hear from Gervonta Tank Davis, and the less we hear about his even intentions on shooting out an offer on this fight, or even being interested in making this fight next, the more and more it looks like Tank Davis is just not interested in that fight happening, right? The more and more it just looks like Tank is not interested in that fight happening. And if he's not interested in that fight happening, then we jump into a whole different conversation. We jump into a whole different conversation because the reality is if a fighter doesn't want to make the fight happen, whatever reason he has for not wanting to make the fight happen, it just takes away from the value of the fight to a degree as far as the fight being competitive, in my opinion, right? We saw what disenchanted, not dialed in Tank Davis looks like in front of a Lamont Roach. What is he going to look like in front of a Shakur Stevenson, right? So, hold on a second here. Roach isn't going to even win, even if he wins. If Roach wins, is the Jake Paul fight okay? The Tank... the Jake Paul fight in Tank flyer isn't good no matter how you paint it to me. It's a big joke to me. It's a big joke. There's just no world where that fight makes any kind of sense for me. That fight right there is a 100% casual fan fight. And I'm talking about lower than the regular boxing casual fan. I'm talking about, specifically Jake Paul fans, specifically, you know, KSI fans, right? I'm talking about a whole different fan base. I don't know any boxing fan. I don't want to speak for people because at the end of the day, people do the craziest things, and I'm sure there is a market out there for that fight to make sense in. But I'll tell you this: if Gervonta Tank Davis plays some kind of catch weight fight to get going against Jake Paul, without a doubt, in my personal opinion, I think his career is done. And I don't mean done as far as the boxing space is going to kick him out, but I think it just leans more closer and closer towards the area of Tank is probably going to retire, right? Or he's going to take some bad losses, because whatever weight he's going to gain to fight against Jake Paul, you got to think a minimum of 160 pounds, a minimum in that range. How low can Jake Paul really cut? How much weight can Jake Paul really cut to get close to 135 pounds? Tank goes up there and competes. Where's Tank go from there? Does he become a 154-pound fighter? Does he become a 147-pound fighter? Maybe a 140-pound fighter? What kind of weight cut is he going to go through in order to compete on a high level, and also not fight against the most elite fighters that are way bigger than him, competing against Jaron Boots Ennis, competing against a Virgil Ortiz, competing against a Terrence Crawford, competing against a Devin Haney at 147, I guess is possible, competing against a Ryan Garcia at 147. Is this what he's going to walk into? Is this what Tank is going to do after the Jake Paul fight? I don't think so. I think there's a good chance that if he takes that fight, his career is pretty much over at that point. I would have to say he's probably going to retire at that point. Let me see here. Flyer said, pin this, Clay, 100. Pin what? I don't know. Flyer said Calvin Ford secured that Air Saudi sandals endorsement deal for the kids. You out your mind, man. You out your mind. Salute, Hood Rich. Salute. Anton Zegler, what is good, man? Hope everything's good. Hope you're driving safe. I don't know where you at right now, man, but hope you good, man. Hope you safe, man. I was on Tank's list. I priced myself out. Tank will fight Roberto Duran in the exhibition. This is crazy that Tank's going to be involved in these kind of conversations. Right now, I'm not involved in the biggest conversation, the most important conversation that he needs to be involved in, which is him fighting against Shakur Stevenson. Right? That's the only fight that Tank should be trying to put together, or that his name should be involved in. But here we are, man. We're in an era of boxing where the legacy is completely not valued. There's no value in the legacy anymore. So these fighters are looking for their biggest paydays. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, Turkey's in it, so your biggest payday still seems to align with fighting against Shakur Stevenson. At some point or another, we need to get these questions answered as far as why is Shakur Stevenson not a fight that Tank Davis is interested in making happen. And that's because that's what it looks like. It just looks like he's not interested in making that fight happen. It looks like he's not interested in making any of the fights happen, right? It just doesn't look right. Let me see. Bub, what has Shakur done to make it a special fight? Hey, Bubs, it is what it is. If you don't want to see the fight, then you're going to feel that way, right? I think the people who want to see the fight think it's a special fight, right, Bubs? At the end of the day, if you don't want to see the fight, I'm not going to convince you, right? I'm not going to go into Shakur Stevenson as a generational talent, and everybody thinks the only person who could beat Tank would be Shakur Stevenson, and this is the biggest challenge that Tank would ever have had, and all these different arguments that are made every single day, right? All these arguments that are made every single day as far as why people want to see that fight. Even Tank fans said he want to see that fight. But of course, when we get into the conversation of trying to justify why Tank is moving the way he's moving, we always end up at these points, right? We always start talking about why. What has Shakur done? Why is this fight so valuable? I mean, speak truth to power, Bubs, and just say you're not interested in seeing the fight, right? I won't argue with you, right? What up, Clay? Back from Africa. It was dope. Oh, no doubt. Anton Ziegler, salute, fam. You was in Africa? Anton, are you African? Are you African? Did you go home? Like to go see family, or did you just go to visit? I want to go to Africa. I ain't gonna lie, man. I want to go visit Africa, man. For sure, man. Salute to Anton Ziegler for the $5 holla. Appreciate the support and the color in the chat, man. Thank you, man. Glad to have you back, man. Let's see, Bub. Bub says, well, if he Bub said, well, if he would make me want to see him fight, I haven't seen anything. I'm just saying. Well, let's see. Maybe your mind will change a little bit on the back end of this Williams Zepeda fight, right? The kind of boxing you want to see, maybe that'll be the kind of fight you see when he fights Williams Zepeda. Who knows, right? I don't know. I think the boxing space knows what's in store for them if they get to see Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis inside the ring in front of each other. I think the boxing space knows what they're anticipating on seeing. You know what I mean? I was on, okay, no doubt, man. Yo, Africa is a great place for a vacation, man. No doubt, man. What part of Africa did you go to, Anton? Let me see. Five, we're going to say, Clay, do you think Tank and Calvin are in agreement with Calvin doing that deal with Turkey after Tank made it known he don't like Turkey? Oh, man, bro. I'm going to be honest with you, Frequent. I've questioned the stability of that relationship for a very long time between Tank Davis and Calvin Ford. As far as on the boxing level, as far as trainer fighter is concerned, I've had my questions for a long time. You know, how far back? I can go far back as on the back end of that victory against Ryan Garcia, right? On the back end of that victory from Ryan Garcia, just seeing Calvin communicate what he wanted for Tank, that he wanted to get him in there with Isak Cruz, and he was speaking. On the back end of that, it seemed like the things started to kind of get shaky between those guys. And just to see how Calvin is completely isolated himself out of the social media space, won't speak anymore, and that Kenny will go out and do these interviews with Mill City. To me, there's an energy. There's an energy in the air that's always been shaky and had me questioning the relationship between Tank Davis and Calvin Ford in the boxing space, not on a personal level. I'm sure Tank and Calvin still have a father-son type of relationship in the background, however they carry it, maybe based off of that, maybe even based on Islam a little bit, being that, you know, Tank still has, you know, took his shahada and converted to be a Muslim to Islam, and that Calvin is also a Muslim as well. There may be some relationship there on a spiritual level and on a fatherly level. But in the boxing space, I don't know if we can sit here and watch Calvin Ford make a move and let that translate into Tank making a move. You know what I mean? In the boxing space, I really have a hard time bringing that full circle and bringing that together, because it's just been so many different contradictive messaging coming from Tank's specific side and Calvin's side that I don't know if they're falling on the same page. I really don't know. And as far as how Tank may be looking at him and Calvin, as far as Turkey and Calvin working together, I don't know that Tank would really hold any type of issue with that. I'll be honest with you. I mean, whatever supports and gets that Upton Gym where it needs to be, I don't see Tank necessarily stepping forward and offering to finance everything that Calvin Ford wants to do in that community. I'm sure he contributes, but he's not willing to take on the brunt of the weight of the financial backing that whole entire movement needs. So I don't see Tank hating on Calvin, opening the doors to opportunities to invest in those children in that community. I don't see why he would do that. I would see he probably would encourage Calvin. Look, man, if they're willing to put some money up, gloves, gear, they're willing to put the Upton Gym on the map and help that grow, I don't see why Tank would get in the way of that. I think that'd be some hating ass ish, excuse my French, if he would do that. I don't think he would do that. You know what I mean? I think I could see him honestly encouraging Calvin to do something like that, right? Let's see here. Pally was a late. What are we talking about? AJ Moore. Let me see here. What are we talking about here? Let me get with y'all, man. What are we talking about, AJ? Padley was a late replacement, and Heron was lineal rank number 2. Oh, y'all talking about the fight. Y'all talking about the fight. Fire Frequency says, Clay, with all the money they claim Tank makes and generates, you would think that Calvin or the gym wouldn't have to need money from Turkey, as Tank doesn't need Turkey, supposedly. I've always questioned that as well. You know what I mean? Like, guys, I can remember Calvin Ford beginning the whole entire process of selling interviews, right? Saying that, you know, he was going to give interviews out and that he was accepting donations for the interview, right? He just wanted a good donation, something decent and substantial, and he was trying to finance getting this big bus for the Upton Gym. And me, in my mind, I said, then why Tank don't buy him a bus? if how much could a bus actually cost? If this one bus that Calvin is trying to get done, he's taking in donations, why wouldn't Tank just buy the bus for Calvin? That always threw me for a loop, Flyer. You know what I mean? Always threw me for the loop, but we've seen Calvin try to raise money for that Upton Gym. Is Tank saying no? Is Calvin saying, no, I don't want your money? I don't know what it is, right? I don't know what it is. But at the end of the day, Calvin can't be held to a restriction to, you can't tie his hands and doing what he needs to do if you're not going to finance it yourself. If you're not going to put him in position to be able to do these things, then he has to reach out to the resources that are open to invest in what he's doing. It does look weird to me, though, Flyer. I'm not going to lie to you. It does look kind of weird to me that he would even have to do something like that just for a bus or whatever have you. I don't know. I don't know, right? I'm in the dark just like you guys are on that, right? Hood Rich said he's laughing. I don't know, Rich. I don't know. I don't know, right? I don't know. I'm sure you're like, we're making a big thing out of nothing. Maybe we are, right? But to answer Frequent's question, yeah, I would think that if Gervonta were to hold issue with Calvin Ford working in any kind of collaborative way with Ring Magazine, intern Turkey Alashik, the question would be then, why not cover the back end so that Calvin doesn't need to? Because if Calvin's doing it, it's got to be for the money, right? It's got to be for it. I'll holler at you, Clay. No doubt, Rich. No doubt, Rich. For sure. I heard Tank, what did Sonny Augustine said? I heard Tank fired Calvin because he's doing business with Turkey. Is it true? I guess all the money ain't food money and good money. Look, bro, I don't know. I didn't hear nothing about that, but like I said, man, I have a hard time imagining Tank holding issue with Calvin doing any kind of work. I don't know. It is what it is, man. Ain't good money. So I can see. Looks like the truth was buried in there when Bill. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like the truth was buried in there when Bill jokingly talked about Tank's support for Calvin being underwhelming in summary. Yeah, I mean, yeah, man. We can go back to all those. We could reference all those. Hindsight is 2020. We could reference all those little hidden gems and things that were pointing in the direction of there being some sort of riff or some sort of misallocation of like resources or just not enough gratuity or something being made towards Calvin. I don't know. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. I answered these questions, but he can't answer mine. Hood Rich. Bill don't know nothing going on. For sure, Rich. For sure. Tank had problems with an insect, and now Calvin running out the door. Okay. All right. AJ Moore, ma'am, what are you talking about? Ran from who you aren't addressing the facts. Why don't you want to see Tank fight the best? Bub said, why don't you want to see Tank fight the? Okay, I'm gonna get out the chat. I'm gonna get out the chat, right? Let's move on to the next topic, guys. Well, I want to talk about. Let me see here. Where did I want to go with this one here, man? Let me see where I want to go with this one here. I didn't get a chance to set up the graphics, guys. Okay. I wanted to speak a little bit on this Edgar Berlanga, Hamza Shiraz card. I'll give Edgar Berlanga his respect and call him the main event to that card. And Shakur Stevenson, the co-main event, right? I know there's this thing going on right now that they're both main events. I get it. But normally, the headliner is the main event, right? And the guy underneath the headliner is the co-main event, right? Salute. Walaikum salam, Legacy Remains. Walaikum salam, King. Edgar Berlanga now trying to get an opportunity in this fight. And how seriously is he taking this opportunity? I think he's taking it very seriously. Without a doubt, this is a big opportunity for Edgar Berlanga, betting on himself, leaving Eddie Hearns, betting on his value since the Canelo Alvarez fight, saying that he's a superstar and not re-signing with Eddie Hearns or signing with any major promotional company, and instead walking into an opportunity to headline a card on a Turkey card, and the right performance and victory could put him right in the right graces of Turkey Alashik. I saw Edgar Berlanga speak on this a little bit and speak towards how this was going to be the one that opened the door for him with Turkey Alashik. So I tend to believe that he's betting on this happening. That being said, we may be in position to see the best Edgar Berlanga that we've ever seen in his boxing career, right? Now, we know about that Edgar Berlanga who was on that 16-fight knockout streak. We know about that Edgar Berlanga, and we know how excited the boxing space was to embrace, and the Puerto Rican community was embracing Edgar Berlanga, shaking up the space. But he did have some sort of like what we could say like a downward kind of shift all of a sudden as the competition got stiffer. Edgar started having a hard time translating into that boxer that I heard he was in his amateur career. I heard that he was this boxer, that he's this guy who can really box. But when you get on a knockout streak like Edgar Berlanga does, you kind of become this puncher. You're making money. You're getting a lot of notoriety for the things that you're doing in the ring. Things change. But now Edgar Berlanga kind of having this second wind, almost, this new chapter in his career where he's confident again in himself to that point where he's looking for these knockouts, and he believes he can put out these top-notch performances. And sometimes it takes these opportunities, it takes this type of adversity to get the best out of a fighter. And one could clown Edgar Berlanga a little bit for walking around with his chin so high after a Canelo Alvarez loss. But at the same time, I can also understand where Edgar Berlanga could be a very confident fighter in the fact that he was able to go 12 rounds with Canelo Alvarez, get knocked on his pocket, get hit by one of the hardest punchers in that 168-pound division, and be able to weather that and still feel confident that, you know what, another, if we swing the block, if we go around the block and come around, if we spin this block, I think I can give Canelo Alvarez an even better fight, maybe even beat him. Walking around with that type of confidence after going through 12 rounds with Canelo Alvarez could birth a new fight, right? Can birth a new fighter in Edgar Berlanga. And of course, Hamza Shiraz getting this second opportunity, being arguably gifted a draw against Carlos Adames, gets an opportunity as well. But also, this is a big risk for Hamza Shiraz, right? He's betting on himself. Turkey's betting on Hamza Shiraz. Putting him in the ring with somebody like a Edgar Berlanga gives him an opportunity. Yes, having that common opponent with Canelo Alvarez and maybe being able to dispatch of an Edgar Berlanga would make a bigger argument for him to get in a bigger legacy fight against Canelo Alvarez, or the bigger money fight against Canelo Alvarez, but still a huge risk. Never even fighting at 168 pounds before, coming off of a lackluster performance at 160 pounds. I've been weighing out and rolling this fight around in my head, and I could see it just going either way. I really could see it going either way. I could really see Hamza Shiraz putting on this boxing clinic and frustrating Edgar Berlanga, being that I've seen Edgar Berlanga be an emotional fighter who doesn't deal with those with adversity in the correct way, in my opinion, in some moments. In other words, reacting to the adversity with dirty tactics, low blows, biting, just things that are unsportsmanlike. I can see Hamza Shiraz frustrating an Edgar Berlanga, maybe to that point, getting him to that point to where he can become frustrated, and that could be the undoing of Edgar Berlanga. But at the same time, could this Edgar Berlanga be dialed in right now in his camp, understanding that everything is rolling on the back end of this fight, right? Understanding that's what we're looking at, that everything is rolling in on the back end of this fight, because if he loses this fight, where does Edgar Berlanga go from here? What kind of deal does he need to sign? Who does he need to get to working with at this point to get his career back on point? Because he's out in the wind right now. He's not signed to Turkey. He's not signed to Eddie Hearn. I haven't heard any rumors about him doing anything with the PBC, and I don't hear Bob Arum knocking on his door, being that, you know, I don't see what Bob Arum really has to offer him like that. And we all know, I think it's pretty much across the board that we understand that he doesn't really like working with Oscar De La Hoya too much, right? So this fight means everything to Edgar Berlanga. And of course, getting into the conversation of fighting Canelo Alvarez or any of the things that Edgar Berlanga wants for the future of his career, probably Turkey's his best bet. So he's probably going to put the best performance out, even on the back end of a loss, a performance that would warrant Turkey Alashik to jump into Edgar Berlanga business. I think it's going to be real interesting to see what Edgar Berlanga does in how serious he's going to take this fight, and the type of fighter that he's going to be in there with a fighter who's taller than him, has the reach on him, and has the IQ and the power, I believe, to hurt Edgar Berlanga, which is going to be on Hamza Shiraz to show us, right? what he does. What am I looking at here? Push for the fights, Bob. Ukraine Tank need to fight both. Well, they going in on this Tank conversation. They going in on this Tank conversation, man. They're going in on this Tank conversation. Listen, man, it isn't what it is with Tank, guys. We can argue all day, but this conversation happening right now in the chat shows you how much the Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis fight is in demand. It shows you that. Just the conversation happening in the chat shows you it. There's no argument or legitimate argument that could be made to take away the value of this fight. It's either Tank wants to fight or he doesn't want to fight. That's it. It's either Tank wants to fight or he doesn't want to fight at this point. There's nothing else. There's nothing getting in the way of Tank's money. There's nothing getting in. There's no across the street politics here. None of these things are there anymore. This is about whether or not Tank wants to fight or he doesn't want to fight. That's it. And if he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't want to fight, right? But there's no him wanting this fight and not being able to make this fight. That doesn't exist. Okay, Bubs, there he goes. He don't want to fight. There it is. There it is. Let me see here. Now, why don't y'all live, move on? Okay. I hear you, Bubs. Stop pushing the fight. He don't want to fight. Easy. Yo, Clay, he literally can't say that all three should fight. I'm saying Shakur, Key, and Tank all need to fight. Bob acting weird. He can't say their name. Well, Bob's waiting on Bub is waiting on he's waiting on Tank's cue. He's waiting on Tank to communicate what he wants so that he can support what Tank. He wants to support Tank, right? He doesn't have his own personal interest in seeing Tank fight one way or another. He wants to support Tank. So he's not going to make an argument for any fights until Tank says something because he's supporting Tank. And it's kind of weird, but at the same time, there's a little bit of he's a good fan, right? He's a good, it's like a family member, right? A family member will support their family and they don't want to speak for their family because they don't know what they're thinking. So I'm not going to sit out here and say something. And if my family member doesn't do it, now I got to be held to it. I'm going to wait on my family member to move, and then I'll support whatever my family member decides. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Bub says Tank should fight the winner of Shakur and Keish. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Tank ducking Turkey because he doesn't want any smoke, Claymore. Let me see here. Tank ducking Turkey because he doesn't want any more smoke. Last I heard, or last I don't know. Salute Motown 909. Salute. Yeah, it is what it is. Dragonfly Jones in the building. Salute, King. Salute to you, family. Salute. It is what it is, right? I'm actually getting ready to put the link out as well. Kind of dived into some of the topics I wanted to talk about a little bit here. I got some other ones as well. We got obviously a nice undercard coming up on this Edgar Berlanga fight. I'm also very interested in the Subriel Matias Alberto Puello fight. I think 140 needs. I think Alberto Puello may be the. How can I say this the right way? I was gonna say the weakest link, but he's not the weakest link. He's a great fighter, right? A fighter I think is gonna be hard to beat, but he's also a boring fighter. You know what I'm saying? He's also a fighter I don't see. He's not showing me the urge to want to unify. I wanted to see Alberto Puello get back in the ring with a Gary Antoine Russell, and I didn't get to see that, and I'm believing that didn't happen more so because of the Alberto Puello side of the conversation. I'm looking for champions that want to fight other champions. Alberto Puello doesn't seem to be that guy. Subriel Matias is definitely that guy, but he's also a guy who nobody wants to fight without the reward on the back end. In other words, Subriel Matias is not the type of fighter you fight. He's a high-risk, low-reward fighter. You put a belt around his waist, it brings value enough to him so that the Gary Antoines make the fight happen with him, or at least there'll be an argument for the fight to happen between him and Teofimo as far as Subriel's concerned. And a Hitchens will fight, hopefully fight a Subriel Matias with a unification fight on the table and no rehydration clause on the table. So I think this is an interesting fight as well. Big time fight. I think we got David Morrell on the card as well. He's getting ready to fight against an Imam. I can't say this guy's name. Kataz. I can't say his name, right? But a 10-0 undefeated fighter, 9 knockouts. You know, you're looking at David Morrell sitting on 11 wins, 1 loss, 9 knockouts as well. It's going to be a big fight for David Morrell, a comeback fight on the back end of a victory against a puncher like this, an Eastern European. This is a fight that David Morrell can definitely lose. I don't expect him to, but this is a competitive fight, and this is a very Turkey-like fight, right? This is the type of fights that Turkey puts you in. You know what I mean? These are the kind of fights you're going to get. You might not have heard of this Eastern European, but this guy's is a live dog. It's going to be a big fight for David Morrell. We'll see. And, of course, we got 2 PBC fighters on another Turkey card. People will continue to push this narrative out there that the PBC and Turkey are competing, but here you go. See them on the same card again. What's good, T-Bugs? What's good with you, fam? What's good with you, fam? Dragonfly Jones said Matias beats Puello and Hitchens beats Cambosis. I want Matias versus Hitchens. I need that. Yeah, I would expect for Hitchens to win that Cambosis fight. I'm favoring him very much in that fight. The Subriel Matias Alberto Puello fight, I think stylistically is going to be a difficult fight for Subriel Matias. I'm interested in seeing. It's going to take a great Subriel Matias to beat this Alberto Puello. Somebody who uses his distance, uses his movement in the ring, stands behind that jab. Subriel's going to have to find a way to cross that void, and hopefully we get to see what Subriel learned from that Liam Parra loss, giving away too many rounds early and putting himself in a position where he needs a knockout. Against Alberto Puello, you need to win rounds because you can't guarantee yourself a knockout against Alberto Puello. So on the back end of a victory with Alberto Puello, yeah, I think the 140-pound division becomes very interesting. A lot of big fights that could be made there, unification fights. We'll see what happens. Let's see here. AJ Moore, I just went on this haters channel until, hold on, what did he say? I just went on this haters channel until Bub say all 3 need to fight and stop hating on Haney on his channel. Then we can't have a grown man convo. He not on that level yet. Yeah, man. Thank you. Oh, no demal, no mas mal. Oh, no mas mal. You spelled it with like that French and pronounced Katayev. Okay. Imam Katayev. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thanks for the breakdown and the pronunciation too. Definitely. Thanks for that as well. I said it 10 times. You couldn't say it once, and your channel exposed it, Bub. Okay. Yeah, Bub is a real Tank Davis fan. You know what I mean? And respectfully, and then you got those fans out there. The Tank Davis fan space. The fanatics or the fans of Tank are some of the most loyal fans I've seen in the longest time. And I mean, seriously, competitive with Canelo Alvarez. Like, Gervonta Tank Davis is like the urban America Canelo Alvarez. He gets that crazy support no matter what he does. It's okay. Not only is it okay, it's great. If Tank likes it, we love it. Tank fan base doesn't really push for fights. They push for respect to be on Tank's name. That's it. You know what I mean? Aaron Gonzalez, salute to you, King. Who should Vargas Jr. fight next? Woo! Emiliano Vargas, man. Up-and-coming superstar, man. I love watching that kid fight, man. No joke. I love watching that kid fight, man. Listen, man, he has the best of the best around him right now. He's got Top Rank, who's great at developing fighters. He's got a father in Fernando Vargas who's not going to allow him to be moved the wrong way. He has time on his side. He's a young fighter. He doesn't need to jump in the biggest fights, even though you got some of the fighters like Keyshawn Davis, Abdullah Mason, you know, some of these fighters who we also know are generational talents. We want to see these fights with Emiliano Vargas, but he needs to be moved the way he's being moved. I love the way he's being moved, right? The competition definitely has to step up for him. He's spoken on his own behalf to say that he wants to be in title contention this time next year. So he needs to, if they're going to fast track him in some sort of way, for example, we're seeing Abdullah Mason being fast tracked. Activity is going to be the main thing that we need to see from Emiliano Vargas. More activity, 4 to 5 fights a year. You know what I mean? Continue to move him that way. Who does he fight next? I'm not too sure, man, because I know who I would like to see him fight, but I also believe in Top Rank's business model. I like their strategy. I think they're the best at developing fighters. So the next fight is probably going to be, I'd like to see him in the ring with the boxer. I'd like to see him in the ring with a mover. That's what I'd like to see him in the ring with. You know what I mean? I'd like to see him in the ring with a mover, not just somebody who's going to stand in front of him and fight him and give him the opportunities for those knockouts. I think he sold the fan base on the value he brings to the ring, the entertainment value, you know what I mean? As far as his ability to knock people out and the power that he brings up. Now I want to see him challenge a little bit, and I think that challenge is going to be on the back end of a boxer. At 140 pounds, who would check that box for Emiliano Vargas? And probably a veteran too, right? Probably put him in a ring with a veteran of some sort of a gatekeeper. Who could I see him at 140 and it makes sense? I got to think about that. What's your name again in here? Where you at? Aaron Gonzalez. I got to think about it, man. I got to think about it. I don't want to spit some off the hip, man. I got to think about it, man. But definitely a big fan of what Vargas is doing right now. Why'd you put Vargas Jr.? He's not Vargas Jr. Are you talking about Fernando Jr.? Or are you talking about Emiliano? I think Aaron Gonzalez might have bounced. You're not here anymore? All right. We'll leave that alone. Old channels about Devin. Dragon 5, Bud, Dev, Benavidez, Charlo, Gary Russell. Well. Ishmael Barroso? Nah. I mean, it would be a good fight. And I would say technically Antonio MMA, it would push Emiliano Vargas to share a common opponent with the Rolly Romero, who's big right now at 147, sitting on some sort of an interim regular WBA title and being a champion that Ishmael Barroso was in his own right. If you want to give him the respect of beating Rolly Romero and knowing that belt was for a title, it would help push him forward. But I don't know, man. It'd be a good fight, but I don't think it would help. It would develop. It would do nothing on that. It would just be more so selling. I don't know. A great fight, though. Great fight. You know what I mean? Great fight. I like Jackson Marinez, Denzel Horton. That's the kind of fight I'm talking about. A fight like that would make more sense for me for where Emiliano Vargas is right now in his career. Tay-Bug says, Clay, I just want all these boxers to stop trying to protect their O and the best fight the best. It seems as if they're scared to fight each other, or even though they say they're not. There is fear. 100% there's fear about losing the O in American boxing. But I think American boxing is the most important common thread in this. It's a denominator. And I think that's what I always celebrate Turkey Alashik's presence in the boxing space for, because he takes away that whole entire narrative that if you lose your O, you lose your value. With Turkey, you don't lose your value, right? He'll give you that next fight. He'll give you the fights. He'll give you the opportunity to accomplish those goals and acknowledge the fact that with great competition comes the risk of losing. But American boxers have been accustomed to this. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The fighters that we want to see fight, although it's great to see them fight if they would, as far as Tank Davis and Shakur Stevenson and things of that nature, but I think we have to accept the fact that we're probably not. There's a good chance we don't see those fights, and know that the new era fighter, the Bruce Carringtons, the Abdullah Masons, the Keyshawn Davises, right? The Emiliano Vargases, even the Floyd Schofield Jr.s. We can talk about that as well. That's who we got to look forward to being the guys that are going to lead the way into this new era of boxing. And I think we are heading in that direction. You know what I mean? I think we are heading in that direction. I think we're gonna start seeing that out of these new fighters, and we're gonna get to the point to where we got to leave the old fighters alone. We got to leave them alone to their mentality, to the way they think. To the way they think things go, to the way they've become accustomed to competing, and we have to just get used to that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Ray, to Ray Davis. How you, Kane?
I'm chilling. Killers.
Chilling. Killers. Shout out to Two-Tone.
Yeah, shout out to Two-Tone, man. I was over there yesterday. He over there being funny, man, as usual.
Nah, Two-Tone is a radio personality at his heart. In his heart of hearts, he's a radio personality, right?
He is.
It's what it is. Salute to the Queen in the building. Yeah, man. people talking about this whole entire Turkey Alashik putting out the olive branch potentially to Tank Davis with this whole collaboration happening between Ring Magazine and Upton Gym and what that might mean. I personally think they might be reading into it a little bit. I'm not there yet where a lot of people are. I'm not there yet. Where are you at on
it? I'm okay with it, man. Like I think it should. You talking about the
well, yeah. What I'm saying is
because I missed some of that.
What do you? What I'm saying is, you know, what I'm talking about. First of all, you know about that trailer with Calvin Ford and Upton Gym and
yeah, definitely.
So what I'm saying is, where are you at as far as what are you reading into it? What do you read out of that? What do you get out of that?
First, look, it can only be two things, right? First of all, Calvin Ford supporting the GTD shirt is either doing it in sponsorship of his gym or he's doing it because he's representing Tank Davis. If he's representing Tank Davis, means that there's a communication barrier between him. I'm sorry, no communication barrier, between him and Turkey and Gervonta Davis. That means that there are some words being slighted. We all know that Gervonta one has said that the money is everything. Like they want the money, they're fighting for the money, they're fighting for the prize. So what better way to go and fight for the prize than over there with Turkey? The PBC hasn't been able to provide such a prize. Gervonta believes that he's worth 30, 40 million a fight. And that's the only way it's going to happen if he goes over there with Turkey. We're going to get this guarantee. Turkey's just not going to have a 1-fight deal. He'll probably offer him a 3-fight deal. I'm on record of saying I think he signs him to a lucrative deal, 3 fights. Probably pulling Loma back in the ring because Loma will probably fight for the bag as well for a mega fight after the Shakur fight, because you heard what Eddie said, or Zepeda. He said he wants he wants Eddie to go get Tank and bring him to the ring. So basically he's saying that he's going to make this fight happen.
Mm-hmm.
In that, on the cusp of what he said, that video, that says a lot, man. That says that there's some talks going on. Not to mention, Tank's in an interview stating that he had multiple conversations with Turkey, whether it be him or his team. There's been multiple conversations. That's besides the whole Devin conversation. You know what I mean? Because he did mention Devin. He goes, yeah, but we talked multiple times. So that means that there were other discussions about other fights, possibly Shakur Stevenson, which we know that was something on the possibility of Eddie talking about is going to get done if he has to. So at the end of the day, man, I think it's a promise in the right direction. I think it's a way to steal Gervonta from the Jake Paul fight, which is fake, by the way, according to sources. It's not real, and I don't believe so because I sent you in a private chat. I sent you a link that says it. Gervonta has said it himself that he's going to fight Jake Paul. He said it himself that he would like to fight Jake Paul. He mentioned it before the fight with homeboy, with Lamont. So with that all being said, why not this be a real thing? Why wasn't this a real thing? Jake Paul's on record of saying it. Tank then responded, the guy was in my locker room. Jake was the guy in the locker room. Jake was the guy who put it out there. Yeah, I was going to fight Tank. We were going to announce it. So with all these facts and evidence and things of that nature, we're still, somebody's lying because somebody's throwing smoke and mirrors out just to give you the signature idea that Gervonta was not going to fight Jake Paul because of size difference. I don't care, man. It was an exhibition fight anyway, right? They weren't going to sanction the fight professionally. So, of course, he was going to fight him. And it was for the bag. And what better way to leverage the bag with Turkey to go do the same thing Canelo did? I mean, this is not the first Gervonta has done that.
So do you think that Gervonta was going to, he's like considering like legitimately fighting Jake Paul? Like, do you think that was going to happen? Like, to get
this is what Gervonta said, right? If he comes down to 190, he can make it to 175, which we all seen Tank at 175 walk around, right? He said it. Yeah, back when he was with Adrian Broner, he was on his bad days. We seen a heavy Tank. We seen a chubby Tank or whatever you want to call it. He was at 170, 175. So with that being said, that means that Tank can make the weight or come close to that. And I doubt he's going to fight him at 147 and fight a 190 pounder. That doesn't make sense, especially when you're 5'5", and you're going to fight somebody that's over 6 foot. Yeah, you got to put on the weight. You're going to have to put on some muscle. But in all reality, I think what Tank's idea is just to pull Canelo card, try to get the bag, secure it, because Tank wouldn't even go up to fight Conor Ben. You know what I mean? He did the same math to pull him away from the Devin Haney fight. Them guys working together was what it was. It was just I think it's a choice of, I need to get this money from Turkey. I need to make this happen, and I think we need to make it go the way we want it to go, so we can get the secure bag to fight Shakur. Maybe get Loma in the ring, and maybe we get TEO or Pitbull in the rematch at the final fight of that deal, or maybe even Ryan. They're not getting Devin. They're not going to fight Devin. They already made it clear.
Yeah, I mean, they made it clear to me that they're not going to fight a lot of people. Listen, man, one thing I know is we don't know, and nobody knows, and I think that's the most important thing. Is at this point just seeing how impulsive and sporadic it's been with the news, and I always want to emphasize that Tank doesn't communicate to the space. He doesn't do the interviews. He doesn't do too much. He doesn't give away too much in social media spaces as far as what he's going to do. Anything we're hearing now, so, you hear something from Jake Paul or some inside sources who've seen him conversate. You'll see Tank from time to time, usually right around the fights. That's when he'll give the media some attention, and he'll communicate things and leave this area of for speculation, this gray area for speculation, right? Hold on, let's put that here. This area of speculation. Shout out to Big Herm in the building, man. I appreciate you, family. Said Tank is a feline scared of Dev, Shakur, and Keyshawn. It's hard to defend. It's hard to defend Tank, man. When people like what's being said right there, man, I can't even be mad at it. I can't be mad at him, bro. Right? Like these fights at this point, these fights aren't happening with Gervonta because Gervonta don't want the fights to happen. Period. At a minimum. And I don't get into it too much where I'm pointing fingers and I'm saying that this guy's scared or that he's, I'm not going to say that, right? I got my own personal opinion. I try to keep it to myself because this is a personal opinion, and I don't want to make it look like I'm hating on one thing or that I'm enabling or you're making excuses for anybody on another thing. But I can speak directly to it as far as what's right in front of our face, which is that everything around Tank is pushing for a fight to happen with Tank and a Shakur and a Keyshawn.
Yep. Yep.
The only thing, the common denominator, and the thing that's not pulling the trigger on it or coming to the table and saying, or even willing to negotiate, is Gervonta.
And salute her, Rich. I know you got some insight.
You know what I mean?
Salute, matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't her Rich? Shout out to her, Rich. I don't want to misquote you, but did you say it was about to happen? Like
he thought it was,
right? And you're with the team. I'm not saying you with the camp. You with the team. You basically in the camp.
Well, so, I mean, we know that he has access. At a minimum, he has access to him on a what's the word I'm looking for? On a association. There's an association and access to the information that he has.
Right. Like somebody that's right there in the room, basically, or right outside the door of the room, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah, and there it is. He says if it don't happen after the Zepeda match or Lamont, I don't know, man. Exactly. And I think that's the main thing, Rich, is we don't know, man. And the fans, man, bro, you guys have chosen to be a fan of a fighter to the wheels roll off, which I can respect, right? But it doesn't pan out well for you guys. It doesn't age well. A lot of these takes and a lot of these different narratives that you guys have been pushing, they're not aging well. They're just not aging well. You know what I mean? Belly hanging on his pants at 175. Crazy Ant McQueen, diabolical Ant McQueen.
Yo, he was. I don't know. He was doing the dance with Hitchens and AB in the parking lot. That tight ass black turtleneck.
Hey, bro. Listen, man. But look, the fight is a fight that I think most people want to see. I know I want to see it. Turkey Alashik, once again, I think the pressure goes up on Tank. Again, here he goes with the scrutiny. You're going to see the boxing fans, the Tank Davis fans jump and start attacking and saying that you're attacking, you're being a hater. Right. But here goes the pressure again. The fight that people want to see at 135 is Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis, period. I don't know anybody, even the people the biggest Tank fans, some of them like Bubs will sit here and say, he doesn't care to see the fight, but most of them I think that I've seen have wanted to see the fight. Their narrative has normally been that Shakur Stevenson is the reason the fight isn't happening, right? Like, we want to see the fight, but Shakur's the one who jumped into that. Go ahead.
Can we just say we've seen this for 3 years, and we've seen this whole audience with Devin and Tank when they said Devin has to make weight or Devin has to send a contract, Devin has to make numbers, Devin had, and then they just switched places. They literally just removed Devin and just put Shakur in place, and the same thing has come back to that situation. The fans want to see the fight. Rick Timms is a big Tank fan. He's also a Bud fan, but he wants to see the fight, right? He wanted to see the fight with Dev. He wanted to see the fight with Shakur, because he wants the best to fight the best. And if you're the best in that arena, and this is what it takes to get it done, then let's get it done. If it doesn't, it doesn't. To all B's, like, do I think Keyshawn deserves a shot? Yeah, but do I think his number, he's ranked higher for this shot, in my opinion, than Shakur for the shot, for the bag? No. I think Shakur deserves it. I think Shakur's been on the collision course with Tank since he entered out of the Olympics on Top Rank when he had his first premier fight. That's the first thing they mentioned. Matter of fact, I think Shakur mentioned something like that. You know what I mean? One day he liked to get in. He was very nice about it then. One day I like to get in the ring with Gervonta Davis. He's an excellent fighter. I remember that. That was what, 2018, 2017? So where are we? 16, I think. But what I'm saying is, it was 17, my bad. But anyway, what I'm saying is, this has been a collision course for a long time. But yet we have too many people that come in here and they want to support their thoughts, like their opinions. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, the Tank didn't say that. Tank said this, and I think Tank gonna do this, and Tank gonna do that. And where y'all see this at? And when we sit there and we try to tell people that,
we got 48 people, 49 people in the building, close to 50 people in the building. Thank you for supporting the channel, man, coming out here and building with us. Take a moment to make sure you hit the like button if you haven't done it yet. And obviously, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. But yeah, Ray, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and I respect their thoughts, Clay. It's not that I don't like the fact that they're trying to push their thoughts. Respecting things and accepting things are two different things. You know what I mean? You're entitled to be a fan base and root for your guy. You know what I mean? No pun intended. But at the end of the day, you have to be realistic. The truth has to be there. You know what I mean? If you're not going to be truthful with yourself, who are you going to be truthful to? Because once you start panning this off to the people that want to hear it, you know what I mean? The zombies, I call them the zombies of the world, because they just like to hear what you're saying because it sounds right. And you're going to sit there and be like, they can be like, yeah, I don't care. The man just jumped off a building. He could beat up anybody. Oh, yeah, he jumped off a building. Yeah, he just punched a train and stopped it. Oh, yeah, he did it, right? But that guy that they want to see him fight, yeah, he'll beat the dog meat out of him. Then make the fight happen. If you think he can beat him, make the fight happen. And that's it. End of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree with you, man. I think there's a story behind Shakur and Tank that's 100% there. Everybody knows the reason for the fight, the competitive nature of the fight, and what they want to see the best. And I always refer back to Calvin Ford saying that, there's these buttons that he needs to be pushed on Tank that's going to bring the best out of Tank, that he knows he's seen for himself in the gym. And he's seen Tank be this kind of fighter, but he knows the fan base hasn't seen this, right? Shakur's a guy who could probably push those buttons, and that's the fight that the boxing space wants to see happen. But like I said, Turkey Alashik made it clear at that press conference by calling in and letting the world know what his intentions are and what's on the back end of this fight, of this Williams Zepeda fight for Shakur, of the proper victory. He plans on pushing for this Tank Davis fight to happen. Again, where are we at with it as far as Tank? Where are we? Is Tank still looking? Is Tank looking to make this fight at all? Are the fans, especially the Tank fans, going to be willing, in the spirit of good boxing, push back at the whole energy of Tank Davis fighting a Jake Paul or fighting anybody but a Shakur Stevenson? And I'm not talking about pushback at us for reporting the news that's out there. I'm talking about pushback at your fighter to make a statement. Speak to this. Speak to this, man. At least deny the Jake Paul fight. At least come out and say that fight is nonsense. That fight wasn't going to happen. That's like, speak to something. Put some perspective for the space to be able to, something tangible for the space to hold on to still have a little bit of optimism about your future in the boxing space. And that intertwining with fighting Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn Davis and Teofimo Lopez, great fights that the boxing space wants to see you do, right? That they want to see you be involved in.
And the craziest part is, Clay, that we hear, like you said, what Calvin said, right? We seen Tank push to his limits, and he got so comfortable in fighting the way he fights. It didn't look great with Lamont Roach, right, for him. So this is what Calvin was talking about. So now we're here in a situation where now he has to bounce back if this fight has now been announced for, was it August, whatever?
August 16th seems to be the date.
Right. So it's been announced. So now with that being announced, this is the time for Tank to really had those buttons pushed. This is the time for him to show us what he's made of. You know what I mean? To see his different things that we know he has, his different styles and
different wrinkles to his game, right?
Right. So this is it. So if we don't see it, then it's the same old Tank. That means he hasn't made adjustments, and that means he's not taking boxing seriously, as he said. He's focused on his mental health. He's focused on his way out. You know what I mean? He's got that foot out the door, like everybody's been alluding to. So hopefully that's not the case. You know what I mean? Hopefully we get the Shakur fight. I think Turkey's going to find a way to get Loma in the ring with Tank. If he does get Turkey on a 3-fight deal, I think he'll find a way to get Shakur in the ring. If Shakur somehow does beat Zepeda, and I think we'll find another fighter on the end of that spectrum. Like I said, it could be 1 of 3 fighters, 1 of 4, possibly. I don't see Devin, and I don't see really TEO as Ryan, but I do see a chance at TEO or homeboy a rematch with Pitbull, as long as Pitbull gets through his next 2 fights.
Yeah. Shout out to Tay Bug, said Claymore Rain, do you agree that Shakur will need to go up to another weight class to make himself relevant again? Listen, man, I've said this a long time ago that Shakur may need to go up to 140. I said that just based off the relationship that he had with Eddie Hearn, to say that Eddie Hearn can provide a lot more opportunity for Shakur at 140 than he can at 135. But Shakur made it clear that he's a 135-pound fighter, that, that's where he's natural, that's where he wants to be. And, what can you say to that, right? Does his opportunities come out at 140 to become relevant? Wow. I think his biggest fights may be at 140. I'm not going to lie to you. I think his biggest fights may be at 140. I think a Teofimo fight is a big fight. I think him fighting any of the champions, a Gary Antoine Russell, huge fight. A Sabril Matias, huge fight. Even fighting an Abdullah Mason to be a bigger fight at 140. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion. 135, he has a handful of fights. Like I happen to think like a fight between him and, let's say, Andy Cruz. I think that's a great fight. I think there's certain fights you can put together at 135 for him that could be great fights. But Shakur's definitely, with those hands, I just feel like Shakur's expiration date has moved in a way to where his fights need to be significant. And I think when we're talking about significant fights, those fights are probably at 140. That's where I'm at with it. I know there's a little bit of a narrative moving around right now as far as people saying that, is he going to get iced out of 135 to the point where he's going to have to go up to 140? My big fear is, listen, between him and Keyshawn Davis, I don't like the idea of those guys being in the same division and just refusing to fight each other like that. I like the idea of them. It's kind of like the Charlos. Don't be in the same division with that mentality. Move. One guy going one division, one guy moving another division. I think Keyshawn is a bigger fighter naturally than Shakur Stevenson and has more room to move up. I can see Keyshawn Davis going up as high as 147. Who knows if 154 could be on the radar for him? But 147, 140, I think he can make those weight classes comfortably. I'd like to see Keyshawn move up to 140. But at the same time, I understand where you're coming from, what you're saying here. I think there's an argument there for that, T-Bugs. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think there is an argument there to say that at 140 weight class is a weight class that he needs to consider at least competing on, maybe going up and down. I don't know. How you looking at it?
Clay, I had to take a call again. It was unimportant too. I'm kind of upset about that.
But what do you think about what's on the screen?
Where we at? Oh, Claymore, do you agree Shakur will need to move up in weight class to make himself? No, absolutely not. I'm gonna say why. I think Shakur moving up in weight is basically. I mean, he'll get the fights. I can say he's in a boot. Yes and no. I think he's in a boot situation where the fights are paying out for him at 140. But and I just seen that I froze on the screen. But yeah, I think the fights are paying out for him at 140. But I think at the same time, he wants to unify 135. The guy came from 126, 130, 135. So he wants to unify all the belts. You know what I mean? It's a dream of his to do so.
Oh, Shakur?
Yeah. He wants to be undisputed at 135. Why am I freezing up?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he said he wanted to be 130. He said he wanted undisputed multiple times.
He said that before, but lately I've seen him say that he doesn't care about the belts anymore. I've seen him say
he doesn't care. You know what I mean? He got the bag, right? He got the bag. He doesn't care. Then go for it. I think he'll get more fights. He'll get more action. He'll get more quality fights with bigger names than just fighting Yoshinos and Artunians and those guys. You know what I mean? And Padleys. But I mean, hey, whatever works for him, man. I think it'll work then. And in that case, yes, he should move up.
Yeah, I agree. I think if he's not going for the legacy, if he's not trying to unify and become undisputed, then wherever the big fight is probably where we're going to see Shakur Stevenson be. And we've heard Shakur. I mean, listen, what do you think the Conor Ben conversation came from, right? Like that was him letting it be known that I'm here for the biggest fights, the biggest opportunities to make money, in my opinion, right? Which in his mind, which I think he's correct in thinking, is by making the biggest competitive fights. And he's getting to a point now, I think, to where he's accepting the fact that his division doesn't offer that. It offers that in the sense of on paper, but it doesn't offer that in the sense of willingness. You know what I'm saying? In the sense of people willing to fight him, he's having a hard time at 135. It's been, I mean, to say it's been an uphill battle for Shakur Stevenson at 135 pounds is probably an understatement, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, not to mention that most of the 135 pounders are top rank. If I'm not mistaken, and the other half is at PBC. So him not breaking bread with PBC has been challenging for him in his way of him moving forward. And on the other end of the scale, Top Rank probably don't want to really do much business with him based on the way he left him and was trashing him before he left him because he didn't get the money that he wanted from Top Rank with Bob. He thought he was being mistreated, mishandled. So him publicly stating those things probably put him in a bad position for 135. 140 opens up doors because I don't think the division is like a glamour division, but the fact that the fights are there, people allow their champions and their fighters to go after the big name like Shakur because it brings attention to the division. So I think that catalyzes what's going to happen. What's different.
Yeah, I agree. I think, and I also believe that the big fights, I think 140 is a legitimate argument for Shakur Stevenson. I do feel like the Keyshawn Davis Shakur Stevenson situation is just unfortunate.
Yeah.
You know, I respect their choice and their relationship as far as that brotherly relationship they have and where they stand on this topic. But I do think it's very inconvenient for these guys to be in the same division. And that's the one thing I don't like about Shakur moving up to 140 is that I know Keyshawn is legitimately heading there, right? I believe at least he's legitimately heading there. I don't see Keyshawn hanging out in a division chasing around Tank Davis or chasing around a Raymond Moratala, who's just like an interim champion, Lomachenko, who's inactive and, you know, that back injury. You're not hearing no positive stuff coming from that camp. You know, he's ready to become a superstar himself. And those the same fights that are there at 140 for Shakur Stevenson are there for Keyshawn Davis. So it just becomes a weird type of situation to where I do want to see Shakur up there, but at the same exact time, not with that mentality of not wanting to fight Keyshawn. Because it just gets in the way for me. It just gets in the way, and it becomes a conversation. Like even here in the chat right here, you see Bubs bring up, I want to see Keyshawn fight Shakur. If you see Shakur go up there and Keyshawn go up there again, we're back at the same damn conversations again. We want to see these guys fight each other. We want to see these guys fight each other knowing that we're never going to see them fight each other. I don't know. It's just annoying.
And That's the weirdest thing either way. When somebody says they're not doing something, unless the bag is right, there's no need to keep pushing on it. I mean, putting your foot on the gas. I mean, I get it, though. You want to see the best fight the best.
And I'll be honest, even the bag being right, they kind of push back at it. Like they give a number that's so ridiculous to where it's like they just, you know what I mean? It's not even about the bag anymore.
But I'm gonna agree with Bubs on this one though. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you want to see the best fights the best, right? Those two are happen to be best in the division. If we want to see Tank and Shakur so bad, then we should see those two as well, because I mean they are two of the best fighters in the division, right? So we want to eliminate those aspects and move people out the way. My problem is Tank has been on the radar of Shakur on the radar of Tank for a longer time, and I think us moving Keyshawn into the forefront of ahead of Tank is just ridiculous. That's all.
Yeah, man. Yeah, see, there you go, TTB. That's what I was saying.
I got you. I'm with you.
Yeah. He needs to get the Zepeda fight, but now Zepeda ain't. Yeah, I know. And then we're gonna jump into that conversation too, as far as Terrence and Canelo is concerned, because boy, has it changed over in the space. Wow. Terrence has always said these kind of things, right? Like they're gonna find a way to take away the credibility. They're gonna try to take a shot at him, and they're gonna try to make it. So now the new narrative is Terrence is probably gonna win. That he may even go into this fight as a favorite on the Vegas odds, that he may be even going in as a favorite, but this off the strength of Canelo Alvarez being aged out, too old, not the version of himself. You know what I'm saying? That they want. So now they're already predicting a victory. A lot of people are changing their minds and saying that there's going to be this victory, but now it's based off of Canelo Alvarez is too old, even though Crawford is legitimately older than Canelo Alvarez. But I get it as far as like, the amount of fights that Canelo's been in boxing years. He's older than Terrence Crawford, right? In boxing years, as far as what he's accomplished in this space. But now they're going to take away credit from a month ago, Terrence couldn't beat Canelo. This was the dumbest fight. Terrence can't compete. They make weight classes for a reason, right? This fight cannot be competitive. Now it's beyond that. Now it's Terrence is probably going to win, but it's because Canelo Alvarez is old. What do you think about that?
I think that's ridiculous. Yeah, you know what? Canelo is old in boxing years, right? Like dog years. Canelo's like 175 years old. That man got almost 80 fights or 70 fights on his belt, man. So yeah, for experience purposes, he's old. But at the end of the day, let's keep it 100. Peace, Queen. Peace, Mazuma too. I miss Mark, man. I ain't get to say salute Mark.
Salute, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Regardless of him being in that situation, Clay, or not, we still have. I know my dog is starting to bark. Regardless of him being in that situation or not, we still got Bud, who's just a skilled fighter, and he's older. I think when you take care of yourself and you handle yourself as you increase in age and things of that nature, and you stay busy with certain things while you're in the ring and you're training, it helps. Maybe him fighting once a year is good for him instead of fighting twice a year when you got a guy who had a bum knee and a guy, thanks to Ian McQueen for pointing that out, by the way, a guy who's been fighting 70 fights in his career almost. He was 3 fights away from 70. 3 fights. So Canelo's been fighting for a long time. Right. Sometimes the joints don't move. It ain't your age of you physically, it's your joints. But on the other hand, he also adapted a style that worked for him in winning. And when he adapted that style, that is where he loses to the fans, because when they see him against somebody that moves, he doesn't look good. And Bud can not only move, but Bud can box from the outside, and Bud can mix it up. So Bud can he picks out your weaknesses and he exploits them. And I think Bud and his team are going to do so. So, I mean, it is what it is. Now, can he crack Bud and hurt Bud? Absolutely. He's still Canelo Alvarez. You know what I mean? And that's where people really are starting. In my mindset, that's where people get it twisted, Clay. They're thinking, oh, because he's old, Canelo, Bud's picking on the old guy. Bud's older. So that's not an excuse. But the point is, Canelo also is able to crack Bud, which we all know, and they can hurt him. So let's see how the fight plays out. Like I said, you got the king of boxing versus the king of pound for pound of boxing going at it. Let's see what happens. You know what I mean? Let's see what's going on. Let it live up to its hype.
Yeah. You know, however the fight goes, man, credit to the victor. You know what I'm saying? No excuses. And I think that's what it comes down to, right? So when you start hearing these conversations about now Terrence is going to beat up an old Canelo Alvarez, it's just like the space will never give credit. And that's why the American boxer, in my opinion, has lost all loyalty to the American boxing fans. They don't care no more. That's where you'll get that performance from Devin Haney, right? That's where you'll get that performance from I'll say Ryan Garcia even, right? Or you'll get these performances to where it's just like, I don't care about what they say. I'm trying to get a victory, or I'm trying to protect myself from looking bad, or I don't want to get stopped, or all these things become the priority because they know that this fan base only respects one thing. That's O's, that's knockouts, that's a certain thing that if you don't fall into that category, they're never going to respect you. So Shakur Stevenson sits there and goes, I don't care, F the fans. Terrence Crawford goes, F the fans, right? Devin Haney goes, F the fans. That's what you get, right? That's the product of what happens when you start throwing shots at these fights and you start making excuses. Tank Davis don't want to make a fight with Devin or Shakur because they're going to be moving around too much, and we don't want to see that. You know what I mean? All these different excuses that kind of get laid out there that hurt the American boxing culture. Now Shakur Stevenson, getting ready to fight William Zepeda. We'll see, right? On the back end of a victory against William Zepeda, is it going to be that William Zepeda wasn't on Shakur's level and should never been in there with him? That he wasn't even that good of a fighter? That he's not even, is it going to be another excuse? We'll see. I shout out to Everything Boxing who made that statement in there. That makes sense, man. They're gonna throw the shots, man, no matter what. You know what I mean? Shout out to Ross Clott said, for me, whoever wins gets credit. These are two guys on a pound for pound list fighting each other regardless of the weight disparity. 100%. 100%. Whoever wins this fight deserves the accolades that come with the victory. The historical, monumental value that this fight brings to a space of fighters that where the best don't want to fight the best, where the best aren't fighting the best. To get a fight like this between Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, it should be celebrated. And it's not consistent. Because like people were trying to say that this was a joke, this wasn't a great fight, that Terrence Crawford is not even competitive. He hasn't even competed at 168 before. He won't even take a tune-up fight. This fight's gonna be a blowout. That was where the value was thrown away. Now the value is the conversation is going the other way, which is Canelo's getting old. You know what I mean? Got one foot out the door. Of course, Terrence Crawford. I mean, you can't win with these guys, right? You can't win with these fans. You can't do it. Let me see here. Let me see. I saw something here I wanted to put up here. He's standing on business. Yeah, okay. I would try to catch Tank. Oh man, we got some messy stuff going on in the chat. Clay, I want to say something about what you said earlier. Is Shakur going to push the buttons to bring out the tech in Tank, the best in Tank? So the best in Tank for us to see is Tank cutting off the ring and chasing. Shakur doesn't run. I think that's one of the biggest hype job narratives that I've seen painted out here, bro. He had a fight with Edwin De Los Santos where he had an injury and he moved around and he got out the way. And I'll say he ran that fight. Let's just say he ran in that fight, right? Well, obviously we know he didn't run with Josh Padley. He didn't run away from Haratunian either. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't run. And I'm telling you, I don't think that's the kind of fight you're going to see from Shakur Stevenson against Tank Davis. I think that is a big misconception. But I would argue a damn lie. And I say a damn lie because I think people know that it's some nonsense. People know that's not what Shakur does. Shakur don't do what Devin did against Jose Ramirez. That's not how he fights. You know what I mean? Is he gonna just take punishment? No. He's gonna hit and try not to get hit. But he's gonna stand in there. And he's very good at hitting and not getting hit in the pocket, like Floyd used to do. That's why they compare him to Floyd. Right? That's why they're trying to compare him to Floyd because he brings that to the table. But look, man, if the man's hands are hurt, he's gonna fight like his hands are hurt. So He's gonna protect himself at all times. You know what I mean? But this idea that he just runs, nah, bro. Nah, bro. He doesn't run. What do you think about that? Does he run?
I mean, you can bring up a couple of fights where it does look like he earlier on stayed away to wear the fighter out, such as Devin did. But he engaged in his beat once the fighters got worn out, and he went to the body and hurt these guys. Oscar Valdez, what's the dude name?
He ran from Oscar Valdez?
At the beginning of the fight, he was definitely keeping his distance. He was peppering them from the distance, and he would move around the ring a lot. And then when he started hurting Valdez to the body, he definitely increased his punch volume on Valdez. Absolutely. I think he knocked him, I think probably third or fourth round, he got the knockdown with a nice clean shot. But for the most part, he was staying away from Oscar Valdez's power. Absolutely. I don't think he did the same thing he did as De Los Santos. No. That's far and little to be said the same. But with Nakathila, he kind of had a similar fight that he did.
Yes, that one.
Right. So for the most part, he's a rangefinder. And what that means is I think he does keep his distance, but he stays clear, but then moves in when he needs to, and he attacks. And he's not a person that's going to run out of the pocket. No, not all. I've never seen him run out the pocket. But he has been on his bicycle from time to time. When he gets hit with something powerful, I think Artunian hit him once, and he kind of backed off too and went back a little bit. But he said he hurt his hand that fight, so it could have been the purpose of it. When his grandfather was also asking him to stop it. This Clay, I don't know. I don't want to say Shakur. I don't think he's a runner. I just think it's boxing. Bottom line, I think it's boxing. I think people are not accustomed to seeing what the great boxers did from yesterday years, where they were able to stay in the pocket or stay able to stay at distance and be able to close out, attack, and be able to keep their distance where they're not getting hit to be hit, not be hit, right? So they're all used to this knockout, exciting two-punch, one combination type fighting, which is a scrap in the streets, not a scrap in the ring. And I think that's how they see these things. And I don't think they appreciate what boxing is. Footwork, managing distance, being able to counter, being able to punch at will and connect at high volumes. Those are the things I think Shakur brings to the table. And I think we'll find out when he fights Zepeda if he runs or not. That's where I'm going to leave it.
Yeah, I don't look at what Shakur does as running at all. I'll give the Edwin De Los Santos, you know, that was a hurt Shakur, obviously, who's doing everything in his power not to engage. And I'll even give the Nakathila, you know what I'm saying? But no, I don't think the Oscar Valdez fight was him running at all. I think keeping a distance, establishing distance, and working behind that jab is not running. You know what I mean? Devin ran, in my opinion, against Jose Ramirez, but that's not how Devin fights normally. He doesn't fight like that.
I agree.
He establishes a distance. Yes, he stays behind the jab. Yes. Does he move? Yes, he moves, but he doesn't run. I feel like what he did against Jose Ramirez was very, very. I think it was running. You know what I mean? A lot of it. It was cautious. There was points where he was completely. It is what it is, right? But Shakur doesn't. A Shakur and Tank fan, a Shakur in a Tank fight doesn't look like that to me.
No,
it doesn't. No. It's not Shakur running and Tank trying to chase him down and having to cut off the ring. That's not what I don't believe. That's what it's going to be.
Right. I agree. Listen, I agree with that. That's why I said it depends on how you break down the fights. It doesn't mean that, like I said, I'm not going to call him a runner. I'm not going to say that. I said there were cases where you've seen him on his back foot. You've seen him moving. Remember too, Shakur is not really flexible person per se. Like when he's defensively using his skill set to bend at the waist to pause and to make like counters inside the pocket like that, he usually has good shoulder and head movement. So being that he has that, a lot of people are always targeting the head. They never target Shakur's body because Shakur, he bounces back, he'll jump back, and then he'll, move back into engage. So I think that's where the misconception is with Shakur. A lot of people get Shakur this ability of him being a super agility fighter. I don't want to use the word agility. I think he's a little stiff, but I think he uses that to his ability because he has so much more deception into the fights. Like he can make somebody miss without having to be a Devin Haney or who else is very like like a Floyd with those type of movements. Absolutely. But you know what I mean, at the end of the day, you know, we all there, man. I agree with you.
Yep. Shout out Eric J in the building. I don't think I've ever seen you, Eric J. Salute, man. Good to see you here though. I can't say Devin was running and he landed more punches than Ramirez, Rolly, and Ryan. He was running, man. I'm sorry. You know what I mean?
He kept it safe. You want to call running? You want to call keep it safe? You want to call whatever he did? He like I said, he run the track meet that day. He definitely won the track meet, gold medal.
I think I'm gonna call it running, because he was very, and listen, man, I'm respectfully, like I know, like I said, Devin doesn't fight that way, in my opinion. The way he fought against Jose Ramirez isn't the way Devin fights, and that's why it becomes running. It becomes running because he was doing something that he doesn't normally do, and he was doing it in the spirit of, it looks like, not getting hit. And coming off of a fight with Ryan Garcia, where every time he got hit, he was getting hurt, it starts to look like running now. When you combine everything together and you start to say what fueled this strategy, this new strategy that we didn't see, when you hear Shane Mosley with hindsight looking at it and speaking in real time and saying, we didn't work on that. That's not what the hell we were supposed to be doing in that fight. That's not what I thought was going to come and was going to happen in this fight. I talked to people from Devin Haney's team the day before that fight. I was in the city and having dinner with Devin Haney, with people from Devin Haney's team. A lot of them were predicting a stop. A lot of them were like, don't be shocked if Devin don't stop this dude. The way Devin looking like in camp, man, I'm telling you, bro, this Devin right here. A lot of people were talking like that. Shane said it. He didn't do that night in that ring. He didn't even go for it. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to do it. He didn't even go for it. Why? There's some PTSD there. There's some things going on there that he has to, there's some demons that he's fighting, and I'm confident that he will defeat those demons, and we will see him return in rare form. I think all the training and all of the things he's going through, the separation, going to Big Bear and leaving his Lambo and his Benz and even though he had his Benz in the city, he had that damn bar. Anyway, it is what it is. But leaving those things to go to Big Bear, and I think those things will manifest eventually into something great. You know what I mean? But what he did that night was a reaction. There was some PTSD. There was some things going on from whatever he experienced at Ryan Garcia fight that made him more tentative than his own team thought he was going to be. His own team admitted. Now, Bill's on a campaign right now, on a media campaign, saying that was his game plan. That Devin wasn't doing nothing but executing the game plan that Bill had out there for him. That, you know, once again, Bill is good at doing this, right? Taking away the blame. He'll take the blame. He'll take the shots for Devin. He'll put himself in the way of it and say, it wasn't Devin, it was me. I'm the one who deserves the shots. It was, and Devin executed my plan to the T, and this is what he does. Is one of the things that Devin brings to the table is his coachability, his ability to stick to the game plan, not deviate from the game plan, and do what I tell him to do. This is what makes him a powerful fighter. I agree with Bill on that. I think that Devin's ability to follow instructions and to follow a game plan is what makes him. It's one of those intangible attributes that he has that separate him from a lot of fighters of the game. Whereas a Ryan Garcia, for example, or even a Conor Ben, or you can go down a list of fighters who have even an Errol Spence, like fighters who have notoriously had to be scolded in the corner. You know what I mean? We've been scolded, like, what are you doing? What are we doing? You know what I mean? You've seen Bozy go through with Boots. You've seen, you know, trainers go through with a lot of these fighters. Schofield, you know what I'm saying? Junior going through it. And Devin is one of those disciplined fighters who will follow a game plan and not deviate from the instruction his trainer tells him, which is Bill Haney. But maybe both of them had a little PTSD in the ring that night. I don't know.
And if that's the case, Clay, and on another note, right? Let's just say that is what Bill told him, right? The Bill told him, hey, man, go out there, secure the bag. Do whatever you do whatever you got to do not to get hit and win this fight. I mean, if that's the case, then that's why he fought that way, right? If that's what Bill's saying.
Right. I'm saying I'm
okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Right. And I think I get where you're coming from to say that maybe it's not necessarily the PTSD as much as we think it is, as much as it is. But I'm going to tell you right now, if Bill's game plan was for that to happen, that was an overprotective. That was the father in Bill having his own PTSD that he was dealing with. We're putting out a strategy like that when you have a Shane Mosley in the camp and you have all these different elements that are. I'm telling you, the team, a lot of the team was expecting a potential stoppage by Devin.
Right. I believe that.
Now, watching that fight, do you think Devin was trying to stop Jose Ramirez at all in that fight? That he planned on trying to stop it?
I think you had points where it looked like he was just trying to hit him and hurt him. It looked like there were some combinations that landed because he never threw like a really he didn't lead with the jab that fight, right? Because they were expecting it. Robert Garcia was expecting it. Bill pointed that out. We knew he was going to come in looking for the jab and fight Devin that way. So what we did was we set up the fight this way, and we were catching with combinations, which he did, and a lot of power shots. He hurt Ramirez quite a few times. Why didn't he step on the gas afterward? That's on Devin.
That's where the stop comes
right.
from.
That's on Devin and Bill, and why they didn't do that. So that's where I can understand the PTSD, but scenario. But again, if
as
Bill says that,
those PTSD as a father and son relationship, it's kind of like your son is playing football, right? You trained and got him the best training. It's a contact sport. You know what your son can do, but all of a sudden, game day, you find out he's playing against some big players, and all of a sudden, he's running out of bounds all the damn time. All of a sudden, he's not going for those extra. You know what I'm saying? And it's like it turns out that he told him to do that.
Playing quarterback. He's playing quarterback instead of being running back. I got you.
Now it turns out that the story comes out. You told your son, "Hey, run out of bounds. Hey, don't be hitting." You know what I mean? Now it's kind of like your son may have been
coming, right?
So your son may have been willing to make the contact. Like he likes the sport. He's in the sport for the contact, but he's also listening to his father. So who's got the PTSD? Is it you tripping off of the last time your son got knocked out or laid out in another game, and you're scared for your son? And I say that in the strength of it. If that's what the case is, then Bill may have to consider stepping away.
Right.
Or I'm gonna ask you, do you think if that's the case that Bill should consider stepping away as Devin's head trainer? If that's the mentality that Bill's going in there with, if Bill is thinking that Devin is going to get hurt and he's protecting Devin in there, being overprotective of Devin, does he need to consider moving to the side now? Off the strength of that, is he mentally scarred? Has he been mentally scarred and can't get past?
I'm glad you said that. Right. I think me personally, because we've seen Bill shut down for like 3 or 4 months. Right. Shut down clearly after the fight with Ryan. I think personally that the combination of father-family thing is great. I think Bill needs to go. He wears too many hats in that relationship, and I think he needs to go into one of the positions where he's wearing a hat, and he needs to bring somebody. I do think he needs to bring someone else in to train and force Devin to.
Well, he's done that, but I mean, does he step?
No. Let me capitalize and force somebody else to come in there and get Devin to do the things that Devin can do, which we've seen him do, and be able to be his best Devin Haney that we've seen of yesteryears. The Regis Prograde Devin with the knockout power of Antonio Moran. Like, we need to see that guy in the ring. We need to see the guy that went toe-to-toe with not Mikey Garcia, Jojo Diaz. The guy that was in there toe-to-toe with Linares, actually outpointing Linares every which way, shape, and form until he got clipped. We need to see that guy. Until we see that guy again, I think Bill can take a side role, go to promotion and managing, stay there, and then allow Devin to move freely with other because he trains with everybody anyway. Let somebody else step up and do it. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't look good, you don't like it, you can always replace yourself and put yourself back in that position and say, look, this is what we've been doing this whole time. But I get it. You're trying to secure the bag and you're trying to keep – this is where it comes down to the money, right? You're trying to keep all that money in-house. You're keeping that money in-house gets everybody else out the way. So it is what it is, Clay. Let me go take care of the dog.
Yeah, go ahead and do your thing. I'll be honest and say that if for me personally, and as the conversation is progressing between me and Ray Davis and things of that nature, and I'm going to throw the link out in a minute, it does start to come up to the surface of where if Bill is going to take credit for the performance that Devin had, if Bill is literally going to take that credit and say that this performance was off the strength of a strategy that I put in there, then I ask, is there an argument to be made as far as Bill Haney's ability to accept the fact that Devin Haney being great also aligns with Devin Haney putting himself in the way of danger, putting himself in that lane, taking those chances, being confident in the work that was done in the training camp, being defensively responsible to be able to hold his position to take advantage of opportunities that come from that, which is your ability to hit with significant power shots, to be competitive, to win a fight. Is Bill going to get out of the way of Devin Haney and allow Devin Haney to fight as well as box? Or has he been so affected by what he saw his son go through? Has he taken the blame on his shoulders for what his son went through with Ryan Garcia when he was telling Devin Haney to throw that brick hand, when he was telling Devin Haney to pursue Ryan Garcia and watching his son get hurt that way, and him being ridiculed as a trainer for giving those instructions and not having the right game plan? Has Bill suffered some PTSD to the point to where he needs to get himself comfortable with Devin taking those chances? I think it's a part of the conversation I never entertained on this level, right? I didn't entertain it on this level because I put the onus on Devin. Said Devin needs to show me something. Devin this, Devin that, Devin all these other things. But if we're going to hold Bill to his words as far as to the game plan that was put out there, as far as Devin Haney doing exactly what he wanted him to do, then is there a conversation now that needs to be had on a different level, not so much pointed at Devin as much as Bill Haney being held a little bit more accountable? And maybe he's not the guy anymore. I mean, there's arguments out there to say that Bill wasn't the guy to be training Devin, right? But look, he got him to Undisputed. He got him to these accolades. He got him to that big show. He got him to these paydays. Bill is proven, tried true, to be an effective whatever he's supposed to be for Devin, right? Whether it's a trainer, whether it's a manager, whether it's a promoter, he's shown that he's effective in all these categories. But look, man, we get to the bigger shows where Devin can actually get hurt now, where Devin has to take chances now, where Devin is willing to fight, but is Bill holding Devin back at this point inside of that ring with the father intangible part of it, right? It's something that Bill can't get past. You know, Fernando Vargas is a trainer for his son and puts his son in danger and kind of accepts that the idea of what can happen in that ring because he was a fighter, right? Sean Porter, Sean Porter's father understood, right? Because he had his little, competitive, he fought a little bit back in the day, not in the ring on a professional level, I guess. I don't know what the history was, but he kind of understood what came with it, right? But as soon as that fatherly thing started to get in the way, things started to dissolve, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Let me see here, man. Salute, Mazuma. Mazuma, what we're talking about is
I don't think it's
Bill Haney and Devin Haney and that game plan that went inside that ring. Bill defending that game plan, saying that Devin followed his game plan to the T. If there's an argument there about that game plan being put out there, why was that game plan being put out there? And is Bill Haney himself suffering from his own PTSD, watching his son go through that? And is Bill Haney going to have a hard time pulling the trigger and allowing his son to take some real risk in that ring in the spirit of making great fights? Does he believe his son can weather those storms and put out those great fights? Is he caught up in what he saw Ryan Garcia do to his son in that ring?
I don't think that's what he's mentioning. I think he's talking about something in the chat, by the way, in that question.
Oh, my bad.
Couple of spots up. Now, he may be, that's for him to determine, not me. I'm just saying it. Point out the facts of that. And by the way, I just want you to know, when I'm saying the things that I'm mentioning, guys, y'all hear me say I think. I don't want y'all keep trying to say I'm pushing narratives, or I'm saying these are all my opinions based on facts that that took place and things that were said. And I think Clay's doing the same thing. We're just throwing our 2 cents into the mix. So please don't go down that road saying that we're making statements and things of that nature, because that happens a lot. And we're not one of those. We're not that channel or those channels that do that. We try to keep it 100% and use our opinions wisely, to the point of it's hypotheticals. So with that being said, Clay, yes. I don't know, man. Like I said, I think we're at two different points of this conversation. I think that Devin, I think, oh, here, Mazuma just responded. PTSD may play a part in it, but in all honesty, it's really Ramirez's fault. That was the entertainment fight. He inhibited his inhibited to adjust and ultimately lead the fans to being disappointed. Of course, Mazuma, I agree with you there. I think me and Clay talked about it that night when I said it was either you or Kev, Clay, but I remember mentioning it, and I was like, Devin should have had also a plan B or C as well, but he doesn't have to when he's winning the fight clearly, right? But I think, like, once you seen the guy couldn't do certain things and he was inhibited to making this moves, you should have took advantage of that and stepped on the gas and made it an interesting fight. You should have been that, and I'm going to use this word wisely, which I'm not even going to say. You should have been that superstar in the ring at that point. You should have stepped up and made that your fight. You should have put on that Regis performance, because the guy actually looked like he was standing on one leg and he did not know what to do with you. You look like he was way too slow. He was way out of reach, way unable to do anything to make you uncomfortable in that ring besides chase you around. And I agree, because I did say that to a lot of people. Ramirez has to make the fight as interesting as well. As two people in that ring. We're only going to point the finger at Devin. Why? Because Devin is the villain, right? Devin's the guy that created this whole Tank versus the world narrative, right? So that was that. So now that we're in this picture, now we see Devin as this bad person, we automatically throw shame to him and we forget about the other guy in the ring. And we did that with multiple fighters, even the Boots Ennis fight. We did it with Karen. We never gave Karen the respect for putting on a great show and coming in the ring with Boots and putting on and attacking Boots. Everybody thought Karen was going to run. But he came in there and fought Boots. Boots was caught off surprise, and it was an interesting fight. He made it interesting. In this case, it was the opposite. So I get it. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I'll add to it, and I'll say I agree. I think Jose Ramirez definitely deserves a large, a minimum of 50% of the responsibility of that fight looking the way that it did, without a doubt, right? I speak towards the individual as far as moving forward, right? In other words, Devin Haney should not be involved in fights that look like that anymore.
Nope.
Right? And what I mean by that is, in the spirit of his own career and his own brand, fights can't keep looking like that. Now, is there always going to be the onus on the other fighter to always be there and fight? Yes, the onus is always on each of the fighters to bring to the table, but you can see opportunities that were there that Devin did not take advantage of. There were opportunities in there where he hurt Ramirez, could have stepped on the gas and made some significant adjustments in there and say, I see a wounded fighter in front of me. I'm acknowledging what I see. I caused him to be wounded, but now is your reservation for him hitting you with something wild and crazy and hurting you going to overwhelm your killer instinct to understand what's in front of you and get him out of there? We saw this happen with him and Regis. We saw him hurt Regis, and he admitted it in an interview watching back at the fight and was like, damn, you know what I mean? And I think that's what fueled him to compete the way he did against Ryan and got him hurt a lot, right? He has to balance it, right? He shouldn't look at what happened between him and Ryan Garcia and say, damn, the reason that happened is because I got overconfident based off what happened with Regis. No, you got to balance it. When we saw you have those opportunities with Regis, we appreciated that you were boxing. And we saw how you were able to generate opportunities through your boxing to hurt Regis. Now, on the back end of hurting Regis, we wanted you to jump on Regis and get him out of there. You went in the Ryan Garcia fight super offensive because you saw you had the power based off how you were able to hurt Regis and didn't acknowledge how much the boxing played its role in those opportunities that manifested against Regis. So now you jump into the Jose Ramirez fight and you become super super cautious against Jose Ramirez. It's balance. Devin shouldn't be involved in fights that look like that anymore. Take it however they want to take it. Respectfully to the Haney team, respectfully to Bill Haney, to Devin Haney. Devin shouldn't be involved with fights that look like that anymore. Make the adjustments. Do what you got to do. Those fights, and Bill, kind of spoke towards the casual fan not being able to he kind of threw shots at the fan base, at the boxing space, seeing that it takes an eye to see what Devin was doing and to be entertained. No, brother. Yes, at times, but no at the fact that it's still entertainment. There's still an entertainment value that the fight needs to have. These casual fans that you're throwing shots at and saying don't know what they're looking at, still the ones that's paying to get in the building, still the one that's paying for these pay-per-views. You better take them into consideration. You better take them in consideration because the business of boxing says you should. The business of boxing to get you the money, even though Turkey Alashik is sitting there willing to pay, even Turkey Alashik is going to have a hard time sitting through fights that look like that. He's not going to be sitting, you know what I mean? Turkey Alashik doesn't want to sit in the front row of a fight like that with a stadium full of 30, 40,000 people and it booing. He doesn't want to be part of that. He doesn't want to be sitting there trying to defend that. That's not what he wants to be part of. So we're going to have to balance it out. We're going to have to figure out some sort of, we're going to have to meet somewhere in the middle. We'll see what you do in the next performance. You know what I mean? We got to see what happens in the next performance. But I'm going to tell you right now, I don't want to see it. And I love boxing, and I watch boxing with that kind of eye. And that's why Bill's having a hard time finding people to agree with him on that in these interviews. Najee's having a hard time, like, nah, bro, I hear you, but nah, bro. Tim Bradley's like, nah, bro, I don't know about that. Nah, that ain't it, man. That ain't boxing that we talking about. I'm looking across the space. I don't see nobody who's able to find this sweet science and this entertainment in that performance. Are you finding them, Ray? Are there people out there who's like, nah, that was it?
Listen, no, and I've been on the defense, right?
Yeah.
And tell me, you talk to me. I've been on the defense of it, and I was actually saying that before Bill even came out and said it. So those are the things I was actually defending and stating. The problem is, I think people missed with the whole opportunity, everything that was going on in that ring. I think it was Devin not see. People are so used to him throwing the jab and establishing that distance. That's how I called it when I talked to you post fight, and I'm like, he didn't do that. He actually brought this guy in. He wanted to knock him out. He wanted him to engage, and Ramirez wasn't engaging the way we wanted him to, or they wanted him to. Let's just keep it real. Devin decided to sit back and play comfortable, whether that was Bill's plan or not. Technically it was Bill's plan. And altogether, at the end of the day, though, you can't, as a fan, you want to see this fighter not look like that. Yes, he did look afraid. He looked afraid. Whether he looked afraid and that was the fight he wasn't doing, or whether it was just sweet signs that, Bill and him put a great plan together. At the end of the day, it definitely looked entirely not the Devin. I root for Devin, so that looked like the guy I wanted to root for. I'm sorry. I mean, I can see it, but that wasn't it. Sorry.
Yeah. He won the fight handedly, without a doubt. No questions about that. Not even a competitive fight.
That wasn't Hanos. That's my boy would say.
Right.
That wasn't Hanos, bro.
But at the end of the day, there is an entertainment aspect of boxing. When you're talking about people sitting in seats and watching an event, when you're talking about pay-per-views being ordered, when you're talking about the money, the business aspect of boxing, which, listen, as fans, we're here for the legacy. I always say that. We're here for the legacy. That's what I believe we're supposed to be here for, right? We're supposed to see great things happen in the ring, the best fight the best, undisputed champions fighting champions. You know what I mean? Like all those great things. We're here for that, right? But at the end of the day, that from a boxer's point of view, there's also, if you're talking about paydays and prize money and things of that nature and market value, then you're talking about entertainment. If the fight isn't entertaining, you could try to throw shots at the intelligence of the fan base all you want. I think that kind of hurts you when you sit there and try to convince fans that they were entertained, but they didn't know they were entertained. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know boxing. You can go ahead and sell that all you want. You know what I mean? That could be it, but I don't know if that translates the same way. I don't think if the building gets packed out that way. And I think, you know, boxing is entertainment. So, yeah, man, I don't want to see no more fights that look like that. And I don't think the boxing space wants to see any more fights that look like that. So I'm expecting adjustments to be made in the next fight. I'm expecting there to be some more offense involved in it. And I'm expecting the entertainment value of the fight to be taken into consideration of the strategy to a degree. Not all the way. It's balance. It's balance, right? So I don't want Devin going up in there throwing all caution to the wind and just going for it and get knocked out, and then all of a sudden we're getting thrown in our face. Y'all wanted to see him do it? No, that's not what we said. It's balance. We want the entertainment. We want the defensive responsibility. We want Devin to be himself as well. We want all those boxes to be checked. And we want that perfect homeostasis environment to where Devin is giving us the best version of himself, but at the same time, giving us that entertainment value and making the fight something fun to watch. I had a great time watching Devin fight Lomachenko. Great fight. That was Devin. You know what I'm saying? I had a great time watching Devin fight Kambosos. Why not? I enjoyed it. Some people didn't. Some people felt like I did. I enjoyed the fight. I'd say most of Devin's fights, if not damn near all of his fights, I've been entertained watching. Where are you at, Ray? Like, right? Like, for the most part, watching him fight is a great thing.
It is. It's a masterpiece. You talking that's where the comparison to Floyd comes in.
Right.
Right. It's a masterpiece watching him fight when he can control it from a jab. He can control it, you know, with distance. He can control it with lateral movement, making you miss, parrying shots, catching shots, doing what he wants and at will. You know what I mean? It's boxing. You're going to get hit back. So when he gets hit back, it's up to him to react with me punching you hard. You punch me hard, I'm going to punch you harder. I just think Devin kind of, like I said, a lot of people like to push that on the Linares aspect. I think that was part of it, but then he came right back. Like I said, I don't see it at the same time because he came right back with Jojo Diaz and went toe-to-toe. They was rumbling in the ring. You know what I mean? And you go from
100%,
there.
Eric J, my bad.
You go from there, then you get into the whole Ryan thing where, you know what I mean, as Rosclott said, that Captain America formula, you know what I mean? That hurt him, man. And I think, you know what I mean, you live cautiously to a win. It's like a person that, a perfect example, get into a terrible car accident. They don't want to drive anywhere. They're very cautious when they're driving. You know what I mean? Try to stick to more of the back roads with less highways and certain things. They get in the passenger side, they're hitting the brake for you. And you know they ain't got a brake over there, they slamming on the brake.
And grabbing the wheel. Like you like,
right. So it's a very well fact that there is some emotion. I'm going to use the word emotion there when it comes to him reacting to powerful fighters. I mean, he took that fight for that reason. But there also is a statement that says, if Bill says this is the plan and he went out there and executed, I see what Bill's talking about because, like I said, there's two fighters in that ring, and that other fighter was supposed to come forward. Devin gave him the opportunity to come forward, and I think it confused Ramirez, where Ramirez and Robert Garcia got in their mind, yo, do not go into that man's kitchen. If you go in that kitchen, you're going to get hit with a frying pan. And I think Ramirez was like, I'm just going to stay outside. And he just going to.
I didn't see that. I think Ramirez did try to. I think have it. He just wasn't
I don't know, man.
able
He was
to.
very cautious as well because he was getting hit with some really powerful shots. And I think he was cautious as well. Because I see Ramirez.
With the shots he got hit with, was he getting hit with shots coming in, or was Devin being offensive and catching? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, whenever I saw Ramirez got hit, it was him pushing forward.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm saying.
He was pushing forward.
But then he slowed down on doing that so much. He wasn't
Devin was so efficiently moving that it paralyzed him. I don't think he didn't have it in him. He couldn't. Right. He got paralyzed from the movement. Like he tried, but he couldn't.
Right.
That's not him. I don't know. I don't know if we're
I think mentally he found out there was caution going in there. He's like, yo, this guy's got some pop on his punches. Me keep going. Bro, he was hitting. Yo, Ramirez got buckled a few times in that fight.
I know he did, but I don't feel like Ramirez was not doing something off the strength of getting punched. I think he just couldn't I think Devin was very focused on moving, not getting hit. And I think Jose Ramirez didn't have the pedigree to cut that man off, to that man in particular, in Devin. And I think he just got caught up, and he got to a point to where he just was, if he didn't come forward, it was more of like,
I'm getting hit.
Not I'm getting hit. It was a point of, no, it's not I'm getting hit, because the punch volume was so low. It was I can't get to him. There was a frustration. I can't get him. I can't get him to stay in front of me so I could hit him. So there was a frustration. There wasn't no, listen.
That might have been a combination of it.
Jose Ramirez was not evading. There's a story here that can be made to look like Jose Ramirez was playing the same game Devin was playing, and he wasn't. Right? Like Jose Ramirez. Now I agree. Jose Ramirez should have trained and been. I'm holding him accountable to say that he should have trained for a Devin Haney to a degree that was in front of him, and maybe I'll give him that. But I feel like he was trying, when I watched the fight, and I watched it a second time the other day, he was trying to get Devin. He couldn't get him.
Right.
He couldn't get Devin.
But what happened when he tried to get him? What did he get received? He got a reward every time. What was it?
He either got hit or he got air, because Devin wasn't there.
Right. So he got the reward.
A lot of air.
He won the prize. He won the prize in some combos. Because do you know Devin? Ask yourself this. What do you know Devin? Well, hold on. Let me just finish. What do you know Devin to sit there and sit down and throw combo shots in a fight like that? Usually Devin's is jab, body shot, jab, hook. He's usually around, right? When do you know when he lets somebody in his wheelhouse and he just throws shots like that? 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, he's just throwing combos. Bro, he hit him with a 5-piece at one time in that fight. So Devin was literally looking to get him to come in. He was trying to draw him in. Jose knew what was there in front of him. His shield wasn't there, bro. I get that he was chasing him, but he knew he was getting hit every time he walked into that wheelhouse. And that's what it was. I think those pops really hurt him. And I think he knew, like, damn, if I don't get this guy out of here, you know what I mean, with a hook or something, I'm gonna be hurt. And he could possibly stun me and knock me out. Because he did the same thing with Barboza. Barboza, he got hit walking in and he kept going. This guy was hitting him. He was like, hell no.
No, Arnold Barboza me personally, I know when me and Blue were calling in, we were very upset with Arnold Barboza. We felt like he wasn't pushing. Arnold Barboza wasn't putting his foot on the gas the way we thought he should have done it.
Right.
But I feel like in that fight between Jose Ramirez and Devin Haney, for whatever it's worth, I feel like Devin was so good at moving away and getting out the way. I think it paralyzed Jose Ramirez. I think he just couldn't match that pedigree that Devin brought into the ring as far as the foot movement, as far as getting out the way. There were times where Devin damn near ran out the way. Like, I'm just being honest. Times when he moved, he ran. I mean, he'd get against the ropes and just get low and use his lateral moves to go left or right and peel and bring the fight back to the middle of the ring.
Right.
These are situations that Jose Ramirez, in my opinion, put Devin in, that made, because Devin didn't volunteer to going back on the ropes. This was Jose Ramirez walking Devin down, trying to get Devin, I'm trying to get an opportunity to connect something with Devin, and Devin evading him, moving off the ropes, getting up under the punches and getting up out of there. And Jose Ramirez once again having to reset and figure out how to get him. And I think Nick J kind of said it as well, where she said Jose should have stopped highlight chasing. He was trying to get Devin. He just wasn't doing it the right way. He wasn't cutting the ring off. He wasn't, I don't know. I just hear I hear a narrative or a story or an undertone of Jose Ramirez not willing to engage. And I don't think that's what it was. Shout out to Eric. Shout out to Eric J in the building. With the $10 holler. Thank you for the support, man. Says, salute Clay and Ray. I'll be here a lot of times. I can't comment because I'll be working, but keep cooking, fellas. Oh, man. Thank you, Eric J. I know you here, man. Thank you, family. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Salute.
For sure, man. That is definitely love right there, man. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is, right? But I could say Devin as being a generational talent and generally going to be the A side to 95+% of the fights that he's in. Maybe even higher than that 95%, excluding a Gervonta Tank Davis. And, I don't know, I'll say 95+% of the time he's going to be the A side. The onus is going to be on him to give the entertainment.
I got one question when you're done.
When the entertainment is not there, it's going to be on him. The balance is going to be there for him to be able to do that and not give up his defense, not give up, put himself in ultimate danger, but he has to take the boxing space into consideration to a degree. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Go ahead, though.
All right, this guy right here. Remember he fought Hagler? Did he stay there and let Hagler hit him? No, he made Hagler come forward. He made Hagler do everything he could. He evaded Hagler. He popped and threw combos on Hagler. He did everything he had to do to not get hit with anything solid. Man, he got hit with a couple of shots, but the damage was minimal, right? We seen Sugar Ray in battle with Tommy Hurd. We seen him Umberto, was it I don't know why I can't think of his dude name. The Puerto Rican dude. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we're gonna keep moving. And Duran, right? We seen him take shots with multiple fighters. And now Tony Norris. He's been in the ring and got shots. It punched in his face hard. You know what I mean? He's been in battles. But when he fought Hagler, he did the same movement, same things that Devin did. He did the same thing, and he was able to outpoint Hagler. Only thing was, I think he stepped forward a few times when he knew he had Hagler in trouble. Devin didn't take advantage of that because Devin felt he didn't have the need to. Now, like I said, if that was Bill's plan, that's Bill's plan. I see it differently. I think Devin should have stepped on the gas and stepped forward a lot of times in that fight. But then would he have been playing into Jose Ramirez's hands at that point? Because with the frustration happens, what am I going to throw when you step into my wheelhouse now? I'm going to throw as hard as shots as I can to try to get you out of there because I know I'm behind on cards. Now I'm fighting dangerously. So it plays two parts, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not telling you who's right or wrong, but it is similar.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a glaring, excuse me, I say, difference in the fight you bring. When you bring up the legends like that, like Purnell or Marvis Marvin Hagler or Sugar Ray Leonard, or these fighters who were defensively sound, especially like a Purnell, for example, who's always defensively sound. He never ran from nobody. He just didn't. You know what I mean? It just wasn't compared. It's not, that Devin did something in that fight where he got himself his victory in it. And I give grace to the performance and say that he came off of something very traumatic. And that's why I give him grace. But I can't convert what I saw in that ring that night, me personally, into like great boxing. That's not what I saw. But he got the victory. It is what it is.
Again, these are what I say. These are all opinions that matter. It is what it looks like to the eye. I agree with you. Like I said, from the eye, it looks bad for Devin. But from what I've seen in the fight, and as I evaluated the fight, I seen a guy that just couldn't make it happen on the other end, the opponent. I mean, he just looked like he didn't want to get engaged. In my opinion, it's like, I had enough. Maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I ain't gonna lie, but
that's what I see.
I know. I get it. You know what I mean? I didn't see a guy who didn't want to engage. That's what, and I guess that's the narrative I'm pushing at it. I think Jose Ramirez wanted to engage. I just don't think he could do it. I don't think the pedigree was there. I think the amount of movement that Devin was moving, Jose Ramirez just couldn't match it on the athletic level, however you want to look at it, on the IQ level, whatever you want to look at it, he just wasn't able to deal with that. I think in that aspect, Devin OD'd on it, right? Like,
yeah, I agree. I agree with.
He took advantage of somebody who just couldn't, right? It's like me competing with my son when he's like 12 years old in something, and knowing he can't compete at this level I'm taking it to, and I'm just like, and I'm not taking into consideration the competitive nature of my son having a good time, right? And I know it's like we're talking about the crowd, but it's like, yo, okay, he's not there. What are you willing to do to make this fight entertaining? He can't do this with you. He can't cut the ring off, right? He can't hang with you, and you're hurting him when he comes in. So, okay, he's not there with you. He can't compete with you on this movement that you're doing, but also you're hurting him. So at what point do you choose to step on the gas and make this fight entertaining now, because you can do it and you're choosing, F it, I don't know. It is what it is. Right. If he chooses to do that over and over again, I think he's going to lose in the long run. Maybe not in the ring, but even the Turkey Alashik is going to have to separate himself from that type of energy. Even he's going to have to acknowledge and be like, I don't want to be part of this part of the boxing. I'm not going to push this anymore.
Look,
and that'll hurt Devin.
I see it on both ends, Clay. I'm not mad at people for saying what they say. I'm not. Like I said, if you want to give him the gold medal for being a track star, I have no problem with that. But you know what? He won the fight at the end of the day.
He wasn't skilled enough to create an opening from him to engage. He's insufficient, which caused him to fail. Hey, man. If I don't come in your club, you don't get my money. If you're running a club business, you might want to focus on what's going to make me come to the club, because trying to play like I don't know what good music is, and I don't know what a good drink is, and I don't know what a good time is, only goes with so far before them bills start to creep up on your ass and you start to realize you can't keep the lights open in that motherfucker. Because I'm going to go somewhere where they do take my opinion into consideration. Where they do consider me what I want to do, and they take that consideration. You want the big bag? Turkey's there right now, but I'll tell you this. Well, and that's what another thing comes down to, right? Turkey has a lot of control in this, and I would hope Turkey lets him know, hey, salute to you, good win. Don't do that to me again.
Yeah. Hey,
you've been warned. I'm out. Don't do it to me again. You did it the first time. I'm gonna let it slide. Don't get me involved in that. No type of conversation like that again.
But they wouldn't.
We'll see you next time, though.
They have a private jet. I think he hung Devin out the wings.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah. I wanna also talk about. I want to jump into this into this Teofimo, Jaron Boots Ennis, Devin Haney thing going on right now. Are you up to speed on it? Where you see?
Yeah, it's gonna be the same old thing, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, TEO gonna talk all this trash back. Eventually, it's gonna come to some point where it's an arrangement, and I think TEO gonna make some excuse not to fight Devin. I'm telling you now, I already see it. They're gonna have to increase TEO's pay a lot to get him in that ring.
Isn't an excuse? I don't know. Hold on. First of all, Ross Clyde, I don't know, bro, but that's the type of stuff that starts to happen, right? That's the conversation that starts to come to the space where it goes, well, Devin was defensively like super sound, not getting hit, but does he have the ability? And this is a real thing, right? Does he have the ability to engage a puncher like Jose Ramirez or other fighters? Does he have the ability to hit and not get hit in a mid-range situation? I'd like to believe he can. But when you see it's one extreme versus another extreme, can Devin be in the middle ground? Can he be defensively responsible? Can he hit and not get hit? Can he do what I think Shakur has shown he can do? Can he sit in there, not get hit inside of him in a dangerous fight? Can he do that? We'll see if Shakur can do it as well when he fights against William Zepeda. That's a question that can only be answered in the ring by Devin Haney, right? But yeah, if it has to be one extreme versus the other, then are we talking about a deficiency? Are we talking about a deficiency now to where he has a hard time operating in that middle space where he can hit, not get hit, but defensively responsible, great movement, but also take advantage and make fights happen and make great fight. I don't know. It is what it is. But yeah, when it comes to the TEO, you were speaking on this TEO thing.
Yeah, no, I touched base on it. I finished. I just said that I think he's going to find a way to get out of it. For some reason, he has his mindset. You know, they have their history. A lot of people don't know they have their history back in amateurs and in sparring with each other. And Devin literally dominated TEO from every which way, shape, or form, and it made TEO. I think it makes TEO uncomfortable. It's almost like, what would you say, PTSD? Yeah, I think TEO has some Devin PTSD, pause, in his own right. And he thinks that, you know what I mean, sometimes you think you get better, but there's just certain guys that you just can't handle. He goes in there, he loses to Cambosis, and Devin washes Cambosis, not once but twice. Now you're like, okay, this guy's really on that shit. Like, we've seen it multiple times. The dad asked for $20 million to fight him. You know what I mean, for the WBO. So we know there's some fear there, right? The guy was going around saying, I'm taking a different route out of this tournament. I'm gonna go get a belt, the IBF belt, because I don't need to fight this tournament, another fight to meet Devin at the finals. I don't want to do that. That's it. I'm done. I'm out of here. So we've seen him more than enough times get out of fights with Devin. Even when they have one opportunity when Turkey offered a really big bag, and then Teo was like,
that's what Teo said in there. Teo said it never happened. I think that I agree with you, by the way, right? I think that I'm not willing to play the duck game with Teo and Devin, right? I'm not willing to play that game just yet at this point, because I acknowledge when I see Teo trying to fight a Jaron Boots Ennis, and shout out to somebody in the chat. What was it?
T-Bugs.
Yeah, T-Bugs might have just spoke to it as far as Tim Bradley's perspective on this whole entire Jaron Ennis Teofimo situation. We'll segue into that, but staying focused right here where we are to say that Teo fighting Devin Haney isn't the biggest fight for Teo right now. The Jaron Boots Ennis is a bigger fight for Teo. A, Turkey's interested in it. B, it's an accomplishment for Teo to go up to 147 pounds, fight another lineal champion in Jaron Boots Ennis, somebody who most people don't favor Teo to win against, is a bigger accomplishment, a big amount of money, and it also gets him closer to the conversation of the bigger fights, which is against Terrence Crawford, which I don't think ever manifested anything, but also other big fights. Teo fighting Devin right now. Will Devin give Teo the fight that will be this big entertaining fight? I think he will, but I think you can only fight one fighter at a time. I think you can't fight 2-3 fighters at one time. You know what I'm saying? And I don't fault Teo for putting priority on a Jaron Ennis fight right now than fighting a Devin Haney at 140.
Okay, so what happened to all the other times?
Well, that's why I said I'm not talking. I said up to this point right now, where we are right now for Teo, I understand where Teo's mindset is at right now. I'm not justifying him for what he did with Devin at 135, or even what he did with Devin before at 140 when Devin was trying to pursue that fight.
But I have one more question on that. So with that being said, didn't Teo say he got a 3-fight deal with Turkey, and the bag is nice? So if he got that deal, wouldn't the pay be similar, if I'm not mistaken, on that fight? Or he's worried about the spotlight of the fight? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is it like talking about the crowd experience?
I believe he's looking at if I beat Boots, I'm undeniable. If I beat Devin, I'm cool. I got a good, you know what I mean? That's a big victory. It's a
recognition.
There's recognition there and everything, but Boots is the Terrence CANELO. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's something huge. It shakes up the game, and it's somebody who's trying to shake up the game. If Teo's truly trying to shake up the game right now and be the takeover, and he's trying to sell it like that, the Boots Ennis makes more sense to me.
Yeah, I got that. That makes it. You're right.
You know what I mean?
When that
That's
point,
link for you, ETB. By the way, I just sent it out there for you. There he is. Salute, Keon. What's good with you, family?
Going at me in government like that.
What's good? What's good? My bad, man. I'm driving.
No doubt.
Good.
Yeah, how you?
My bad, man. I couldn't really comment like I wanted to because I'm driving. But my bad. I can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't comment like I wanted to because I'm driving. But man, y'all up here cooking. As far as the Devin Haney situation, man, just for me to touch on that for a minute. As far as Devin being a in the pocket hit and not get hit fighter, that's not the fighter that he is, right? So if we asking him to do that, we asking him to do something that he's not accustomed to doing. His defense is different than a Shakur Stevenson type defense, right? They're totally two different defensive fighters. They two totally different fighters, right? Devin is more of a outside, use lateral movement, going different directions, using his legs on the outside to keep the distance, and his athleticism. That's where his defense comes from. He's not going to be in the pocket and jump back and then get back in range or slip and do all that. Like, that's not what he does, I think that Devin being called a a runner and all of that shit. I think that's some BS because we seen too many fights as of recently where Devin was throwing them things, like he was letting his hands go, right? So we can't, and I was arguing with my cousin about this shit. Oh, even though I'm not a huge Devin Haney fan, I'm not here to hate on these fighters and just, you know, jump on the Sheik bandwagon, like just say what everybody else is saying. I'm never gonna do that, right? But I was arguing with my cousin recently because he was like, oh, he just run and he ain't, I don't like to see him. I said, well, you can't label him as a runner off of one fight. And we need to stop doing that to these fighters. But Devin, he just need to go back to doing what he was doing. I believe the last fight, can we say that he was running? Yeah, it wasn't, he wasn't engaging. Like I think that part of it was the plan that Bill Haney was like, okay, you gonna go in there and you know you're gonna fight and not get touched. That's the game plan. So I think part of it was the game plan, but we'll be lying if we say that we didn't see a lot of nervousness. Like he was nervous. If you look at his feet was jittery. You know, he was I don't want to say afraid, but he had a lot of nervousness, right? Because if you look at his feet and then the way he was flinching every time Jose Ramirez got in close to him, yeah, he was, you know, he had that shit in the back of his mind, but he got that out the way, right? So his next fight, we can judge him on his next fight, right? I don't really like to judge somebody on one fight, you know, but he still won. Nobody's talking about how Ryan Garcia was pretty much doing the same shit. Ain't nobody calling him a runner. You know what I'm saying? So people don't like to keep it consistent all the way down the board, and that's what we got to do. Because Ryan Garcia was engaging less than Devin Haney was. Right. You know what I'm saying? He was engaging a lot less than what Devin was doing. And I think it was parts in that fight where Devin did come and sit down and fight, because I remember, like, I believe it was like the 8th round, you know, he finally stood in there and was like, you know, started throwing, letting his hands go, throwing combinations, showing glimpses of what he did in the past. So, you know, as far as this TO situation, man, I like to fight. If they make the fight, I would have rather seen TO and Boots, just because of my personal with TO. Like, you know, I wanted to see TO get beat up. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I want to see him get the dog shit beat out of him. And I know that Boots will beat the dog shit out of him. I don't care if people talking about, oh, it'll be a competitive, close fight. No, it won't. That fight ain't competitive. That fight ain't close. Not at all. TO is not dangerous at 140 pounds at all. Like, who is he hurting and stopping at 140? You know what I'm saying? Who has he hurt and stopped at 140? TO having problems with Sandor Martin, who is a good boxer. I believe he lost that fight. I believe he lost to Jermaine Ortiz. But anytime TO loses a fight and gets a gift decision, we want to make excuses for him. Oh, well, he's you know, he wasn't focused, and when TO's focused, he's this, and that, and you know, like, why are we making excuses for him? He is what he showed that he is. It's certain styles make certain fights. He has problems against certain styles. He went in there against Steve Claggett, and although, like, you know, he won the fight clearly, it was a competitive fight. You know what I'm saying? He went to war with that man, right? He going against Barbosa, who Barbosa has shown that he's a pretty good fighter, right? TO beat him clearly, but now TO is great, and he's this, and he's that, and TO's a problem, and for who? Like, because he beat Barbosa, now we comparing that to being able to go in and compete with Boots when he couldn't beat guys like Sandor Martin and Jermaine Ortiz and lost to George Kambosos, like, for real? And we think he gonna go in there and have a chance to compete with Jaron Boots Ennis. People compare, oh, well, TEO resume. Josh Taylor, come on, man. When have we seen Josh Taylor be the fighter that he was when he fought Regis Prograis years ago? When was the last time we seen that Josh Taylor? And people like, because I'm hearing a lot of people saying, man, you got to look what he did to Josh Taylor. When was the last time we seen Josh Taylor look good in the ring? Did Josh Taylor look good against Jack Catterall, a UK fighter? No, he didn't. You know, he got a gift decision. He should have lost that fight. Then he take a 17-month layoff, had alcohol problems to where he was in rehab in between there, and then come back and fight TEO. And now everybody put TEO on the pedestal, like, oh man, he's great. Look what he does. He just fights to the level of his competition. No, that is BS. People making TEO better than what he really is. He don't just fight to the level of competition. We making excuses for this man. Like, and so like I just think that, man, just boxing fans all the way around the board don't keep it consistent. Devin go out there and he have a bad performance but still win, and it's, oh man, he's horrible. He can't beat none of these guys. He's a runner. He ain't, you know, this and that. TEO go out there and look like shit in, you know, 3-4 fights. And then it's like, oh well, man, TEO just fight to the level of his competition, man. TEO special, man. He's this and he that, man. Boots is, man, I see him competing with Boots. He a problem for Boots, and man, come on, man. Like, we got to look at this shit and look at the whole picture and just keep it real, man. TEO is a good athlete, but that shit don't translate to the ring when you put him in there with certain style opponents. And if Devin Haney is the same Devin Haney that we seen going to the Ryan Garcia fight, because he was still sharp in that Ryan Garcia fight, he was just getting caught with them left hooks, and ain't nobody able to stand up to Ryan Garcia once they get hit with clean left hooks by him. He's shown that his whole career. He was getting caught, but if he could be even that same fighter, and the Devin Haney that was in the Lomachenko fight, and the Devin Haney that we seen in the Linares fight, that to me, he beats TEO easily. TEO is a fighter. If you come and you show that you're aggressive towards TEO, but you don't have the footwork, he gonna make you look stupid. He gonna fight off his back foot. He's gonna clown you. That's why certain styles make certain fights. Devin Haney has the style to make TEO look regular. You know, just because he's athletic and he can do backflips and he do have great things that he can do in the ring, but he have a problem putting that shit together and making it count when he's in the ring with a certain style fighter. Come on, man. If any of these other fighters that we call elite, right, have a problem with a fighter like a Steve Claggett, we on their helmet. You know what I'm saying? We're bashing them. Mm-hmm. If Shakur or Devin go in there and lose to a Sandor Martin or a Jermaine Ortiz and get a gift decision, oh, we're bashing them. They ain't who we thought they was. But with TEO, is, oh man, he just fight to the level of his competition. Oh man, he wasn't focused. Focused TEO and like, come on, man. I'm sick of this shit, man. Let's start.
I think that, you know, and you're right? Like, and I'm one of those people, right? I say that he fights to the level of his opposition. It seems like in the biggest fights, TEO, that
wasn't a shot at you, because I'm just saying overall at all. It wasn't a shot at you at all. Yeah,
I know. This is equivalent to like when we were talking about Terrence and Canelo, right? Like, I wasn't taking shots at you when we were talking about people switching over, but there are people who switching over for the wrong reasons, and but in the same way,
right?
Like, there are people who are talking about TEO with the wrong reasons. My whole thing with TEO is I haven't seen it yet. I want to see I've always thrown shots at Teo's ability to strategize and to be a fighter with a game plan. It always seems like he's winging it in these fights, right? Which I think is something that's going to manifest into some bad results for him when he ups the challenges. When he gets in the ring with the Jaron Boots Ennises or the Devin Haneys or the Shakur Stevenses or the Gervonta Tank Davises or the Keyshawn Davises, I think these things are going to be a horrible thing because I think these fighters are at a level to where you need to have strategy. You have to have game plans. Teo's been very inconsistent in that area when it comes to having game plans and strategy. He's been very inconsistent. But when he's fighting against really good fighters, he's had these moments where he shows greatness, where he shows like, oh man, this guy's a talent. But the inconsistency makes me question as to whether or not it's on purpose or by chance, right? Like, are you doing this because you're taking this fight seriously and you're coming in there with a strategy because of this? Or is it just happen to be working because there's an unorthodox intangible thing about Teo that he brings to the ring? As sound as he is as a boxer, he has this intangible, unorthodox, roly type of like, the movement is kind of weird. But when you get in the ring with a Keyshawn or a Devin and any of the other fighters that I mentioned, I question how that is going to work when you get in the ring with those guys. Even against Arnold Barboza, there was some reservation where you could kind of see that he made the victory the priority over the performance. He wanted to make sure he won that fight. So, yeah, we do make excuses for Teo because we see these moments. We see these moments against the Josh Taylor. We see these moments against a Lomachenko. We see these moments where it's like, oh, man, if that Teo could show up, then he's this great fighter. But then you see him against Steve Claggett, or you see him against Jermaine Ortiz, or against Sandro Martin, and you see like this pedestrian version of him that's like, what's going on here? You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question, Clay?
Uh-huh.
When Sugar Ray Leonard fought Terry Norris, was he in his prime? Was he still like super good?
Who, Sugar Ray? No,
yeah, when Sugar Ray Leonard fought Terry Norris, right?
Yeah. I don't think so. I think he was pretty much limited here. I don't think so.
So he wasn't in his prime no more, right? No. Okay. So I say that to say this, right? Over the years, we've seen fighters, right, to where they're in their prime, they're at their highest level, and then right, and then they get, later on we see them when they're not in their prime and they're not nowhere near the same fighter, right? So when we say that Teo has fought these very, very good elite fighters and he's looked good, but then other times he's been inconsistent, right? What very elite fighter that he fight? Because Josh Taylor has shown even before Teo that he wasn't in his prime no more, right? He definitely wasn't in his prime, coming off a 17-month layoff. And so Josh Taylor hasn't, before he fought Teo, after he fought Teo, he hasn't shown to be the same fighter. So the only fighter that we could go off to say, okay, Teo he fought an elite level fighter and looked good doing it, to me, in my opinion, is Lomachenko.
Yeah.
That's the only fighter. So he ain't look like, when we keep saying, when Teo fights these, and I'm not saying I'm speaking in general, because this is the, conversation when Teo comes up. When Teo, well, look at his resume. When he fights these elite fighters, he looks good. Let's not, like, he definitely has a
perspective on it. You're right, though. Like, he hasn't fought all these elite fighters that we're talking about. Like, I understand what you're saying. Like, he looks good in some fights, but is he looking that good against the elite fighters that we're saying? Are we over exaggerating on this whole entire he steps up for the elite fighters thing when the resume doesn't show all of these elite fighters? I mean, and like, I agree with you with the Josh Taylor situation as well. Like, Josh was definitely not. Josh was supposed to be at 147 in that fight. You know what I mean? They were talking about he might have been hanging back too long at 140, and we haven't seen since then Josh Taylor be this exceptional fighter since then. He's been on a downward trajectory ever since that fight. He just gets the credit because Josh was this undisputed champion who kind of got, lost his belts not inside of the ring, and all of Josh Taylor's accolades kind of translated over to to TEO, but in reality, quality of fighter, Josh wasn't in his prime.
Right. Yeah,
right.
that's what I'm saying. So like he ain't look good against these other very good fighters, right? When they were very good, except for Lomachenko. And then, you know, I'm not gonna give Lomachenko that shoulder shit, but I mean some people will say, well, Lomachenko wasn't even at 100% when TEO looked like, but I'm not gonna do that, right? Because I'm gonna give him full 100% credit for what he did against Lomachenko. But that shit, we can't keep riding off of that one victory, because when you hear him talk, it's well, when I beat Lomachenko and I became this and that. Like, okay, move on. What about when you lost to Kambosos? What about when you got, you know, to me, a gift victory against Sandor Martin and Jermaine Ortiz? I had him clearly losing that fight. And they gave it to you, and you look like a clown in the ring. You couldn't cut off the ring. You were swinging that air. You was, you know, let's not forget about when he was looking in the camera talking about, man, I still got it? Because he don't have the mental. When he gets in there with somebody that is really good, that comes up with a game plan, he starts second guessing himself, because all this hype around him, now you thinking like, damn, am I really that good?
So
this shit is about matchmaking, man. Fans get fooled, but go and put your money on TEO. And I'm not talking about nobody on this panel. I'm just saying in general. That's why
you're right.
If you believe that shit, go put your money on him, and then you're gonna be looking stupid when you lose. And now it's like, man, I thought TEO was this, and man, like, you know, it's people are getting fooled. It's a smoke and mirrors. People getting fooled by just a lot of BS and you know, fake hype that goes into a lot of these fighters, man.
And just to touch base on what you just said, and I'm gonna even take that Loma victory away if you're gonna say that, because why is he old when Devin fights him a year later, and he's young when he's in his prime when TEO fights him? It's literally, and especially when they claim that he had an injury. So at the same time, did he fight Loma in his prime? Because if I'm not mistaken, I think TEO, like you said, his resume speaks for itself. When we talk about Devin having a whole bunch of 30-year-old plus fighters, go look at TEO's resume. He has over 12, 30-plus fighters. Devin only had just recently got to 8, and he just tied Tank for 8 30-plus-year-old fighters. So it's not the fact that they're fighting people in their prime. It's the fact that people are just legitimately excusing the fact that they'll rather blame Devin for these things and give Devin the hate for certain things, and they'll take it away for other fighters that they favor because they want them to be more the highest praised fighter. Not to mention, TEO has never came with a game plan. I think his last time he had a game plan is when he had a trainer, before his dad really kind of stepped into the mix. TEO just goes in there and freestyles, a free nilly, and whatever you got to do to win the fight. But when he seems to be doing so, it seems like people caught on to that trick very quickly. Kambosos kind of laid the format out, and it turned from there. TEO's never been the same guy. They said, oh, we need a guy to come forward like Josh Taylor. They put him in the ring with Claggett. Claggett stood on business. And TEO came out looking like the daggone man from Goonies. So at the end of the day, I get what you're saying. And it is smoke and mirrors. And it is something that people don't realize, that TEO is not it. He's not him.
And then Loma, remember, Loma didn't throw. He really didn't throw no punches into the 7th round. 7th round. Like, and then when he, and then once he did really start, like, okay, I'm gonna fight this guy now. Like the fight was competitive. It was very competitive. You know, I don't ever look at Lomachenko as being that dominant fighter at 135. He ain't never been dominant at 135, like, you know. So that it's a lot of aspects that I sit back, I see when I study these tapes, and you know, I mean, Lomachenko was he was that dude at 130 and 126, right? When he came to 135, you know, he was a real good fighter, but he wasn't as dominant as he was in the lower weight divisions, you know. And not to take nothing away from him, but you know, Hey man, I just don't like, and this don't have nothing to do with the bullshit that comes out of T.O.'s mouth.
That's
I'm
another
just speaking
conversation.
from
Right.
strictly
Yeah.
boxing. Like
Yeah.
I didn't study too much of T.O. to see like he ain't what a lot of people think that he is. And so that Jaron Ennis stuff to me was just like it was crazy.
Yeah.
Like to me that shit was outrageous.
I think you're hitting on some points right now, right? And I think you've gotten to the point to where you recognize you recognize the one consistent thing about Teofimo, which is he's inconsistent, and you've gotten past the excuses, and you're starting to realize like this is who he is now. We know this is not about he shines at some moment. No, he's consistently inconsistent, and this is who he actually is, and he's never been consistent. So it's not about waiting for him to become consistent. It's about accepting the fact that this man isn't consistent, and that because of that, we can't put him in certain conversations. Let me go ahead and move on to Anton. Let Anton kind of build in on this one, but that was some real interesting. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, Keon, I've been reaching for TO as far as wanting him to be consistent. Want him to perform consistently across the board, and he's never that. You're just there, and I might be getting there. Maybe I need to be there as far as accepting him now, and accepting that he has shown us who he is, and that this might be the best version of him, and that he can be nice if the person across from him is off their game, or he can be dominated if the strategy is a dominating strategy against him. Anton, what's good for you, man?
What's good, y'all? What's up, man? Long time.
Yeah, no doubt, brother. You coming back from Africa? You looking like somebody who came off vacation. You in a chair, you laid back. You looking like you still on vacation, low key a little bit. Like you ain't even get back yet from vacation. How you doing?
I just parked the truck. I just got off work not too long ago. I was listening to y'all, but first I wanted to shout. I left you a comment, but I wanted to shout my man Ray out. Uh, that 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 Rolly pick. I made a couple of dollars. You know what I mean? Pick Rolly for the upset. Um, but yeah, man, I've been here since the beginning of the show, so we touched on a couple topics. I'm gonna try to go back a little bit and then lead up. So when we was first talking about like Tank and Shakur and all that, with Tank and Shakur, I'm kind of like I want to see the fight. Like I said, I'm a fan of boxing before any fighter. I want to see the fight. The fight makes sense. I think the two styles together would be a great clash, and I think we would get a historic fight if they get in the ring. But where is that right now, and kind of how I view it is, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, I feel like they both need to go on with their career, but still give us the big and best fights. Now that'd be a difference if they don't fight and then we just getting subpar opponents from both of them, then I really be mad. But if they fight and don't fight and we get some like a Tank versus whoever or Shakur versus whoever, then it is what it is because we can't force them dudes to fight. I kind of put blame on both of them. Tank more than Shakur, being the A side, being the second face of boxing. To me, the face of American boxing. I kind of put the blame more so on him, but I do put some blame on Shakur as well. Now, going to the next topic, like we was talking about, I'm done with TO, but I do want to see Boots beat his ass. But I'm done with TO. I've been accepted what TO is outside of the ring. Both of those, he is what he is. I do prefer me personally to see him fight Devin Haney. That's the fight I've been wanting to see. Like Ray said, I've been wanting to see that fight for years now. It just never, you know, it never materialized. So it's like, the boxing fans, we steady getting let down. But I do think sometimes a lot of these guys, they just don't. I'm an advocate for respecting boxers, and I feel like reading the chat and just listening to a lot of people, they don't give these fighters enough credit for what they go in there and do. Tank and Shakur is not the only fight we didn't get to see. I got robbed of plenty of fights. I got robbed of AJ Wilder. I got robbed of a couple fights at 147 when 147 was popping, when Danny Earl right? Even before Bud came up, when all those guys was there, we got robbed out of a couple fights. So I think history repeats itself, man, and we just got to kind of learn to grow with the sport and just, it is what it is at this point. I think a lot of stuff be going on behind the scenes that none of us really know about, and they kind of, dangling fights over the fans' head, teasing us with it. Like that little commercial with the fishing rod with the dollar, you got to be quicker than that. They just playing with our emotions right now and just, stuff like that. Terrence Crawford, Canelo. I've never been a fan of the fight. I'm a huge Terrence Crawford fan, but they're gonna make the fight. I want to see it. I just feel like Terrence Crawford, I wanted him to do a little bit more at 54. And I do feel like he's stepping on a couple guys' toes at 168 who probably put themselves in position to get a Canelo fight. One, David Benavidez, but he was forced to move up because he couldn't get the fight. That's another fight we didn't get.
Right.
So it's like boxing is like all over the place right now, man. But I do think that like at 140, I don't know if Bill kind of hinted and said Devin is not going back down to 140. So if he's going to be at 147, because it was just a video, Bill went to go see Hitchens at the gym, and Rich Hitchens said he wanted Devin next, but I don't think that's going to happen at 140. Hitchens did say he will fight at a catch weight, but we'll see. But if Devin is going to stay at 140 or 147, whatever he do, I just need to see it better. I was a little disappointed in his performance. And me, I was really I was hyped to see his return to the ring. Like I was very hyped to see his return to the ring and Ryan. And they both kind of, disappointed. I kind of agree with you, Clay. I didn't really see what Ray saw. I feel like Ramirez was engaging. Devin had, Devin just stuck on the outside. He would stop time to time, throw a couple shots, and get right back on his bike. He constantly moved, and as an older guy in Ramirez, after a while, a young cat in there running around, you can get frustrated. When I'm at the basketball courts with these kids and they doing all this dribbling and moves and this and all that, no, I'm done. You feel me? It's like I'm ready to go. Like we hooping or not, I'm not here for this Kyrie exhibition showing your handle. This ain't and one. Like we at the courts, play ball. So I kind of see where Ramirez was frustrated, but I also blame Ramirez because he couldn't cut off the ring. But that just goes to we know the type of fighters that Bill and them put Devin in the ring with. Flat-footed, not good, really good movement. And Devin did what he was supposed to do. He got the win. But like you said, Turkey ain't gonna keep going for that shit. We need good performances. I'm giving you this back. I need you to show up and show out. Like this is not what I'm paying for. You understand what I'm saying? But I do like to see. I do want to see where, like, what you guys think. Like, what do you think Rolly should do next? Because we don't. We that was a big win for Rolly, man. I was so happy for Rolly, man. Because naturally, Rolly's not the boxer type, and a lot of people think he's a garbage boxer. But I think Rolly at heart is like just overall a good dude. So I was really happy to see him win and get kind of his joy back in boxing. So what do y'all think is next for Rolly? Like, what should he be looking to do now that he got that big win over Ryan Garcia?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that for sure. I want to get to Coach Eddie right quick, and then we can kind of bring it back circles. I don't want it to drag out too crazy. I know Coach Eddie's sitting there aging.
Go ahead, do your thing. That's why I didn't want to take too long.
Yeah, you gotta get aging. Yeah, what's good, fellas? What's good, man? Interesting topic today, man. I was talking to my wife the other day. I think a few words that kind of just entered into the because 5 years ago I never used the word narrative in my life. It's now so common words that just creep in: gaslighting, narrative, elite. I never used the word elite to describe a fighter. Still don't to today. That's just not my thing, and I'm not giving anybody any shade, that doesn't use the word elite. I just think that's the way that now we commonly try to categorize these fighters. Teofimo Lopez, like I say, he's been fooling the public for a long time, man. What Teo does, he conveniently skips over weight classes by going to say TEO does a lot of pump faking. First of all, he say that he want to fight the biggest and the baddest, in the division, right? But he'll skip over guys like Gary Antoine Russell. Those guys that are right there in the division were tough fights and tough stylistic matchups for him. And he'll just try to skip the line and say he want to fight Jaron Boots Ennis. Well, in essence, all these guys are basically planning on fighting each other. The guys who were at 135, 140, and 147, they have no intentions, in my opinion, on fighting the best guys, two guys at 147, I'm going to say, which is Brian Norman and Jaron Boots Ennis at the time. I think they want to play ball amongst themselves. Those are safe fights for those guys. Devin Haney, Lopez, safe fight. Ryan Garcia, mixing up with all those guys because they're coming from the same class and they're moving up to another weight division. But the other guys are very tough matchup for any of those guys that move up. As far as like Devin Haney, like I heard the conversation y'all had earlier, I kind of, it's a 50-50 thing. Devin could have did more, absolutely. At the same time, my man Ramirez, he should have did a little bit more. Carlos Adames, he done a great job, showed you how pressure fighters should fight a guy that's trying to move. It was almost Joe Frazier-ish. You go back and look at that fight, he was stalking him just like Joe Frazier, bobbing the head, side to side, get close to him, bang the body. That's how you fight a guy who moves. That's how you fight a guy that moves around. That's how you cut the ring off. That's how you stay in a guy's chest. You know what I'm saying? And I think that those guys, the Lopez, the Haney, the Ryan Garcia, they're gonna have problems. And I pick all those guys to lose against Brian Norman or Jaron Ennis because those guys not only can box, but they can fight you, and they will fight you, and they're willing to fight you. And any type of style that they're bringing, they're going to have a tough time trying to keep those guys at bay because Jaron is stepping. Brian Norman is stepping. You ain't going to be able to run from Brian. You ain't going to be able to slide around the ring from Brian. You ain't going to be able to tie Brian up. You're going to be getting hit, brother. Uppercuts, hooks, elbows, and he can box a little bit too. Same thing with Jaron. Jaron will fight you. You're not going to be able to pull them stunts on Jaron. So, as far as TEO, talking about he want to fight Boots Ennis, it's cap. It's all cap, man. It's just like, he's calling out the biggest and baddest guy just to avoid the guys that are at his weight division who will probably beat him. Guy like a Jaron, like a Gary Antoine Russell, like a freaking Prelo. Guys that are tough matchup, like even a Hitchinson, which is maybe a tough stylistic matchup for Lopez. And that's Lopez's MO. He tried to skip over Smoke and call out the biggest, baddest guy, and knowing the fight probably not going to happen. He called out Terence Crawford for what? The man's at 168 pounds. It makes no sense. That's like the equivalent of Clarissa Shields calling out Deontay Wilder. The fight's never going to happen. So why even mention the guy's name? TEO is a pump faker, man. That's all he does. He pump fakes all the time. And I don't hit, like I said, I'm going to reiterate this point and I'm going to give it back to the chat. I like Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, TEO, but in my opinion, they cannot handle those guys at the top level of 147. The weakest link at 147 as far as the champion wise is Mario's Barrios. If they go anywhere towards Norman, I pick those guys to lose. They go anywhere towards Boots, I pick Boots. Because they're gonna fight you. I mean, people talk about elite fighters. You can take a guy like Livingstone Bramble right now. He would be a champion today. Because these guys showed up to fight, man. I think he was a champion then. Had to go back and do my history, but it's something about a guy that shows up to fight. Yeah, the X's and the O's, the skills, look good on the mitts, the pad work, the IQ, fine. But did the dude show up to fight? When you get there against somebody who shows up to fight and won't be denied and won't take no for an answer, you got a long night and you better pack a lunch. And that I'm a year back there.
Yeah, man, you made a lot of great points, man. I think that, listen, man, you in Keon today, bro, really threw some light on Teofimo Lopez today. And I'm having a moment, right? I'm having a moment on this panel because without a doubt, holding myself accountable to the idea that I've always felt that Teofimo, the thing that frustrates me with him is his inconsistency. It just always has frustrated me with him. It really has. And it made me go to the point to where it's like, I don't want to see TEO fight another insignificant fight again, right? Like, I don't want to see him fight another. Every single fight I want from TEO at this point has to be against somebody I know can beat him. I don't want to see him in no other fight because I started to make this story in my mind to where Teofimo was playing down to his competition, to where if he wasn't fighting somebody elite in front of him, who I considered elite, that he wasn't going to give us a fight. And the only time we've ever seen him fight was against the elite fighters. This is the story I had in my head, right? But then Keon put some real perspective out there when you go through the resume to say that really from Lomachenko up, what has he done? You know, Lomachenko was an elite fighter, is an elite fighter, you know what I mean, right? Like he was one of those guys, and I know coach is sensitive with the elite word, right? But he was one of those fighters, and then what happened? What happened to Teofimo at that point? Why did he look that way in front of with George Kambosos? Why did he look like that in front of Sandor Martin? What in the world happened between him and Jermaine Ortiz? Why was he getting punched on like that by Steve Claggett? And starting to make these excuses up and these stories in my mind to where it's like he needs to be in the ring with the Devin Haney. He has to be in the ring with a Shakur Stevenson. He has to be in the ring. And then when he started to shout out to try to fight Terrence, which I thought was cap, and started talking about Jaron Boots Ennis, even at one point or another, starting to talk about Brian Norman, I started to say, yeah, man, he's starting to see it. He needs to be challenged or he's not going to be able to. He's starting to see it. But now, hey, man, we're going to see how it plays out. But I definitely, it was powerful talking on this topic and hearing your version, Coach Eddie, as far as your perspective, as far as it's not going to be effective against the elite guys. When he gets up into 147, he gets in these conversations, or even the top fighters in 140, like you mentioned, with the Gary Antoine Russells and the Devin Haneys and those fighters that are there in his own division, not to mention at 147. And then basically Keon getting to the point to where he's already got the question answered, right? He's like, yeah, you guys are still juggling this. Ain't nothing to juggle. He's consistently inconsistent. This is who he is. The man you see is who he actually is. There is no version of him that's stepping up versus a version of him. He is who he is. He just hasn't got that right fighter in front of him to finally just expose him. And I'm starting to believe, back to what you said, Coach Eddie, that he is running away from that fighter who's going to expose him. He's running away from that actual challenge, to that ultimate challenge, to the Devin, to the Shakur, to the Keyshawn, to the Gary Antoine Russell. And what is he doing? He's screaming at these other divisions where he knows these fights aren't going to happen, where he knows these fighters have no incentive at all in fighting him. They know that he knows that they're not going to take the fight because there's no incentive. You're all risk, no reward. Now that Turkey's there, though, I do believe that he's getting closer and closer to his moment of truth. He is going to get in the ring with these fighters. One of these fighters, it's going to happen because Turkey's going to make it happen. And I think we're getting closer to him being exposed off the strength of that. Yep. That being said, I do want to also speak on this whole entire Gervonta Tank Davis, Turkey Alashik, Calvin Ford, Shakur Stevenson, this whole entire situation that's manifesting into another, what Turkey does best, which is expose these fighters. In my opinion, he puts the money on the table. He makes it clear that the money's not an issue. There's no more asses in seats. There's no more pay-per-view talk. There's no more different sides of the streets. He puts it all out there. But where are you guys at this point with Turkey Alashik's statement at the press conference, obviously stating that he has full intention on pushing for a fight to happen between Shakur and Tank, and also to this latest recent thing that just came out with Ring Magazine seeming to do this collaboration or showcasing whatever Calvin has going on in Upton Gym. Where are you at on this topic with Gervonta Tank Davis at this point?
I guess I'll go. I mean, yeah, I seen that, right? It did kind of take me by surprise that, Turkey Alashik and over there at the Upton Gym and supporting them and whatnot. I don't know what that's about. It's Tank even training with Calvin and them? We don't even know that. Like, all this stuff is speculation, right? And at the end of the day, it comes down to Gervonta Tank Davis, right? But we making all this speculation. Oh, this means that he gonna collab with Turkey, and we gonna see the Shakur Stevenson fight. That's everybody being wishful and hopeful and being optimistic when all we know is what we've heard from Gervonta Davis, right? That's all we know. All we know is that he said he don't want to fight Shakur Stevenson, right? He pretty much said that he's not fighting Shakur, right? That's all we know. We also know that he has a rematch with Lamont Rose, right? And after that, we also know if he wins that rematch, that's an if, that he's gonna fight Jake Paul. We know that in November. Jake Paul has confirmed that, right? So, I mean, real quick, what do you estimate Tank makes if he fights Jake Paul?
I think a lot of money. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just think Netflix is
What,
trying to
like,
push a crazy bag.
I don't
like what,
understand how
like
though. I mean, there's
throw,
no demand for this fight. I don't. It's a farce.
throw an
How does the
estimate out
fight
there.
make money?
I would say maybe like somewhere in the $30-40 million range.
I think that he make. I think if he fights Jake Paul, right, and he's doing that, right, fighting a heavyweight that Jake Paul is, if he's doing that, somebody, it's a lot of noise in the background. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
who's
think
that
it's
is.
you. Let me block out some.
No, that ain't me.
It was great.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So if he's doing that, he got to be making at least 50 mil plus. That fight is gonna be huge. You know what I'm saying? And I think 50 mil is on the low end.
For Tank?
That fight for
I don't.
for Tank.
I don't know. I
That,
disagree with that, brother.
nah, ain't that fight is huge. First of all, Jake Paul is already big himself. And then Jake Paul for the first time fighting, yeah, I mean this shit is a shit show, but it doesn't matter. Diehard boxing fans ain't the ones who run boxing when it comes to the money. He fight Jake Paul on Netflix. That shit is going to be huge. It's gonna be huge, and he gonna make a shit ton of money. Making all that money, do I see him coming back and fighting Shakur Stevenson
No.
and taking a risk? It ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't see that happening. So I think all that talk is just wishful thinking, especially from a man that's told you already what it is. Y'all care about me fighting these, so-called fighters that y'all call elite. I don't care about that shit. I'm trying to get my money and go about my business. He's told us what he want to do. So I don't see after fighting with Jake Paul what the incentive for him is to go, yeah, even though you'll make a lot of money fighting Shakur Stevenson, right? But you ain't gonna make as much as you was gonna make fighting Jake Paul, even if Turkey is giving you a bag. I highly doubt that, right? So what is the incentive on going and taking a fight like a Shakur Stevenson and to where you done talked bad about this man for a long time, and then you F around and lose to him? He knows this in the back of his head. I'm not saying that, yeah, he's going to go in there and lose because we got to see the fight, right? I believe that Shakur will beat him, but it's always a possibility for either one of them to lose. And he knows that. He knows that it's a big possibility if he fights Shakur that he's going to lose. So with the backlash that he knows that he'll get if he lose to a man that he's minimized him, right? He ain't talked about Shakur like he did, like he talked about a Pitbull and a Ryan and all these other guys that he's fought, right? He showed them respect, right? With Shakur, he minimized him to the lowest degree. His defense is trash. He ain't this and that. And then you go and lose to that guy? What's the internet going to be saying that next Monday? You lose to Shakur Stevenson after you just made him look like he was shit. Like you minimized him to the lowest degree, and now you got to get on the internet and deal with that, right? He's not taking that chance if he fights a Jake Paul, right? Now, if somehow he don't fight a Jake Paul, right? Now we have a conversation because hey, he want that bag, right? And then now we have a conversation for a Shakur Stevenson fight. But he fighted Jake Paul, Ain't no Shakur Stevenson fight happening. Ain't no Keyshawn Davis fight happening. That man finna go about his business because that bag finna be huge, and can't nobody convince me that if he fights Jake Paul, that bag ain't gonna be huge. Like he ain't. What was he doing it just to do it? He doing it because he knows behind the scenes whatever they talked about. It's way more money than he ever made before. Way more than what he made against Ryan Garcia. Way more than what he's ever made. That's why he trying to, you know what I'm saying? That's why he overlooking everything and trying to get that fight popping. So, I mean, yeah, man. How I feel about the situation. It's just us talking because the diehard fans, the real boxing fans, want to believe that him and Shakur Stevenson is going to happen. We want to believe that. But what we've heard from him and what we seeing take place with the whole Jake Paul, I mean, like, why should we believe that? Why should we even think that? Even with Turkey gonna have to give him. I think in order for the fight to happen, Turkey's gonna have to offer him some money that he can't say no to. You know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about like Turkey gonna have to offer him 60 plus million guaranteed, 70, 80. You know, he gonna have to offer him the type of bag that he paid Tyson Fury in them. Other than that, Tank is going. He gonna look at it and be like, "I'm not gonna, you know what I'm saying, risk this for what? I just made this amount of money with Jake Paul, and now you want me to come back and, you know." So that's how I see it.
No doubt.
Mark my words.
No doubt. No doubt.
Me personally, I don't think the fight is going to be as big as people think it is. Mike Tyson is a bigger draw than Tank Davis. I'm gonna tell you why. Because Mike Tyson stretches upon generations. There's people at my job, old white dudes, were looking forward to see Mike Tyson get in the ring with Jake Paul. Those old white dudes are not gonna be, don't even know who Tank Davis is. So it's not gonna nowhere generate the amount of views that Mike Tyson and Jake Paul got. Second of all, the Jake Paul story is getting played out. It's like a bad movie. It's like Killer Clowns Part 10. It's like people are kind of catching on to it, man. It's like the Jake Paul train is losing steam as we speak right now. So that fight it's going to look so ridiculous. The optics of it. A guy who's 6'1" standing next to a guy that's 5'3.5". It's like the Big Show versus Rey Mysterio. Everybody knows it's fake. Everybody knows it's a farce. Everybody know it can't be real because if Jake Paul decided that he was really going to fight Tank, he probably would stop Tank. So you already know, just not based off the skill, just based off the sheer size and aggression alone. Like if Jake decided he just wanted to go after Tank, there's probably nothing the Tank could do to keep him off of him because he's just too freaking big, man. That's why it's like go 60, 70 pound, freaking difference. I could be wrong. I just don't see the fight being as big as people think it is. And as far as like Tank, I mean, as far as these big purses, I think maybe Turkey Alashik is probably going to evaluate how much money he's been paying these guys here lately. It depends on the Canelo Crawford fight, how that goes. If that fight doesn't live up to the hype, I see everybody's purses dropping dramatically because he's like, look, we're giving these guys too much money and they're not performing. We already went through that on Friday, with the Fatal Fury, and then Canelo robbed the bank. $50 million to stand there and watch, William Skull and did absolutely nothing and even try to do anything today. I got $50 million just showing up, so I don't want to see the Jake Paul Tank Davis fight. I don't think there's a big demand for it, to be honest. It's just too much of a circus act. I mean, just imagine a face off, man. This dude's gonna be like,
I was literally about to say that to you.
Crazy, bro.
The face off, I think, is gonna take the steam away. I think people are gonna get caught up in the that saying, like, your idols are like giants, right? Like Superman. And I think once they see them dudes stand up in front of each other's face off, or what I mean, I think that's when hell no is gonna start settling into a lot of people's spirits. A lot of people are gonna be like, this don't even make no sense. I literally think you're about to see Jake Paul looking. It's gonna look like Shaquille O'Neal standing in front of, damn near Kevin Hart. You know what I'm saying? Man, maybe not that extreme, but very much like, oh, this is stupid. I think there's a chance that this fight, if that fight was to get put together, I think it loses its steam in the press conference. I think in the press conferences and all that, I think it loses its steam there. I think the reality starts to settle in right there. Anton,
could I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
I want to see something real quick before he cooked. Rip, my bad. Because I assume he was talking to me, right? AJ was saying that basically he was like, he said, this is disgusting. Y'all not going to get no money from Tank. So why worry about his bag as a boxing fan? Make it make sense. And then he said that this is sad. Devin is too big, but Jake Paul is good because the bag and the weight difference shaking my head, right? He said that while I was speaking. Now, I don't know where he getting that from because ain't nowhere, nothing I said that Jake Paul and Tank is good because of the bag. I don't want to see that shit. You know what I'm saying? I think it's disgusting that Tank is even entertaining a Jake Paul. So I don't know where you getting where your comment is coming from. I'm speaking from the facts of what's going to take place. I'm telling y'all what's going to take place, what they got planned to take place. And if the fight going to take place, Tank is going to get a huge bag because that's already been negotiated. You know what I'm saying? He would. You think he'd be entertaining Jake Paul if he wasn't getting a huge bag? But yeah, it's disgusting. But I'm speaking from the standpoint of letting y'all know where his mind is at. His mind ain't on fighting these elite fighters that we want to see him in the ring with. His mind is getting the bag and getting up out the way so he don't ever have to put himself in harm's way, right? So he don't ever have to take these fights to where it's a big possibility of him losing and then him having to look on the internet the next day and getting clowned, especially by fighters that he's, stumped to the ground and made them look like that they pieces of shit in boxing.
I agree.
So
I'm being real with you. Just to add to what you're saying and salute to AJ Moore. I understand where you're coming from as far as how people get over caught up in. We don't talk about stuff like that on this channel a lot. I'll be honest with you. But I think at the end of the day, what makes this very interesting is the narrative getting pushed behind the idea that the reason that Tank Davis is in the fights that we want to see him in is because of the pieces around him that are moving around that are getting in the way. Or, Shakur's on the wrong side of the street, or he's signing deals that lock him into situations where he can't fight Tank, or Tank wants to make these fights, but these fighters are making themselves hard to be reached. And you got Turkey Alashik pushing out an offer saying that he wants to make the fight happen. He wants to put big money up for it, and he's choosing to go a Jake Paul route, right? The reality is Tank Davis doesn't want to fight these fights. And that's what it comes down to. It ain't about counting their pockets and their money and how much money they're making and trying to make it make sense. No, Tank makes it clear that he's a prize fighter and that, and his fans make it clear that the reason he's not fighting is because the people we want to see him fight don't put asses in seats, or they don't sell pay-per-views, or they don't monetarily bring any type of value. I've gotten into debates where people ask me, where is the reward in Tank Davis fighting a Devin Haney or Shakur Stevenson or any of these fights? So they make it a point to say that the money is the issue. And what I'm highlighting is the money isn't the issue. It ain't about the money. There's money there clearly one way or the other. The reality is that Tank just doesn't want to fight these fights. What the reason is behind Tank fighting these fights is up for speculation. I think Keon is pretty convinced that Tank is just scared of the competitive nature of the fights and the losses that probably come on the other side, or the risk of loss that comes on the other side that's making him stay away from these fights. I'm not necessarily sold one way or the other, but what I do believe is that the fights aren't happening because Tank doesn't want the fights to happen. That's it. That's exclusive and only reason as to why the fights are not happening. Not because of money, not because of Shakur being with Eddie Hearn or being under the zone or working with Turkey, or not because of any of these reasons. The reason is very simple. Tank don't want to fight. And I think his fan base would benefit off of understanding that your fighter doesn't want to fight, and that's it. And we can move on from it. You know what I mean? That's it. Your fighter doesn't want to fight the fights, and that's why they're not happening. Put whatever reason you want on the back end of that. That's cool, but he doesn't want to make the fights happen. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't know if Anton, if you want to comment on it or not, but I did want to go ahead and talk about something else as well. But I don't know if you want to comment on this.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here. Yeah, I wanted to comment. Just see, but I am disappointed in some of the moves that I'll be seeing. But what I do want to say is, we have to keep this energy for everybody, man. We have to keep the energy for every fighter, not just Tank. And that's where things kind of get sidetracked for me. Like, it's a lot of things like the last guy was discussing. Like, I don't really get into all that other stuff. Like, I don't. Like, the fight get made. Like, then I'm excited to watch the fight. But I try to leave certain things alone because I don't know. None of us know. Like you said, a lot of this stuff is up for speculation.
Yeah,
But
it is what it is.
I kind of take Tank at what Tank said. So I can't listen. If a guy said that he wanted to go on the corner and he wanted to be a hustler and that's his life, that's what he want to do, who am I to knock that guy? Tank told us, listen, man, I'm here to fight for money. He literally told us that at the press conference. Ain't that what he said? I'm here to fight for money. They asking him about belts, this, that, and the third. That man, he don't, I appreciate the talent and all of that, but I do, as a fan, feel like not to let myself down. Like, I just feel like certain things ain't gonna happen. If it do, it do. But like, I think boxing is such a big sport. I think we do a disservice to the sport when it's so many other fighters out here, man, that's doing good things. It's so many other fighters that's doing great things out here, but we don't really highlight that. We don't really focus on that a lot. I feel like we just focus on the negative part. Not saying y'all, like the panel
No,
and all
no.
that.
Listen,
Saying
I
like
agree. That's what the whole point
the
is, right?
boxing
Like
world.
the point that is the point, right? Like we talk about, like we're about to get into Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz in a minute right now, as far as that situation.
Yeah.
But the whole point is that you have spaces where this is exclusively the conversation every single day, right?
And I'm gonna
Like,
use your word. That's diabolical.
right. Well, that's shout out to showbiz. That's showbiz's word, right? But I jacked that from showbiz. But yeah, you have spaces that's exclusively focused on this every day. You see that thumbnail every single moment of every opportunity they have to be on their platform and talk about boxing. This is what they're talking about. And it's not only that they're talking about this in a way where they're talking about their fighter. No, they're literally crapping and attacking the rest of the sport off the strength of the fighter, right? They're attacking Shakur, they're attacking Devin, they're attacking Keyshawn Davis, they're attacking other actual, Turkey Alashik or Matchroom or, Top Rank, or, they're attacking everything around this. They're tearing. It's like feral pig, right? Feral pig. The reason we hate feral pigs and why you can shoot them any time of the year, if you see one, you can shoot a feral pig, is because they don't leave nothing. Nothing grows where feral pig live. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Feral pigs, they eat, and their shit messes up the dirt and the land. Nothing grows. They just tear everything up. They just, and they breed like every other day, right? Like every month, they're breeding all the time. Massive amounts of feral pig tearing the game down. And that's how I feel like this Tank, this culture that's been built around this particular fighter has turned American boxing into a wasteland where the world is moving forward and the world is pushing boxing, and there's champions fighting champions and undisputed and unifications happening, and there's a fan base that wants to continue to see that happening. But this particular space and this culture built around this particular fighter has turned into a attack everything and destroy everything in its space, and nothing can coexist in this space in a legitimate way outside of it being out the country, or Turkey Alashik has to come in here and finance and push boxing forward, right? But once again, it is what it is for me as well. If Tank don't want to fight the big fights, I'm okay. I sit here every time I go up on this show and I talk about boxing all over the place. That's what I do. We're about to talk about Edgar Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz. We've talked about the Brian Normans and the Jaron Boots Ennis happening. We talk about the Stanionis. We talk about everything here. But this particular topic always seems to to trigger people, and it turns into more than it needs to be. From my point of view, I don't care what Turkey Alashik offers. Tank ain't fighting Shakur. That's what I believe. Now I'm dying. I hope Tank makes me eat my words. I'll be here like celebrating, like, yes, I was wrong. He's gonna do it. But I don't think it is, man. I don't think it has anything to do with the money with Tank when it comes to this conversation. When it comes to these fights being made, with him fighting TEO, him fighting Shakur, him fighting Devin, him fighting Keyshawn. When it comes to this conversation in particular, it ain't about money for Tank. It ain't. I think he's about his money, but I think when it comes to this topic here about these fights being made, it ain't about the money. Because I think the money could be, I think the money is there. I think the money is definitely there at this point. There's no argument anymore about the money being there. It's about Tank don't want to fight these dudes. It is what it is. That being said, I want to jump into the Edgar Berlanga, Hamza Shiraz conversation a little bit, and finally Ray can get involved in this because Ray already commented on all this stuff before, so I didn't need him repeating what we already said earlier. But this particular situation about Edgar Berlanga now betting on himself, leaving the matchroom situation, leaving the idea of being with a promotional company. He wants to be this star. He thinks he's already this star, and he's betting on himself to be somebody who Turkey Alashik might be interested in working with, right, through this fight with Hamza Shiraz. Going into this fight right now, do you think that, are we seeing a chapter in Edgar Berlanga's career to where he's, how can I put this in the best words? Is there a difference between a motivated Edgar Berlanga, an incentivized Edgar Berlanga, and the Edgar Berlanga who we've seen in the past? Or is Edgar Berlanga is he overhyped, or is he really like that?
Smoke and mirrors, brother. Just smoke and mirrors. Edgar Berlanga he's a comic book character, man. The dude wakes up in the morning, goes to his closet and picks a costume out, man. You know, at the end, I think he's gonna get stopped in this next fight. I don't really think. I mean, Edgar, he's okay. If he was that guy, top rank, wouldn't have never dropped him. I ain't gonna say never dropped him. They still have him. He had all the first round knockout with top rank. He lost, I think, one fight or something. I don't even know if he lost, but they dropped him because they knew the guy. Yeah, I mean, they knew the guy was, wasn't all that. I mean, he getting guys that were tailor made for him, make him look good. He went, life and death with a few guys, and I think freaking not Steve Claggett, but my man, God dang, Jason Quigley kind of gave him a tough out, and that's somebody that Andrade broke his jaw in the second round and knocked the dude and stopped the dude. He had some questionable fights. He looked, vulnerable at times. He went up there with Canelo and just kind of was happy to be there, kind of like a participation type deal. And with Edgar Berlanga, I mean, he puts on this persona as being this, this tough guy, from New York, and just want to be flashy. Well, hey, and Mike, like I say, shout out to him. He parlayed, himself into a nice position. Like I say, he's a costume type of guy. And Edgar kind of rubbed me the wrong way. No, did he? Because he said, guy like Eddie Hearns, he want to, say screw Eddie, and put the gunshot up at Eddie, but Eddie's the one who got him the Canelo fight. If it wasn't for Eddie, you wouldn't have got nowhere near Canelo. If it wasn't for Eddie, you wouldn't even be talking to Turkey Alashik. So I don't like guys who trap on guys who help them, help put millions of dollars in your pocket. Now all of a sudden it's F me. I got you a fight that you did not deserve. He had no business being in the ring with Canelo. He got a fight that he didn't deserve, and now it's F me. F you. That what I'm saying. If I'm Eddie Hearns, so it's like I think Shiraz is going to beat Edgar because Edgar's trying to box more now, and that falls into Shiraz's wheelhouse. I think Carlos Adames is a much better fighter than Edgar Berlanga. I went back and watched that fight. Carlos, it was kind of Joe Frazier. He can bob, he can move, slip punches, get on the inside, and come forward. He's a better fighter than Edgar. Edgar's more stand there, stationary, doesn't have the head movement, no foot movement that Carlos Adames have. And I think he's going to get lined up, and I think he's going to get put to sleep. I think Shiraz is gonna line him up. I think he's gonna get put to sleep, and I'm gonna land right there.
Yeah, I guess I'll go next, man. Coach Eddie was cooking, man. Before I even go, I want to ask everybody on the panel, how many rounds did y'all have Edgar Berlanga win against Canelo?
None.
None. Ray say
I'll
one.
say, I'll give him like 2. I'll give him like 2 or 3 rounds. I think there was round. I just had Canelo dominating him that fight, but I want to be fair and say, nah, bro. Yeah, man, it's hard. Maybe one or two, man. 1 or 2, man. He got dominated. 100%.
Okay. But Jaime Munguia, y'all had Jaime Munguia winning some rounds, right?
Oh man, Jaime Munguia. I told everybody. Yeah, Jaime Munguia did a great job against Canelo, in my opinion.
Okay.
Now, but he did a great job.
Right. Now, because he made that fight competitive to where he was actually getting banking rounds, right? So Edgar Berlanga, he fought. He showed that he got a good chin, right? He showed that he ain't scary, but he didn't show that he could put a game plan together to actually win rounds and make that fight competitive, right? He didn't show that. So if Edgar Berlanga is what he say he is, a Canelo, right? This stage of Canelo, right? He would have at least made the fight competitive. You know what I'm saying? At least been able to put 4 rounds in the bank, at least, right? But he couldn't do that. So I agree with Eddie when it comes to Edgar Berlanga, right? It's just like I was saying with TEO, right? We got to go back and look at his career. We seen him look mediocre against C-level competition, right? On more than one occasion. We've seen who he is. Now, when he talk, if you just listen to him talk, you think that you listen to all-time great. But if you go back and look at the tape, he's gonna show you the opposite. So I don't think I think it's a lot of smoke and mirrors with Edgar Berlanga because he know how to talk and hype himself up, right? If he was that who he say he is, he would have been gunning for the Caleb Plant fight, right? But when Caleb Plant was pressing him and Caleb Plant been trying to make the fight, Edgar Berlanga don't want no smoke. He talked that talk, but he don't want no smoke. You know what I'm saying? So you can just look at how this dude moved. Yeah, he fighting Hamza Shiraz because Hamza didn't look that good against Carlos Adames. Now he think like he feel that, okay, this is a guy that I can beat. If I beat him, then I could get the big bag with Turkey if I beat his guy. That's what he's looking at, right? He's not gunning to fight the best of the best. He's talking, but he ain't putting the foot forth to do it. If Hamza Shiraz had went out there and looked great against Carlos Adames, y'all think he'll be taking this fight? Y'all think he'll be?
I think he would. I think with the money that Turkey's offering, and that's why that's another part of it. But as well as to say that now that Turkey's behind, potentially willing to entertain financing him being in some of these fights, will he take the? I was going to ask that. Does he take these fights now that Turkey's going to be putting them back? Does he take a Caleb? Does he take a Jaime? Does he take a Jamal Charlo? Does he take all these fights that we David Morrell even? You know what I mean? Does he go to light heavyweight? Does he compete now at a high level?
I don't know what he's making against Hamza Shiraz. Like I don't know what the bag is, but my personal opinion is I don't think that he'll be eager to take a fight versus Hamza Shiraz if Hamza had to look great, his last fight. If he had to look dominant, I don't see Edgar Berlanga jumping in the ring and wanting that smoke because I seen how he acted with Caleb Plant. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, man, as far as how the fight's gonna go, I don't know. You know, it's up in the air. It's a 50-50 type fight because Hamza Shiraz, to me, he's shown vulnerability also. You know, people might say that he don't have the greatest chin. One thing that we do know is Edgar Berlanga, he can crack. You know what I'm saying? He got power. So could he catch Hamza Shiraz and put him to sleep? I definitely could. But could Hamza, make it a clean fight and outbox Edgar Berlanga? Because Edgar Berlanga, he's shown holes in his game. He don't have good. He get hit a lot. He don't have good defense, and Hamza could outbox him. So I think it's a hell of a matchup. I like the matchup because it's a great fight. You got one guy that's coming up in weight, but I don't think that Edgar Berlanga is who he say he is, and he gonna have to prove that. And so that's where I'm at with that situation, man.
Yeah. Me and Clay talked about this like yesterday though. We didn't break news today, but it's cool. I'm gonna touch on what you said, ETB. I think you're right in the sense of I'm just gonna twist it up a little bit and say that I think Edgar has been he's a big fighter. Like he's 190, 200 pound fighter, and he refused to fight a Caleb Plant who's in his wheelhouse, as they say, right? Like right in his division, somebody that's been calling him out, he's been talking back and forth with. But then a guy comes up from 160, and you're automatically jumping in the ring with them, thinking that's your best opportunity after you just fought Grimace. You know what I mean? Like literally, you fought a guy that nobody would ever wanted you to see fight. I think that was a fight that Eddie Hearn gave you to get out of your contract because you were just kind of waiting for Clay to do that. But you just got out of your contract to fight this guy, so you can say you just lived your fight instead of taking on a big fight, budget fight, because you've been claiming, and you know why you got that money, right? Because they could pay that guy $5,000 to get in the ring with Edgar Berlanga, so Edgar can get his money and get up out of Eddie's hair, and that's what that was. So now he's over there with Turkey. We're going to see what Turkey provides for him, because Turkey does nothing but make the best fights. And when I say the best fights, I don't mean like he puts on the most entertaining or things of that nature. He puts in fighters in the ring with each other that you don't know who's going to win these fights, that you don't know what's going to happen. So by putting a Shiraz in there who's moving up in weight and probably a natural 168 pounder, because everybody thought he was a big 160 pounder. He might even be a 175 pound fighter at some point. But I think this is going to be a challenge for Edgar, not only for the range and the reach when Shiraz is boxing him. You're going to see some difficulties because you hit the nail on the head when you said Edgar has a problem with boxers. He has a problem with people that are in front of him that can do certain things, and he can't get around to them. He's going to have to land the big shots. Is he going to be afraid to take those big shots once he feels the sting of those jabs that come to his chin, his chest, and those body shots that come from the right and left? That's what we're going to see from Edgar. We're going to see the adversity of him in that point of the fight. And I think Shiraz wins this fight, in my opinion. I know we're not doing that, but I just think Shiraz just outclasses him. I don't think there's enough boxing ability in Edgar Berlanga to beat a Shiraz or any other fighter in the division that is a boxer.
No doubt.
I'm good.
All right, Blue, what's good, Blue?
Hey, what's shaking with y'all, man?
Man, doing good, man. Glad to see you up here, man. You graced us with your presence, man. Can't wait to see what you got. What you got to speak on. I know it's gonna be gospel, baby.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to kick it with the good brothers, man. I was listening, you know what I'm saying, while I'm setting up, about to have my second grandkid. So I've been planning for this. Yeah. That's why I haven't been going live or nothing. Remember, that's why I was telling you with the joint the joint is on. So I'm setting up that joint. But yeah, man, I was just listening to y'all cook, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's great information, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a breath of fresh air. You know what I mean?
Thank you,
to listen to y'all cook. You know what I mean? And it's not narratives. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets old, it gets boring. You know what I mean? The same old narratives continue to be pushed. False narratives, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, I was listening to the brothers, man. I was listening to y'all cook, man. And I just wanted to, just join the panel while I'm out moving around. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. What do you think about the Edgar right now in the situation that he's in? He bet on himself, right? He pulled himself out of the Eddie Hearn situation, and said, Eddie was shortchanging him. Eddie had a different perspective on his career. Felt like, okay, you came off this Canelo Alvarez fight. Okay, great. But now you think you're this guy who deserves, you know, I mean, a little bit more than I think you've earned. I think you got fights to make happen. And Edgar's like, you're crazy. I'm a superstar now. So Edgar bets on himself. Eddie says, go ahead and test yourself on the market. And look, now he's headlining a ring card. In so many ways, Edgar has bragging rights right now at this moment to say, you thought I wasn't worth nothing. Look at me now, getting the biggest bag, headlining a Turkey card. But he's got, you know, in Turkey fashion, because Turkey don't play no games. He throws them up in front of a dog. He throws them up in front of a Hamza Shiraz. So
That's
now Edgar's going to have to show, improve, right? Like, all right, well, you asked for it. You said you was a headliner. All eyes on you. The main event, right, in your city. This is the kind of, this is what you said you built for. Where are you at with Edgar Berlanga? Has Edgar Berlanga just needed this opportunity, or is he about to get his bubble popped with a reality check?
And so my thing with Edgar is always been, for one, I got a bias, right? Edgar is somebody who grew up here in the city with me, and Edgar, you know, he took my kids and my nephew and my son in, helped them train in multiple training camps, brought them into his training camp. So I got a bit of a bias when they deal with Edgar, right? But at the same token, I got to keep it 100. Edgar's issue is that Edgar is from New York. You know what I'm saying? And that's the issue. You know what I mean? Like, we look at just an example, and you look at the Knicks. They won, the second division, and it's like you won the NBA championship. You know what I'm saying? And because the way the city is perceived, the way the city is, viewed, you know what I mean, the aura that comes with it, it kind of gives you a false sense of you bigger than what you are, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, is Edgar a superstar? No doubt. You know what I'm saying? But he hasn't proven that he's a superstar at the A side. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got with Canelo, but let's be 100. That's Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Like, so what did you do after Canelo? What did you do before Canelo Alvarez? You was, you did, and I don't even know the numbers. I don't remember the numbers that it did, Edgar and Canelo. But, like, you was in the fight with Canelo, you took a loss to Canelo, and it's like, that now you feel like you have you arrived. You know what I'm saying? And he said that because of the Puerto Rico Mexican rivalry, people is demanding to see the rematch with him and Canelo. Like, he feel like he in high demand because of the Canelo fight, right? And because he have this status, like, he's with Fat Joe. I mean, Clay, you from New York. You know how it is, man. Edgar's a big deal here. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes when you're a big deal in a city like New York, it makes you feel like you're a big deal everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And it gives you this false sense. I always say this. You know what I mean? A lot of New York fighters never ever reach their actual maximum potential, because how you perceived here is the aura is so big here in the city that it makes you feel like you made it everywhere, and you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Zab is my guy, one of my good friends. Zab's commitment to the sport of boxing wasn't there because Zab was a big deal in the city. So it's almost like you made it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what else I got to do? You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, you didn't make it. You made it here, but you're such a big deal in a big city like New York that it makes you think that you have accomplished something because you are a New York City superstar. You know what I mean? And so, it's like anything else. New York, we have this issue where, I know back in the 80s and 90s, being in the game, we used to think that the whole game, it revolved around us.
100%.
Until you leave and go out of town. And how many times we got plucked off?
Notorious. They hate people from New York because we step into the scene with that energy,
that mentality, right?
Yeah.
You go down south, we getting plucked off. You go West Coast, you getting plucked off. You go in Midwest, you getting plucked off because we got this false sense that we run the world. You know what I'm saying? And that's the approach that I'm getting from Edgar right now. He like, bro, I'm a big deal right now. Like, Edgar. And then he admits at the same token, yo, I went 12 rounds with Canelo with no experience. You know what I'm saying? I did this with Canelo with no experience. Bro, that means you didn't accomplish anything. That's what that means. If you ain't had the experience going in when they were with Canelo, that means you was a cherry pick, bro. Because if somebody of the status of Canelo Alvarez, he shouldn't have been choosing the Edgar Berlanga that had no experience. So what you mean you went in that fight? That means you didn't prove nothing, and Canelo Alvarez chose you as a cherry pick, bro. You gotta, if you look at it from that standpoint, that should be your motivation, not that you made it. You know what I'm saying? Because did you make it? No, you didn't make it. You never fought.
Blue, let me ask you this, all right?
That was your first opportunity to fight for a world title was against Canelo Alvarez. You never passed step 1, 2. You went from step 1 to step 10 100%. For undisputed. You went from never fighting for a title to fighting for undisputed.
Yeah. So, but let me ask you this. He speaks of it in a very, sometimes I hear him on his interviews, not when he's selling the fight, but he'll say that he recognizes that this is his moment to show and prove. Like that this is not that if he doesn't show out in his best form, in the best version of himself, that he's gonna lose out on everything here, because he admits it. Like, I bet on myself here, and I gotta show him proof. So there's pressure there that he's acknowledging. He carries it as if he's super confident. He knows what, he carries it that way as he should, but he does seem to be acknowledging the moment that like he's taking it more serious than any fight. Like, he's taking this fight more serious than he took the Canelo fight. Is there something in Edgar Berlanga? Is there a product? Is there a fighter in Edgar Berlanga that the space hasn't really seen compete at the highest level in such a long time that we may be sleeping on his abilities to show out?
Well, my thing is this, right? So I haven't been in his camp and around his camp in a minute, and quite some time. But remember, like, there was like a drop off. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the word is around here, and again, I'm gonna say this again, I haven't been in his camp to see it, but there's videos that are surfacing, and that he's carrying that mentality in the training camp. And I don't know if you guys seen that video with him training, and he's telling the trainer, like, yo, I don't want to do this, I don't want to train. He's like, bro, if you don't do this, pretty much, like, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, it's not about what you want to do, it's about what I'm telling you to do. You know what I'm saying? And then he comes to his sense, and he's like, all right. If you carry that mentality into training camp, you know what I'm saying? We all know you're going to practice how you're going to play how you practice. You know what I'm saying? And if that's your mentality going in there, and it's something I didn't like, he said in Hamza Shiraz, the press conference, he said, if he get aggressive, he going to be the 18th or 19th guy to get knocked out in the first round, right? Yeah, which to me is like, that's still a thing to you. Although you say it's not, it still is. You know what I'm saying? When you say, oh, he gonna be that, you that streak was everything to you. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think that could have been, a gift and a curse for Edgar Berlanga, man, because along with the mentality that he grew up in New York City, and along with the fact that, you know what I'm saying, he got all these celebrities from New York City and rappers and entertainers, and they support him regardless of, and that's another thing. You know what I'm saying? New York, we stand up for each other, win, lose, or draw. So you never really get a reality check, you know what I'm saying? Because the support is always there. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's like with Zab and Paulie, you know what I'm saying? It's like, we gonna support you. Yo, you from New York, we gonna rock with you. So you never actually get a true wake up call. You know what I'm saying? And that's my fear with Edgar, is that I don't know. He said it sounds good, you know what I mean? But I haven't seen it, you know what I mean? And that's my fear, is that, I think that Edgar could be smelling his own, you know what I'm saying, success, opposed to allowing it to working hard to get it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Is it even a real sense of like, is it success or is he just, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, there's this feeling he's definitely moving like he's like there's some success, but is it?
Because again, the success he's getting is here in the city. Fat Joe is making sure he invests. He got the bread. He got the mommies. You know what I'm saying? He got the jewelry. You know what I'm saying? He walk around the city. I mean, you was with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
We went to the restaurant, and they was like, "Nah, you can't come in."
Yeah.
What was the code word, Clay? Edgar Berlanga.
Right. As soon as we said that, it was like, "Oh, you didn't say that in the beginning."
Oh, you ain't say you know Edgar. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah.
We walked up to the door, and they was like, "Nah, we done for the night. We closing." Said, "Damn." I said, "Yo, Clay, we there."
Yep.
He said, "Damn, already?" He said, "Yeah." My man came to the door. He like, "Yo, you know Edgar in there?" Am I lying, Clay?
Yeah. No, 100%.
He said, "Yo, you know Edgar in there?" I said, "Oh, that's my man. I'm with Edgar." He's like, "Oh, man, why you ain't say that from the beginning? Go ahead, man."
He was like, "You ain't say that," and he kind of had an attitude like he was gonna get in trouble, like you ain't say that.
Bro, why you ain't say you know Edgar, man? Come on, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Spot was closed.
Yep. And we went in. Had a whole.
Not only did we go in, but they put us in the VIP in the back on the opposite side of Edgar.
Yep. Yeah.
So this is just the energy that he
open that kitchen up.
They opened the kitchen up. Hey, the whole menu was open up. It wasn't limited. You know what I'm saying?
Yo.
Yeah.
Blue. It sounds like paid in full. Y'all paid in full up in there?
Hey, bro, listen, man.
Maybe.
We went in there. Listen, we got to the door. This Clay was there. Clay was with me. We got to the door. They like, yo, man, come on, bro. You late. This, and this. And you know, we closed. So I'm like, damn, already? Like, you know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, bro, we closed. So the other security had seen me, and he was like, I seen him yesterday. Remember, Clay? He was like, oh, yeah. bro was here yesterday. So I was like, yeah, I was here yesterday, bro. He was like, nah, we closed though, bro. So my man was inside and came outside. Cause like I told you, I know Edgar and everything. So he came outside. He was like, what up, Blue? So I'm like, what's good? I'm like, damn, they talking about they closed. And he was inside.
Right.
Clay could tell y'all. He came to the door. He's like, Blue, what's good? So I'm like, what's good? I said, yo, they said they closed. He's like, damn. He said, yo, you know Edgar in here? So I said, damn, Edgar here? I said, my man Edgar in here. He's like, oh, you know Edgar? Damn, bro, why you ain't just say that, man?
Yeah.
So you ain't say nothing? Man, go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. He got mad.
Yeah, he did. He got mad. Like, it was funny the way he got mad. Like, you didn't say that though. Like, kind of like, I mean, you ain't say that though. Why you ain't say that, man? He's like, man, just go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
Like, he didn't want to get in trouble. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
like he didn't want me to be like, yo, hey, man, they wasn't gonna let us in. You know what I'm saying? So this is just the status that he carries. You know what I'm saying? In the biggest city in the world. You know what I'm saying? The media market of the world. You know what I mean? So imagine when you have that type of perception here in this city, borough to borough. You know what I'm saying? He could go wherever he wants. And you know what I'm saying? There's not a lot of people that could do that. Like, that could go, if you're from Brooklyn, you could just go chill in the Bronx, or if you're from Harlem, you know what I'm saying? You got to be somebody to be able to do that. You know what I'm saying? You could test your luck without, you know what I'm saying, getting tested or robbed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Edgar walk around with his jewelry and he good. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when you have that type of percent, it's hard to like Marvin Hagler said, right? It's hard to get out of your silk sheets and go run 5 miles. You know what I'm saying? When you that dude in New York City, and then you got somebody like Fat Joe who is teaching you to invest in property, so you're making money. See, that's the thing. Like, Edgar's making money. You know what I mean? He just got the New York mentality where he like, yo, bro, what? I'm putting hands on you. You know what I'm saying? I get to put hands on you. So it's not about the money for him. You know what I'm saying? But at the same token, he's still like, bro, you know what I'm saying? He got the New York hustler mentality. I ain't gonna get in there for free either. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I said, I don't know if his hunger is there. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know if his desire is there, his hunger in preparation. You know what I'm saying? Like, he get in the ring, he gonna be a dog. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to knock him out. But I don't know if his hunger to train and say, yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get on my Floyd Mayweather joint. I'm gonna go, you know what I'm saying, isolation mode and so I can get the best out of my talent. Or is he got the like my brother Zab, you know what I'm saying? Zab would be the first one to tell you, like, bro, if I had that work ethic and that mentality, like Floyd, I could have been Floyd. You know what I'm saying? Zab tell me that all the time. Like, bro, I could have did so much more if I had that commitment like Floyd had. You know what I mean? And
So
he knows
does the
that.
right performance? Does the right performance? Is this a legitimate, like a fight? Hamza Shiraz is if the right performance for Edgar Berlanga on the back end of this fight, does he now legitimately claim star power? Does he have star power now? Is he an A side? Is he what he's painting himself to be with the right performance against Hamza Shiraz?
I think so. Reason being, right, Clay? Because reason being is because it's going to what's the word I'm looking for? Turkey is going to be on board. If he performs against Hamza and knocks Hamza out, you know what I'm saying? Turkey is going to be like, all right, I'm gonna invest in this dude. You know what I'm saying? Turkey appreciates that. You know what I mean? Like he did with like Turkey did with Josh Padley. You know what I'm saying? You did me a favor, you took the fight on short notice, I'm gonna reward you. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with what's his name? Martin Bacoli, you know what I'm saying? Yo, you took the fight on short notice for us. I'm gonna reward you. Make sure you still get the FA job of fight. I'm gonna still try to keep you active. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so if this is his opportunity, this is the perfect opportunity now for Edgar Berlanga to prove, yo, listen, man, I deserve. Because once he get a belt, he beat Hamza Shiraz, and let's say he get a title opportunity, and he get a belt. You know what I'm saying? Oh, his status gonna go through the roof because he is somebody here. You know what I'm saying? In New York, and once he does that and announce himself to the rest of the world, because right now people look at him, hardcore boxing fans, they be like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, yeah, man, you a superstar in New York. You know what I'm saying? You ain't win no belt. You ain't do this. You ain't do that. You know what I'm saying? You went in there with Canelo. You got dropped. You got up. Yeah, you fought. You came to fight, but you know what I'm saying? You still. So, you know, there's things for him to prove, but I do think like if he beat Hamza Shiraz, you know what I'm saying, that's gonna put him on Turkey radar, which is a great thing for him. You know what I'm saying? Because Turkey gonna do. Now think about it, right, Clay? He got the I'm about to say Denzel Washington. He got the Devin Haney opportunity where he don't have a promoter that he got an answer to. Right, but he got the backing of Turkey. You know what I'm saying? So Turkey gonna give me the bag, and he gonna give me opportunities, and I ain't gotta deal with the boxing tricks, the poly tricks. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm dealing with Turkey, and then you know he ain't gonna be short on opponents because Turkey gonna pay his opponents. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I want to match you up against Edgar, and the another thing for Edgar is that he got to understand the best part about it is it makes it it relieves him of pressure, right? Because if you lose with a promoter and all these people and networks, they don't want to bring you back. You lose with Turkey, you know what I'm saying? As long as you give it your all, Turkey gonna keep money in your pocket. He gonna keep feeding you. He gonna give you more opportunities. You know what I'm saying? Turkey right now is still trying to get Deontay Wilder opportunities. You know what I'm saying? So, and he lost twice. You know what I'm saying? Under Turkey, right? He never won under Turkey. You know what I'm saying? And so again, like it's the perfect opportunity for Edgar, man. He can't drop the ball. This is his opportunity because what I'm trying to say is that if he loses to Hamza Shiraz, right, and has a lackluster performance, Turkey's going to invest in Hamza Shiraz, right, regardless. But now there's no who's going to invest in Edgar. You walk around with this mentality that you a superstar. You want to get paid like this, and you ain't do nothing to back it up, but get an unearned shot at Canelo Alvarez that you didn't win. You know what I'm saying? So now it's like, all right, you know what I mean? You can't lose. He can't squander away this opportunity. He just can't, man. He can't. He needs this opportunity. So I hope that he gives it, you know, every bit of, you know what I'm saying, his abilities, man, and the sky's the limit, man. He win this fight.
Yeah, I think it's a big win for him. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's a big win for him. Salute Fight Sports Talk. How you doing, man?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on, man. It's always great. Always good to be on.
No doubt, no doubt.
What's up, brother?
Man. It's good.
So I understand I'm quite late. It's early here in New Zealand. So what haven't you got?
No
what
doubt,
news, I guess? Yeah.
You know what I wanted to politic with the panel about before we close it up real quick, because we've been on for damn near 4.5 hours. Floyd Schofield Sr., I guess they're signing a deal with Golden Boy for like 5 years and I don't know, $5 million. To me,
that dude is so diabolical. He is so diabolical.
It's laughable, right? At this point, from my perspective, right? 5 years, $5 million, right? From my understanding, this is coming from their mouth, right? Because they senior likes to talk. The Abdullah Mason fight was on the table for $1 million with Turkey, right? An opportunity to fight against Abdullah Mason, beat him, I guess, because that's what you guys said you're gonna do. You said you've seen him, and you know, you guys are, you know, generational talent. You're gonna beat Abdullah Mason, $1 million to get in the grace of Turkey, and you know, get a way to the biggest fights out there. Instead, you took the guaranteed $5 million. That's what you feel like is the best move, because, like you said, you're employed for 5 years, which was not boss like at all. From my point, to hear him even say employed was diabolical. To hear him say employed was like, what? I thought you was the boss, right? But $5 million, 5 years, not 5 fights, 5 years, $5 million. What do you guys think about that?
I think maybe Floyd Schofield Sr. maybe isn't as confident as he sounds. There are, you got to remember, there's a lot of good fighters that hadn't fought in a very long time. A lot of these guys are on Team Combat League, Pro Box. They've been on the shelf because when Showtime went out of business, man, you know, a lot of guys, a lot of fight dates went off. So, and then you got, you know, the upper echelon fighters, they're getting all the, you know, the premier fight dates. All the money's going to the top, you know, the top side of the fighters right now. So a lot of guys are getting lost in the shuffle. So I think it was just a point where maybe he felt like he probably could have lose to Abdullah Mason and maybe be on the sideline for the next few years, because there's a lot of fighters that are on the sideline. So to me, it lacks confidence, because for you to sign a 5-year deal with somebody, that is an extremely long contract. I mean, those are your prime years. I mean, I can maybe see a 2-year fight deal.
But the thing you're missing though is he said 5 years for $5 million. That's less than two. That's less than $1 million a fight.
That's crazy, man. That's what I'm saying. Not on that. Check this out. Like, even in the contract, most of the time in the contract, you're gonna do at least 2 to 3 fights per year. You're not gonna fight one time per year and then just sit on the shelf for a year. You're gonna fight at least twice. So in essence, this dude signed up for 10 fights minimum for 5 years, $5 million. It's going to average out to about $500,000 a fight. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. It's an interesting position to take when you're telling the world, when you're betting on yourself, and you're saying you're willing to take these chances. For me to hear you take $5 million for 5 years and lock yourself down to Golden Boy for 5 years, yeah, bro.
Yeah, but the diabolical part is he tried to explain like the money was worth. Like he was like, y'all tell me what would you do? I'm like, bro, is this dude serious? Like, bro, did you just say that you? He was like, so y'all running around talking about, he's like, this is lucrative. What? Bro, did you not do the math?
I mean, that's lucrative for me. You give me $1 million, you give me 5 years, $5 million. That's for me, that's $1 million. Yeah, I ain't got to go there and fight. You know what I mean? I'm not a fighter. Like, you know, it depends. We're talking about putting yourself through physical, like risking your life for $5 million 5 years is crazy.
You know why it's lucrative?
You gotta think about this, right? You gotta think about this, bro. If like the bro just said, he gonna fight 3 times a year, right? Let's say he at this pace, if you Golden Boy and you accept that deal, let's say I put you on for four fights a year. That's $240,000 a fight, plus taxes you got to pay, right? So and then think about this. When you're gonna be 27 years old, when he gonna fight somebody worth something? So that means he could legit get. Check this, right, Key? He could get a fight. Let's say he gonna be 27. So at some point in time in this 5 years, you gotta fight somebody like Abdullah Mason, right? That means if I'm Golden Boy, why I gotta pay you more money? I don't gotta negotiate nothing. So I can have you fight Abdullah Mason for $250,000. How dumb is that? And this dude sitting there talking about y'all should have did the math. I'm like,
I'm gonna tell y'all what. I'm gonna tell you why it's lucrative, right? It's lucrative. You know who is lucrative too?
Oscar.
Not Floyd Schofield. Nah. It ain't lucrative to Floyd Schofield Jr. or the third or whatever, you know, the fighter. It's lucrative for the father because y'all got to remember Floyd Jr. or the third or what, you know, the fighter Floyd, he said that he gives his father all of the paychecks, right? He said the father gets all of the paychecks and he handles all of that, right? He said, because my father knows my best interest, right? So he handed over all of the money to the father. So it's lucrative to the father because, for one, he doesn't believe that Floyd Jr. can beat guys like Abdullah Mason, right? It's evident. It's evident on what they did with Shakur. And now it's evident again how they moved with Abdullah Mason. So he's looking at the situation to where, okay, I'm going to lock myself into where no matter what happens, we still going to get paid, right? We're going to get paid something. We can't see. They're afraid that if they go out there and get beat by Abdullah Mason, get beat by one of these fighters, they're going to get put on the shelf, right? And ain't nobody going to rock with them. So it's lucrative to him to where he like, okay, well, we ain't really getting paid that much, but we're going to lock it in. So no matter what, if they force us to take one of these fights, we're going to be locked in the contract. What he don't realize is that these promoters will still sit your ass on the shelf, right? If you go out there and start getting your ass beat, and especially if you can't put asses in the seats, you'll be locked into their contract. They just won't give you no fights, right? Yeah. Because that's how a lot of them contracts work. Okay, we're gonna give you 5 years for $5 million, but we ain't say how many fights we gonna give you per year, right? So a lot of times fighters have just been sitting on the shelf until that contract run out. Now they ain't had to pay you nothing, right? So it's a lot of dirty shit that go on in boxing, and that's why he's like, oh yeah, this is lucrative. Yeah, it's lucrative for you, but not your son, and he just doesn't believe. If you listen to him talk, the way they move is the exact opposite. He don't believe that his son can beat Abdullah Mason. That's why he didn't take the fight, because he's looking at the situation like, okay, yeah, we'll get $1 million versus Abdullah Mason, right? We go out there. If he go out there and knock my son clean out, Now we're gonna be exposed. Now, after this $1 million, if don't nobody want to touch us, don't nobody want to rock with us, we can't, you know what I'm saying? After this $1 million, Golden Boys sit us on the shelf and, you know, do us like they did Rashidi Ellis, even though Rashidi Ellis looked great, right? They sit us on the shelf and don't no other promoter want to touch us because he knows that promoters don't want to touch his son because of him. If you're a promoter, you don't want to deal with him. You don't want to deal with his daddy. I don't want no parts of you because I don't want to. First of all, you're not an elite fighter like that. And then I got to deal with your daddy too. So he's looking at all this and he's just glad that he thinks that he's locked into a situation to where, yeah, it ain't a whole lot of money, but for him, he's securing the bag for himself because, hey, I handle all the money. My son, you know what I'm saying? At least I know my son gonna be making, you know, $250,000 a fight. You know, at most 500,000 a fight, right? At most, if he fight 2 times a year, that's 500,000. If he fight, you know, so at least he gonna be probably making 250,000, right? A fight. So I'll go ahead and, you know, lock myself into where I know I'm secure. He ain't thinking about his son, bro. He handled the money. You know what I'm saying? He's saving his bag. And that's how I look at the situation because I didn't see how this guy move and he knows that, man, he's on the thin line. These promoters don't want to deal with him because his son ain't a talent to where they're willing to overlook him to deal with his son. He know that, man.
Yeah, I think, but one thing I'm going to say is that it speaks to the confidence he has in his son's ability to really do the things he says he thinks his son can do or will do. It speaks to and it throws shots at him trying to make fights with Tank, make fights with Shakur, make fights with make all the biggest fights. Nah, bro, that's not a confident move. Locking yourself down for $5 million for 5 years, 2 to 3 fights a year to secure this bag. Nah, you're not betting on yourself. You're taking a low ball guarantee. Oscar De La Hoya got himself got himself a person who he could take advantage of, and he just showed out. I cannot believe he took that deal. No way. Not that, yeah. He's been talking. No way.
Yeah, one thing I can add is that because a lot of people since Dana White came into boxing, and I know he's not going to be where we thought he would be, but a lot of people were saying, well, Dana's got a history of scamming fighters. This is exactly the kind of stuff the UFC has always gone away with, or not always, but most of the time gone away with because they were the only show in town. Getting fighters to sign these long deals for, it sounds like a lot of money, but when, as you guys said, when you break it down fight by fight, it's not actually that much. So my initial reaction was what Blue Blood Sports said. Why would you do this? It's not actually that good. But given the shenanigans that Schofield Sr. pulled before the Shakur fight, maybe they just got lucky to sign anything, because what kind of promoter would want to deal with them? And maybe they were getting messages saying, look, given the kind of stuff that you pulled last time you were scheduled for a fight, we don't have to offer you anything. We could just leave you out in the wilderness. So maybe they kind of got forced into it, in which case Floyd Schofield Sr. is going to have to answer to his son when he gets upset about what he's being paid. If they have a big title fight and he says, why am I only getting paid this amount of money? In a few years, they'll probably regret it, but maybe they had no other option. It is weird.
Yeah, I want to add something real quick, if I can, real quick. Just take about 10, 15 seconds. Even like Oscar De La Hoya is going to be a big winner because he can actually take his guy over there to Turkey Alashik, and Turkey Alashik may have a certain amount of money allotted for that fight. Oscar gets to keep the rest. I only got to pay this dude $500,000. I get to keep the other $2 or $3 million, because Turkey may be like, how much will it take for Schofield to be on my card? Give me $3 million. I also get to pocket the rest of that money because he's only got to get Schofield $500,000 of it. It's a horrible deal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's another thing. We don't know the contingencies as far as like if there's contingencies in the contract to provide him opportunities to make bigger money with the Turkey Alashik. You know, if those aren't just the prices for his exclusive fights with Golden Boy, that Golden Boy is paying out their price. I don't know. You know what I mean? But it seems to me like a low ball. I could have seen 5 fights for $5 million, you know what I mean? Or even like 6 fights for 5 million, like, you know, a number of fights. But 5 years? Nah, man, that's a large chunk of your career. This prime time part of your career. Prime time part of your career to sit there and lock yourself down with a contract like that. I don't know, man. Yeah, Nick, I did see he said something about incentives. That doesn't include these incentives and things of that nature, but what incentives? I don't know.
And we don't. Yeah, we'll never know because the promoters often keep the incentives private. But if I were to guess again as an outsider, I don't think there will be that many incentives, or certainly not as many as there were, because Turkey Alashik isn't new to the game now. He's been here for a few years. He's had his ups and he's going through his downs now. And when anyone knows in business, if you're going through your downs, that's when you start cutting costs. So I don't. Yeah, maybe he will. And I was on another show the other day asking if Oscar is maybe not in trouble. Maybe that's too strong of a word, but maybe he's going to be in the. He may not be in a stronger position now that Ryan Garcia he's not only lost, but I think he's killed his career. So I don't know if he'll be offering incentives either.
Yeah. Rich says he ain't getting millions yet. It's a good deal since he pulled out the Shakur fight. He should make that fight. Yeah, listen, man, maybe it is a good deal. I don't know. 5 years seems like a long time, but I don't know, guys. Look, it's 4.5 hours in, guys. I got wifey's talking about she want to go get lunch, and I got all types of things going on in the background. Great panel today, man. Great building with you guys, man. It is what it is, man. Salute to everybody who came in here. I'll let everybody get like a closeout if you want to say something on the way out. But we are about to wrap it up. Keon, you want to say something?
Yeah, man. Floyd Schofield, he gonna come back and he gonna try to clear this up and lie about it. You know, I can hear him right now. That's not what I see. It was Shakur. That's not what I said. I said it was 5 fights for $5 million. We guaranteed for 5 fights for $5 million. That's $1 million a fight. That's what I said. I mean, y'all just don't listen. But
that was a good bro. You must have been working on that, bro. That was good, bro. Damn.
Hey, he's finna come back with some type of lie. Now he done heard us all on his helmet, you know. But man, great panel, great show like always, man. Salute to everybody. I'm out.
Yeah, no doubt, man. salute, man. Hey, coach.
Yeah, hey, great panel, man. I wasn't expecting that, man. That dude sound almost identical. I said, God, that's crazy, man. We
that
got
was
Schofield on the show. Yeah, he sound like spot on, man. Like crazy. Spot on, man. Good show today. I just want to think about, I want to leave y'all with this thought right here. And it's just me with my 10-4 hat on. When Turkey Alashik interrupted the press conference with a phone call and talked about his plans. And then he mentioned, you know, the Tank Davis fight, you know, the winner out of Berlanga and Shiraz fighting Canelo. Canelo was the one that had the 4-fight deal with Turkey, not Bud. That's to me, that's speaking volumes right there. Turkey talked about his plans. We had William Skoll talking about how Turkey came to the locker room and told not to mistreat Canelo. So to me, I can say Canelo, and I've been saying this, Canelo's the star. And Bud is the co-star because Canelo, I think Turkey's in the Canelo business. You're not in the Bud business. Now, can Bud go in there and win? Absolutely. To go to the scorecard, highly unlikely. He gonna have to knock Canelo out, or at least dribble him off the canvas a couple of times. Far as Turkey Alashik and far as Shiraz and Berlanga, I think he's pulling for his buddy Shiraz. I think he wants Shiraz to win. I think he wants Shiraz to get that crack at Canelo and not Berlanga. And I think he's just using Berlanga as a maybe as a promotion. Say, look what my guy did to Berlanga, something that Canelo couldn't do. And that's the fight that's going to happen after this Terrence Crawford fight. Unless Terrence beats him, it's going to be Shiraz and Canelo, and that's the 4-fight deal. And I don't know what the last fight is going to be, but Turkey, he's in the Canelo business right now, just like Al Haymon was in the Canelo business. It's like the Zone was in the Canelo business. Canelo is a business within himself. So when you go with Canelo, you're going in business with him, and he got a full fight deal. So it's gonna be interesting. But that's my take on it. Y'all stay up and salute.
Salute, coach.
Salute, brother.
Fight Sports. What's up, man?
Thanks for having me on as always. Next time I'll try to get on earlier. And I knew I was late to talk about this news, but this Boots Ennis Haney TEO situation is really interesting. I keep saying I want to see TEO and Haney fight, and I don't think either one of them beat Boots, and I'm not. A lot of people disagree with me, but I'd love to discuss that another time. Fight Sport Talk on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Looking to start streaming soon, and hope to see you guys soon. And peace out.
No doubt, man. Salute to you, man. Blue, you still there? Blue might not be there. Blue, bad connection. All right, guys. Look, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys, man, for showing out today, showing up on the show. A little bit of boxing talk today, right? It is what it is, man. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Please make sure you've done that. If you haven't subscribed, and please take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Until the next one, it's your boy Rain. It's at ATP Combat Media Show. Thank you again. And at this point, we're out.